Good morning, everybody. Welcome into Sydney Dragway for the round one of the New South Wales Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. It's going to be a cracker day for racing. And big hello to everybody. We are streaming live on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel today. So if you want to jump on and give us a follow, give us a like, give us a share over on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. That's the only place we're streaming. We're not streaming on Facebook. And if you see anybody commenting who looks like they might be a little bit shady on the Facebook pages and they're saying, click here for live streaming, don't click here because it's not a good idea. We're only streaming on Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. So it is going to be a cracking day for racing. We're just sorting out the top end of the racetrack with the tyres for the junior drags around the first exit. My name's Rusty Gregory. Joining me in the box today will be Stephen Bush and Les Binkhorst. Great to have the dream team back together. Finally got to kick Matt Kavanagh out of the seat, and you know.
Yeah, we've subbed him for another Canberra.
I know. We've taken one ACT transplant and replaced him with another one. So we've got Les here, but Les is the OG of Sydney Dragway commentary team. He's been here since day dot back in 2004. He's been doing commentary for a long, long time. We are absolutely stoked to have him here today, that is for sure. I'm going to hand the reins back over to the capable Stephen Bush and Les Binkhorst for, I think it's Street Bike coming up next for their first round of qualifying. And the great news is if you are tuning in on YouTube live, the weather is absolutely perfect. We have got nothing to complain about, and we're going to push on and have a great day of racing.
Thank you very much, Rusty. And you are correct. We are getting underway with qualifying for Street Bike here. Their first qualifying run. Welcome back, Les.
Yep, thank you very much, Steve, and thank you to Rusty. Very kind words there. So, all true too, by the way.
Yes.
Which is,
he never lies.
No, that's right. He's just...
He might bend the truth occasionally, but
yeah, that's right. A bit pliable. Stefan Stavala from Wetherill Park in the Powerhouse Cycles Harley Davidson Night Rod Special or Sport. It's got SP here. 1250 cc's. Love these. Up against Phil Gardner from Googong. Just past me, the new development there, past Jerrabomber in New South Wales at the water at the Lake Googong. His family's the sponsor. Stefan Stavala out there with 0.202 reaction time. Charges on down runs and 10.21 at 129 and 11.85 with the one at 115 for Phil Gardner in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, certainly a quick motorcycle there for Stavala.
Yeah.
Always been a quick machine.
Yeah.
Looks like he's repainted it, and it's certainly appears to have been repainted. On the track now, Les, we've got Aaron Butterworth and David Doolan doing battle. Doolan in the Rocket Lane. Looks like he's just out in front at the moment, and he's going to take the win there. 14.61 with an 8.87 mile an hour. And Aaron Butterworth in the Aerofo Lane, 15.62 at 78 mile an hour. So it looks like only a fairly small field of street bikes here today, but I'm sure the racing will be pretty damn good, as it always is.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, Steve. Diane Stadelmeyer in the Rocket Lane, in the not Toyota Echo it's got here. Well, Danny Stadelmeyer.
It's not yellow either.
No, that's right.
What am I going to do?
Oh.
I don't get It's a white Commodore.
Yeah, that's right. She gets out with a 0.307 reaction time. Seems to be, scarpering away there. It's got the nose in front, away from entrant number T6, whose details aren't up on the screen yet. But Diane goes through for a 14.42 at 97 miles an hour and a 15.73 at 86.15 for the driver in the Aeroflow lane.
Next up in the Aeroflow lane, we've got David Gallagher taking on Matt Trenor. Trenor in the Holden Commodore, and Gallagher in the, is that a Rodeo? Just goes to show you can race anything in Street Fighter. And Trenor in the Commodore, 13.34 with a 104 mile an hour, and a 16.64 with a 1 at 80 mile an hour there for the for the Rodeo.
Rodeo.
It might be a D-Max, I'm not sure.
Yeah, something like, one of those.
Either way, that's not bad for...
No. Have you still got yours?
No. I crashed it a few years ago. My Ranger.
Yeah.
Yes, no, it's no longer with us.
Oh, wow, Danny Stadelmeyer now in the Rocket Lane. Toyota Echo, this is the correct vehicle. Up against Wayne Smith from Yarramundi in New South Wales in that nice red Commodore. It sounds like, through our headphones here, it sounds like Steve and I are commentating inside a hornet's nest.
Yeah, it does. It's got a growl to it, the Echo. We can still hear it down the bottom end. And Wayne Smith will run off for 13.61 with a 102 mile an hour. And Danny Saddlemeyer there at 14.99 with an 8.87 mile an hour.
Yeah, not too bad either. And that little yellow Echo has been a bit of a giant killer in this round of racing and also this series, and with him upsetting some of the bigger engine and faster and quicker cars in Street Fighter.
Well, the beauty of Street Fighter is, of course, you can run anything and it's dial your own, so it doesn't matter.
No.
And Danny is a pretty sharp racer. That car manually shifted. He generally cuts pretty good lights, and the car is pretty consistent, and it's pretty quick for what it is.
That's right.
You know, he gets out there and does what he needs to. On track now, we've got Alan Stevenson, Les, taking on Jake Matasevic. Matasevic in the Holden Gemini. Not quite sure what's in the Gemini, but it's certainly pretty quick. Getting down there for probably a 13 at 62 with a 9.97 mile an hour. And Alan Stevenson in the Ute there, a 14.41 with an 8.91 mile an hour.
Yeah, well, that little Gemini of Matasevic's there, very quick. It's at a 13.6. The cutoff for Super Street is 12.99, so that's getting sort of perilously close to that cutoff. But as long as he's out here having fun and enjoying it, that's we've got no gripes. Don Zammit now from Jordan Springs in the Holden VT Commodore gets away very nicely. A .107. Oh, it's good to hear the growl through the microphone here.
Through the track mics, yes.
Yes.
And a 13.16 with a 4.105 mile an hour for the wagon of Don Zammit. Looks like we're moving into Go Logistics Super Street, Les. And we've got Barry Willis in that Ford Mustang taking on Guy Greenland in the LSA-powered VX Commodore wagon. You can hear that supercharger whining in the Commodore.
Wow,
so much of a sleeper, this car.
Oh, yeah. So, I'll tell you what, that Mustang's got it. That'll run a high 10.
Yeah, there we go. 10.71 with a 0. 128 mile an hour for Greenland in the wagon. And Willis in the Mustang was a 10.86. 86,
with
yes.
a 6. Oh,
good,
yes. This
good
is
side-by-side race there.
Oh, it was. That guy Greenland, I could have sworn it was him up in Brisbane last weekend, up at Willowbank. But there was another guy too. We went to Lakeside. They had a 1/8 mile.
Yep.
No times, no speed, just they did have a Christmas tree. But boy, the racing was close.
Oh, nice leave there for Vanello. 0.85 on the tree. We just saw it just lift that front end off the ground, but he's out in front at the moment and should take the win here over Adam Bowers in the Aerofo lane. 10.22 with a 9, 1.29 for Bonello, and a 10.65 with a 6 at 1.25 there for Adam Bowers in the HQ.
Oh, what a great race that was too. A couple of seasoned campaigners there, and very sharp races on the tree as well. And these are the this is the kind of style of racing that I really like. Sedan cars, sedans, utes, station wagons, all those sorts of shapes. But the racing's very, very close. Over in the Rocket Lane, entrant number 3902, we don't have any details, but Craig Warren over there in the Aeroflow lane in the Sydney Scrap Steel Holden LJ Tirana hoiks that inside wheel off the ground, runs a 10.24 with an 8 at 129 and a 10.222 quicker at 123.62 for the little car in the Rocket Lane. Wow.
There was a Gemini. We don't see many Gemini coupes in racing anymore.
Oh, long
We
time.
don't see them on the road either. But I think that's Michael Walsh in the white Commodore. running for Rosso Performance and ANW Wheels. He's taking on Ben Matthews in the HD Holden.
Nice looking car it is too, Steve. Got the scrap yard. I wonder if they're the sponsors. Well, it's certainly not a Venetian blind.
No.
So Mike Walsh, he's been here for nearly as long as I
long
have.
as you.
Yeah. Good backup there, Steve. 006 for Mick Walsh.
Matthews way over towards the wall, and Mick Walsh has also pulled over to his corresponding wall. Hope there's nothing wrong with that car. Usually very consistent. 10.08 with a 5. 126 mile an hour there for Ben Matthews. We can see his tyre marks took a pretty quick turn towards the wall there in the rocket lane, but didn't seem to lift the power. Didn't hear him lift the power through the track marks. And Michael Walsh just cruising on down.
Now there's an experienced and a very attentive and intuitive racer. You could see as soon as he realised something was wrong, I saw the car swaying for lack of traction, and immediately over towards off the racing line. So it's very smart racing, and we pay special attention to those people because they save us a lot of time.
Well, I think that car of Walsh's is usually very consistent and could nearly drive itself down the racetrack.
Yes.
So as soon as it leaves, like it did there, where it was completely different to what Mick's used to, he knows there's something wrong. Perhaps he heard a bang and thought he'd broken an axle or something. I don't know.
Correct,
but he got down there and under his own power. And if there is something under you, if you've had a problem, pull over to the wall when it's safe to do so. Let one of the officials have a look, see if there's anything there, and if not, they'll wave you on through.
Yep.
And if you are leaking oil, we can stop you there and reduces our cleanup time.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about.
Wholeheartedly, it's
on track now, Les. We've got Henry Spikak in the Holden Commodore U, and he's taking on Chris Samet in the VT Commodore. So it looks like Spikak's out in front at the moment, and he'll take the win with a 10.12 with an 8 at 115 mile an hour.
That's it, and a 13.28 at 84 miles an hour for the competitor in the Rocket Lane. Now, Dave McGlynn, he's a very seasoned campaigner in Super Street. Andrew Heinrich from Dubbo in New South Wales. More Dubboians coming down.
We got Dubboians.
Holden v N Commodore with the 308, but Dave McGlynn, you have to get up early to beat this guy on the tree, folks. You have to get up early. An 0.56. Reaction time a 10.97 with a 2 at 123 and a 13.14 at 108.78 for Andrew Heinrich, a 0.324. Bit slow there on the reaction time. And it's all happening here at Sydney Dragway. Wow, we're right into this Super Street.
There's not much time in between, is there, Les? We've got to focus. We're looking through the smoke of Bruce Ritchie's Chev Bel Air there. 572 cubes of big block Chev. Just making sure the tyres are nice and warm. Leaves the line with a 1.38 reaction time. The car a little bit loose. You wouldn't think a car that heavy would spin the wheels like that, but Greg Robbins in that Ford Falcon in the other lane, he's just out in front at the moment. He'll run on through first for an 11.50 at 117 mile an hour in the XR Falcon, and an 11.86 with a 2 at 119 there for Ritchie in the Bel Air.
Yeah, big top end charge by Bruce Ritchie there, with hence the bigger miles per hour, but not so in the ET stakes.
Well, I think he was a little bit loose off the start line, and to get all that Chevy moving is a fair amount of mass that he has to get off the line.
Certainly is.
Tim Ritzrow in the VX Commodore taking on Richard Serace. Serace is very nice one-tonner. He'll get there first with a 12.88 at 111 mile an hour, and a 13.06 there for Ritzrow in the Commodore.
Oh, it's I don't know, something about the Ritzrow name. It's got a sort of like a twist to it. It'd have more of a twist if his name was Roger, but it's not.
We could call him Roger. He won't know.
No.
Nobody.
He'll be looking around in the pits. Where's this other Ritzrow? Joe Selby from Bourgle. in New South Wales in the Rocket Lane, Ford XY Falcon, running a Clevo 393, and Phil Armstrong from Bosley Park in New South Wales, the Keystone Acoustic Panelling Holden Commodore 355, also sponsored by St Mary's Engines, KAP Racing. Kerry and Phil there, running that organisation. It's getting right through the unusual to see Henry Spickak in that Holden ute, but
he hasn't raced the V-Dub for quite some time, Liz, so maybe that car extremely rare. I'm guessing he's probably decided to park it for a bit, or maybe he might be going through a rebuild. 11.15 with a 5 there for Armstrong in the blue Commodore, and 11.60 with a 9 at 1.15 for Selby in the Ford Falcon.
Yeah, a couple of hard charges. Now, here's a guy that I haven't seen for a long time, mainly on my part. Tex Griffiths, flying the Mopar flag from French's Forest. Texas Automotive, the Plymouth Satellite, running a 505 cubic inch wedge block. Hogged out 440, up against Anthony Gattalari. Now, there's another seasoned campaigner in the Holden HQ ute over there in the Aeroflow lane. Yeah, that big 505. Oh, Jack Gattalari. Hooked up. Problems galore. Not so for Tex.
There's an attention getter for you. Tex Griffiths at 10.55 with an 126 mile an hour there. And Anthony Gattalari had his hands full off the start line. Still managed a 12.009 at 1.13. Of course, we are in Go Logistics Super Street. They're round number 1 of qualifying.
Go Logistics. That's all right. Okay. Okay. Oh. Good. It's just, I'm just talking to myself here. Got to convince myself that I'm right yet again.
I thought I was wrong once, but I was mistaken.
Oh, it's the Battle of the Yellows. Richard Matasevic from Bridgelli in the XY ute over there in the Rocket Lane, up against Jim Raptis in the Holden Tirana, 6.2 litre.
And the big Falcon ute will take the win here. There's 10.85 with a 5 at 108 mile an hour. And Raptus in the Tirana at 11.50 at 116.
116 miles per hour. Peter Violaris from Oatlands in New South Wales in the Go Logistics. Neat little Ford XT Falcon. Wins at 363. Very sharp looking car. That's another great bracket too, is Super Street. There's a lot of Super Street cars in this bracket, and they're a great to watch as well, same as Super Sedan and all the other classes as well. Always action packed here at Sydney Dragway, but nonetheless we're looking at young Peter now.
His car manually shifted, likes to give the transmission a bit of a workout. See, he moved around a little bit on the start line as well, but sure. Didn't worry him. He kept the throttle open. 10.46 with an 130 mile an hour. Thank you very much.
That is a very quick car. I mean, back in the 70s, you weren't even born then.
No.
In the early 70s.
Come on.
Yeah, you weren't even born then. So that, like to get 10s, you were looking at modified dragsters and all sorts of things.
Yep. Now we've got off-the-shelf road cars that'll do that.
Yeah, virtually. Okay, now we're into modified bike. Bikereview.com.au, modified bike, no less. Great sponsors, as are all our sponsors here. And how long ago did they do all this nice grey painting?
That was all done with the remodel that we did when we did the track surface.
Oh, good.
So the facility looking absolutely splendid. Of course, recently just added all the new entrance gates and the car park as well. But, on track now, we've got Peter Strudwick and Christopher Costello. Good to see both those races back. Strudwick running through for a 9.83 with a 133 mile an hour, and a 12.56 with a 3 at 113 for Christopher Costello in the Rocket Lane there, Les.
Yes, Chris from Isabella Plains in ACT. I've divorced myself from being an Actarian,
right,
and now I'm a New South Wales Welshman. So
He's
that's-
finally seen the light.
Yes, I have, and I'm not going to claim that I was from Canberra, but was being the operative. As we see, Adrian Watson in the rocket lane up against Rob Simmons. Now, Rob Simmons, I think even if he stood the bike there and didn't ride it, he'd still win. 885 at 155 for him. Adrian Watson in the rocket line, and 11.16 with a 5 at 125 miles an hour. But Rob Simmons, did you see that whole shot?
That bike is very, very fast.
Very fast. Well, yeah, I have put on a bit of weights. They call me MG around the suburb Mudguts. So
That's not very nice.
no, well, it's probably true, but
What do you say? It's nice to be perfect, or what? What's
Yes,
your comeback?
yeah.
It must be nice to be perfect.
yeah, that's right. Well, two riders now. Ronnie Adams in the rocket lane and Dale Williams. Oh, we've got a close one on our hands here, young Steve.
Yes, we do. Williams coming back at him at the finish line. Didn't quite get there, though. And Ronnie Adams will take the win with a 9.99 with a 132 mile an hour through the finish line in the rocket lane. And Dale Williams, a 9.77 with a 1 there in the aeroflow lane.
Yeah, it looked a lot closer, but one of them red lit. It was over here in the rocket lane, so a big top-end charge, I'd say, by Ronnie over...
Dale Williams.
Yeah, Dale Williams in the aeroflow lane there. So now we've got Bobby Joe Simmons from Blythe Park. Not a bad rider either. Up against Santina Keith.
Keith running for AGV helmets and Sydney Custom spray painting. She's on the Royal Enfield GT. Bobby Joe Simmons through with a 9.70 with a 150 mile an hour in the aeroflow lane, and 11.67 with a 3 at 102 there for Santina Keith.
Yeah, it's from Burwood, New South Wales. Next pair, Christopher Hocking from South Windsor in the aeroflow lane on the Aprilia RS V4 998cc up against Albie Davison from Rutherford in New South Wales on the Suzuki SV 1000S 996. So 2cc separating these bikes. Wow.
Hocking with a definite performance advantage on the Aprilia. 9.41 with a 149 mile an hour, thank you very much. And Albie Davidson in the rocket lane, a 11.41 with a 4 at 116.
Well, I dare say this YouTube channel deal has made us more aware of what's going on the ground, and it requires a little bit of extra concentration because of the noise. But look, you've got two professionals working here. We've got Steve Bush. Oh, where did that other guy
you're
go?
talking about yourself and Rusty.
Ah, dear. You must have got up early too this morning, Steve.
Not as early as I would have liked. That's why I walked in 10 minutes before we started, as per usual. Okay, on the start line here we have, I'm not sure who it is in the aeroflow lane. I don't have the details, but in the rocket lane we've got Lorenzo Capogno running through for a 9.12 with a 6 at 142 mile an hour, and a 9.27 with an 8 at 142.49.
Look at that, 25.25 of 1 kilometre per hour difference. That's astonishing.
So you could say that's close.
Yeah, nearly a dead heat in those stakes. Robbie Wilkinson, got talking to Robbie Wilkinson, spoken to him for 5 years, I think we worked out. From Goulburn in New South Wales, always a tough competitor, regular as the sun comes up against Brant Gilliver from South Windsor. Mick Home Motorcycles and the Suzuki GSX 1000 in the aeroflow lane, 0.63 reaction time for him. Robbie Wilkinson there, a 0.69. But here he comes, big top-end charge for the red light. It doesn't matter. It's a 9.84 at 152 for him. And for Brian Gilliver, a 10.27 at 124.51 miles per hour. Wow.
Big field of bikereview.com.au modified bike going through their first round of qualifying. I think this will be the last pair of this class on the start line. Unfortunately, Dale Mead having to push the bike back. But the last bike in the rocket lane will be Joe Curry from South Hurstville on the KNS Autosports of Southport, Harley-Davidson Destroyer, running for VP Race Fuels of Jipping Norton and Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport.
Yes, Joe Curry, a very seasoned campaigner. Had some ups and downs. We got rid of the downs and came back bigger than Alaska. People say bigger than Texas. Oh, he gets out with an 0.89 reaction time, does JK from South Hurstville. Right in that Harley. He's getting a bit close to the centre line, but no, 9.400 at 116.43.
Sounded like he was off the throttle before the finish line there. It's one of the things having these track mics on. We can hear.
Yes.
Whether there's someone's not on the throttle, whether someone's playing off the throttle, all that sort of stuff. So although we've got to concentrate a little bit harder, we get a little bit more info for it.
Yeah, that's right, and it's good. Dean Neal was one of our illustrious, and still is, commentators that we worked with. Did you work with Dean?
Very little bit.
Yeah, because he wasn't here that long, really. No. But he used to have the radio absolutely cranked up on them, you know, in the background, and it was really hard to concentrate because we were sort of all learners back then. But now, bring it on.
Exactly right.
Alan, was it Shanuda?
I'd go with that, yep.
Yeah, okay, in the Ford Cortina over in the Aeroflow lane up against Nigel Hardis, with that little red Commodore from Narrabundah. I went to school, I wonder if it's Mick Hardis' son. I went to school with him, he was a plumber from Narrabundah in the ACT. Holden VL Calais, RB30. And in the little Cortina, a little Windsor 342.
Yes, I thought I heard the come off the throttle there.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, the little pigeon.
Yep. Yeah, so in beside we have Alan Schroeder in the 342 Windsor-powered Mark II Cortina.
Gee, that looks like Chris Costello's, awfully like Chris Costello's little Cortina. It had a little Windsor in it. But now, since he moved to the motorcycles, it's gone to somebody else. Nigel Hardis, VL Calais, RB30. This will be interesting. It's got the black and silver rego plates, unless it's a race one. Whoa, doesn't he get out of the hole? So does that Cortina.
Yeah, the Commodore left pretty hard, 132 to the 60.
Wow.
And shoots out right on the finish line, Les. 921 with the 3 at 148 mile an hour through the finish line. And the Cortina there, a 10.16 with the 3.
Now, at the start line down there, lining up, is the biggest contradiction that you'll see. Suzuki Mighty Boy with a small block Chevy 400. Now, this thing, regardless of its track and its wheelbase, short wheelbase, this car runs incredibly straight. Now, that's, I hope I haven't jinxed it. Yeah, touch wood, up against Ross Bealby. There he goes.
And the Mighty Boy built by Andrews Race Cars. And Bealby out in the corner, Cortina will take it 972 with a 137 mile an hour through the finish line, and a 9800 there for the Suzuki Mighty Boy.
Yeah, the Cowie car. He got a bit crossed up on the start there, but his opponent did have the advantage of a quicker reaction time and was able to maintain the lead without losing it. So a fine effort by that driver. Martin Stevenson now in the rocket lane up against Nathan Watt. Grant's performance over there in the Aeroflow lane. An 0.62 reaction time for Watt and an 0.87 for Stevenson, but I think Nathan will hold on to what he does. He runs a 10.86 with a 6 at 92.66. A lot of sixes there, and a 10.47 at 122.82.
Just quickly, Les, I know the drag racers out there will hate me for mentioning the electric car, but I saw a Tesla. Someone posted on Facebook they'd bought a Tesla and the number plate was what? W-A-T-T. Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
And another thing I learned too at the last street meeting they had at Willowbank was the runner-up was a Tesla.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's coming, Les. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
019 for Sean Marr on the tree in that HB Tirana. We've got Larry Etzel in the rocket lane, very close to the centre line. And a 929 with a 6 at 142 there for Sean Marr in the blue Tirana. At 1032 with a 6 at 128 there for Larry Etzel.
Yeah, Sean Marr there is just, you know, like another seasoned campaigner. I think he's been here since virtually day one as well. Seem to remember him being around a different coloured car, but not very too much. Now we have, Debbie, I forget her name.
Debbie Robb.
That's it, from Tamworth. Up again, good on you, mate. And also from Isabella Plains in the ACT, 61 Holden EK. It's not. Looks. Oh yes, it is. I thought it was a 56 or 7 Chev from the back. You'll probably like me saying that.
Whoa! Wow, that's a good bit of driving there from the Holden driver in the rocket lane there. I don't know how that didn't end up a lot more nasty than it was.
Yeah, for sure. Debbie Robb goes through a 925 with a 9, 143, and a very hairy 19.905 in the driver of that EK. Yeah, that was, I think he probably tried, he had 2 stabs at it, trying to get it to run straight, but in the end it did, but I think it was probably arrow straight before he bashed the loud pedal again for the 3rd time.
Well, I'm not sure of the driver who is in that Holden, so that's a new car to me, but...
yeah. Wow. Another attention getter.
Did well to only just tag the centre line once, I think, but...
yeah. And it was lucky that the driver over here on the in the rocket lane did have a good reaction time and was further down the track to avoid him coming across and actually collecting him. It wasn't by much though, it was probably half a car length in it.
No, there wasn't too much of a gap between them. As we can see, the Holden, the pair of tyre marks here left by the Holden, the car turned hard to the right, and there was several attempts to correct the car, and eventually the parachute came out. Yep. Which is the best thing to do if you've got enough speed to fill it. The good thing is it'll pull the car straight almost immediately.
Yes, well, it surely, well, if it didn't get his attention, it certainly got mine. But I guess one of the hazards, that, as you can see, is one of the hazards of drag racing, and but it happens in all classes.
All right, Les, we might throw to our big screen for a couple of words from our sponsors.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com, featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Here at Bespoke Financial Advisory, we specialise in
development finance,
home loans,
refinance, commercial loans,
insurance.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's. Insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers in heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
Attention Eastern Creek. Are your finances in check? It's important, now more than ever. Bespoke Financial Advisory is one of Australia's leading financial experts. You'll not only save money, but you'll have a solid foundation to launch into future opportunities. Bespoke can help you with a home loan, refinancing, car finance, equipment loans, commercial loans and development loans. Book a free consultation today at bespokefinancialadvisory.com.au.
Smash tyres with Burnout Masters, the world's wildest burnout game. Available at the App Store and Google Play. Burnout Masters, game on.
brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for your patience. And while we clean up the track, there was a bit of a hairy ride. I saw the car coming back up the return road. It was unscathed, so nothing was bent. Maybe the tyres were a bit groany from being severely distorted, but that was about it, and that's what we like to see. The driver maintained control, did all the right things, and avoided the accident. So we're just looking forward to getting back to racing, and now I'll just hand over, along with Steve Bush, will be Rusty Gregory.
Thank you very much, Les. Looks like these two races will be running down the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway in just a matter of moments. We've got Leo Georges in the little Ford Escort van. Very, very nicely presented car.
Hi, Bushy.
Good morning, Rusty.
What's going on?
You know, just here at Sydney Dragway, enjoying a little bit of qualifying for the first round of the New South Wales Championship Series.
Living the dream, that is for sure. Now, while we've got a little bit of quiet time, we might actually take the opportunity to talk about some of the events we've got coming up here at Sydney Dragway over the next little while. Tomorrow we have got the Aeroflow Race Reel, the Sunday sessions, which should be a good one. So basically, it's a street meet on a Sunday. That's why we call it the Sunday sessions. It's a pretty simple concept. We're simple kind of people in the commentary box. We've got to keep it simple.
Yep.
So that is tomorrow. So for all the races out there, you can enter now online. Jump on sydneydragway.com.au and go to the Buy Tickets tab on any of the event pages. And then looking a little bit further forward, we have also got Day of the Drags. March the 12th. It's going to be an absolute cracker. And right now we're going to announce that we are going to have two of the Aeroflow Nitro hot rods here. Psycho. Everyone loves Psycho. It is such a cool car. It's going to be here, one of the most historic cars in Australian drag racing, certainly one of the most popular cars in Australian drag racing, taking on Aggro, which I discovered yesterday has actually only ever had one public appearance, that car,
really?
at the World Fuel Alter Challenge in 2019.
Oh, wow.
So those two cars are going to be doing battle here, as well as a bunch of nostalgia-style racing. We don't like to call it a nostalgia event because it's not specifically by the book a nostalgia event, but it's kind of the overall gist. It's the feeling of the event, you know?
The theme, as you could
say. The theme, if
Yep.
you will. So Day of the Drags, I think this is about the 13th or 14th one that we've done, and it's always a fun day, Bushy. I love it. It's sort of right where we came from, where we started in drag racing and hot rod all those years ago.
Well, I think also that one of the appealing things for me is that it attracts races that don't always race. You know what I mean? Like
100%.
they might just have a car that they go, oh, you know, I'll take it out and go
100%. And then in a little bit after that, 23rd of March, we have got Hot Rod Night here at Sydney Dragway for Aeroflow Race for Real. So that ties into the Dragons Hot Rod Club Drag Safari, which will conclude here on that evening. They start here on the Sunday sessions the Sunday before.
Yep.
They then go to Tamworth, do an airfield race there. They then go out to Badanga, out of Wellington. Then they come back to Sydney Dragway for Wednesday night at Aeroflow Race for Real. So that's going to be a cool one. All hot rods, pre-48 cars get to come in and race for $45 if you pre-purchase a ticket online. And we're going to have some food trucks and a car show as well. It's going to be a cracker.
Sounds like that's going to be a good couple of days here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, also with all the events that yourself and the team have put together.
It's going to be a cracker. But right now we have got the New South Wales Championship Series on track, first round of qualifying, Super Sedan. And Leo Georges, one of my favourite cars, has been around forever, this car. I actually thought it only went back to the old Canberra Dragway days with Simon Bradbury driving it. It actually goes back to Surfers Paradise International Raceway.
Okay.
I saw some photos of it and went, there couldn't be too many chop top escort panel vans floating around, could there?
No.
He's taking on Billy Osling from Tamworth, the muffler man. Tamworth Chevy Camaro on a pretty good run here. He's going to log an 8.78 first up today. 9.22 for Leo Georges in the Flying Carrot, presented by Bradbury Panel and Restos, and of course Rocky Lamatena and Sons Carrots. I love the little tie in there. That car's been called the Flying Carrot for a long time, and it's great to see that the Lamatena family have come on board and recognised the efforts in having one of the world's fastest carrots.
Yeah, well, it's a promoter's dream, isn't it? Really,
100%.
You know?
100%. Dean Giddens taking on Harry Plessis now. Battle of the Blue Fords.
Yes, very much so. We've got the small XY Falcon and the proper XY Falcon.
Yeah, the mini XY and the big XY.
Good to see Plessis back at the racetrack. Of course, last time he was here, I'm pretty sure he and the Concrete had a minor meeting. A 914 with a 148 mile an hour there for Harry Plessis, and Dean Giddens in that Ford Cortina. Unfortunately, I've missed his time. Next pairing up, we've got Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore 383 powered machine, running for Zammit Brothers Racing. Taking on Pete Hamilton in the green station wagon, running for Penrite Oil and Perfection Automotive. 002 on the tree on the red side for Peter Hamilton. 012 on the green side there for Joe Zammit. Hamilton with the shoots out, 880 with a 150 mile an hour through the finish line, and 1101 with a 9, only 95 there for Zammit.
That's a seriously tough little wagon, isn't it? The grocery getter.
Certainly, you wouldn't expect it.
Next up, it is Dave Gruber in the Queanbeyan Engine Services Strip Rat 2, I think it is. This is Strip Rat 2, isn't it?
Yes.
Not Strip Rat 3.
Yep.
Strip Rat 1 was the HB Tirana, wasn't it?
Yep. Six-cylinder powered HB.
That was a fun little car. They raced it for a long, long time as well. But this is an absolutely immaculately presented car. He's taking on Victor Satlogiannis, who loves to hike the front end in this car. That was a fairly tame little launch from Victor this time around. Yep. The K&A Race Engines Pro Trans Automatics LH. Great side-by-side pass and a 935. Just pips a 947, I think it was, at the other end of the racetrack, 140 miles per hour. And looking at that, you know, this is all about consistency for these guys. For a lot of these races, it's the first time that they've actually hit the track for 2022. And if you take that back and even further, you know, 2021 and 2020 were both COVID-affected years. We only got, I think, maybe 2 events, maybe 3 events in. So the championships were not awarded in 2020 and 2021. So things are looking up now. Things are looking up. That's the main thing. We got Rex Webster up now in the Alston A40 Ute, 540 cubic inches of the General's finest underneath the bonnet. I have no idea how you fit 540 cubic inches underneath the hood of an Austin A40 Ute. I'm pretty sure his legs are going behind him, not in front of him.
Well, you put half of it in the cab that's very small to start with, and then you straddle it.
Yeah. You just give it a little cuddle, a little pat, you know. You can monitor the engine temperature with your toes.
That's it. Got it in one, Rusty. You've driven this car before, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. No. I'd love to say yes, but no. Across the line for 993, 1082 for the Ford Cortina down there. Don't have any details on the driver, unfortunately, but I'm sure that they're having a fantastic day nonetheless.
Graham Blackman.
Graham Blackman?
Yep.
Not Lou Palumbo?
No, the Cortina.
Oh, the Cortina was Graham Blackman.
Yes.
Sorry, my mistake. And Pat Friolo. So we got Lou Palumbo up next. See, we're simple people, commentators. You can't confuse us. You can't point to something on the screen and then we get very confused. Lou Palumbo, he's in the HX 1-tonner. That's the orange one. You've got Pat Friolo in the HQ 1-tonner. That's the blue one, or dark purple, depending on how colourblind you are. 002 on the tree for Pat Friolo. He's not going to complain about that. First up on a Saturday morning, that's for sure. 915, 144 miles an hour to a 1018 at 129 for Furiolo. That does conclude Super Sedan for their first round of qualifying. We're going to jump into Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified now.
Yes, and we're starting the round off, Rusty, with a pair of front engine dragsters. We've got Joe Zulu, as Rusty high-fives himself in the commentary box. We know he's a big fan of the front engine dragster.
Yep, so much so that I bought one as the most expensive paperweight in the world.
Yep.
I'd love to say it's going to be on track one day. I can't. Let's be honest, I can't make that kind of a promise.
You'll get there, Rusty.
Yeah, one day. I reckon my kids might drive it before I do, but anyway.
Yeah, but you're still getting there. That's all right.
One day or the other. I'll be out there on the start line with the walking frame, trying to make sure it doesn't stick to the start line. Craig Davies in the Rocket Industries lane, taking on Joe Zullo in the 6-cylinder 202 powered Dragster, which is not behaving itself in any way, shape or form down there today. Took a big jump over towards the centre line, still moving around as he goes through the finish line. 8:35 for CJ Davies with the small block powered car, taking on an 8:86 for Joe Zullo there, which is a pretty solid pass. That's probably right on the track record, I would suggest, for the B-modified Dragster. I'd have to have a look at that.
And I'll tell you what, that was a less than perfect pass in terms of it moving around and all that sort of thing. I don't know whether he would have got off the throttle, but still a very good pass there for Zulu. Next up, we've got Peter Brown in the rear-engine Dragster running for Timmy Hot Rod Supplies, BK Race Engines and Sims Integrated Solutions, taking on the bracket sponsor, Jenny Petrie.
That's right, Jenny Petrie, the boss, as she's known, the operations manager, running for Timmy Hot Rod Supplies and Wildfire. It's a good-looking car. It's been around for a long, long time, and the guys from Timmy really do turn out a fantastically presented car. And Jenny racing for Penrite Oil, St Mary's Engines and Craig's Automatics. Usually running pretty much bang around that 850 mark with this car, depending on how it feels on the day. This is one of those cars, when you watch it at the other end of the racetrack, it does have a tendency, being a short, tall Fiat Topolino, they move around a bunch at the other end of the racetrack. And when you watch it from the outside, sometimes you think, gee, that's getting just a little bit hairy.
It gets a little bit concerning at speed sometimes.
When you ask Jenny about it, she goes, oh no, I just let her do what she's got to do. She knows her way to the finish line, talking about the car in a third person.
Yes.
So the car certainly has got its own personality, without a shadow of a doubt. Peter Brown, though, he's a multi-time track champion here at Sydney Dragway, 540 cubic inch Chev between the frame rails. Has done a lot of racing over the last 20-odd years, that is for sure.
015 red on the tree for Pete Brown. He's out in front of Petrie at the moment, and he'll take the win. 7.62 with a 0, 178 mile an hour, and Jenny Petrie in the Fiat. Rusty picked it like a broken nose. 8.48 with a 3, 152.
You'd almost say I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Almost. Not quite. Let's not get carried away with ourselves.
Well, Dave's only young yet.
All right, next up it is Lee Hartle-Law in the BK Race Engines Ford Road. So beautifully turned out car, this one. And taking on Daniel Flack from Temora down there. The historic plane capital of the universe, I believe, is its official title.
They still got that jet boat track there?
I think they do, actually. Yeah, I think they do. It's actually a really cool little town down there. If you ever get a chance to go down, there's quite a lot to do.
Yeah.
You go to the plane museum that's down there. They've got like fighter planes and stuff. They've got the jet boats. It's a good little town, that one.
A lot of these little country towns are not quite what you expect until you get there, and then when you get there, it's like, wow. So Flack leaving the start line with a red light, 030, 037 green for Hartle-Law in the rocket lane, and nice close race at the bottom end of the racetrack. 8.08 with a 9, 166 there for Hartle-Law in that Roadster, and an 8.48 with the 3 there for Daniel Flack in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we've got Chris Manx in this very, very fast bantam-bodied Alford, running for BK Race Engines, Motorsport Connections, Speed Flow, and Advanced Product Design. I tell you what, Billy from BK, he must be super busy just building engines for modified races.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's a big chunk of what he does.
Yep.
Scorcher George over there in the Rocket Industries lane, and I call him Scorcher George because a lot of people know that George has had a big hand as one of the owners in the Cackle car, the Scorcher.
Okay, yes.
And we call him Scorcher George. No disrespect meant, because I can't pronounce his surname. And that's saying something, because I can pronounce a lot of surnames. He's taking on Chris Manx.
I was hoping you were going to have a shot at it.
Chris Manx over in the Aeroflow lane. I might have a shot at it later on. I'll go and see George and get him to spell it out for the simple commentator. Commentators. But this car is still a relatively new combination. It's actually a rebuilt version of the car that he used to race back in the many, many moons ago. So he's given it all a freshen up, and I think this is about the second or third race meeting back with the car. It's doing everything right. It's got the LS in it, 365 cubes. Chris Manx, big block, 540 cubes, naturally aspirated. Usually runs around about the high 680s, low 690s, depending on what the air's doing on the day. A lot of tyre shakes, not going to do it this time around. He gave it a pedal, but it didn't want to stick. That's surprising. 8.04 for George. That's a fantastic little run. And 11-second pass, a long way from representative for, Chris Manx. Next up, it is Ali Evans. Oh, sorry, I should say Ali Stewart in the Rocket Industries lane. Alligator, as she's known, in the Dragster now. Not the Dragster she was racing over the last couple of years. This is actually a different Dragster.
Yes.
But she came out at the recent test and tune at Sydney Dragway and managed to log a couple of personal bests. Okay, Dip down into the 740s with this car.
Wow.
Yeah.
She's had this car for a little while now, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has. Yep. About 12 months, give or take. And, yeah, it's doing everything right, doing everything that she wants it to. And as always, Jeff's Racing Engine's still involved, Cackling Pipes Photography, Madman Productions as well. Don't know if Madman's here today. I'm trying to see out there alongside the racetrack, doesn't look like it. Anyway, he's taking on Gary Durrington with the 202 Holden Power Plant in the car.
Yeah, Durrington's little front engine dragster, often not the fastest, but he's been getting some round wins of recent times, and I'm pretty sure we've seen him into the semis and whatnot in recent times. 0-1-2 on the tree for Alligator. She's way out in front at the moment, and she's going to take the stripe with a 747 with an 180 mile an hour. And Gary Durrington in the airflow lane there, Rusty, 10.06 with a 1 at 130 mile an hour out of that little 202 powered machine.
100%. Next up, it is Gareth Rogers in the Fiat Topolino. And this is not a car that a lot of people would have seen here at Sydney Dragway before. Got a massive amount of the shimmies up as he pulled the car to a stop after the burnout there. Now, this car is actually, he brought it over from New Zealand. Gareth is one of the full-time crew members on the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car team. Yep. And if you have a look down there, he's got an all-star backup crew. I can see Brandon Cosbell and Morris McMillan down there playing crew members for the day.
Bit of role reversal, eh?
Yeah, role reversal, exactly. The challenge with this car for them is that they can't just give it a little bit more fuel or blower. They've got to tune it using other methods. Rocco Romano in the Aeroflow lane.
There is a bonus that they don't have to do full engine rebuilds.
That's true.
Rounds.
They take it back to the pits.
I think they got the better end of the deal.
Yeah, take it back to the pits, put some fuel in it and have a sandwich and wait for the next round. Rocco Romano, the Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical rear engine dragster down there, 598 cubes. Again, this car usually running very low 7-second passes, around the mid to low 7s. Good light for Gareth Rogers, 019 on the tree in that little Fiat Topolino. 721 for Rocco Romano and an 886 for Rogers this time around, 146 miles an hour. 181, that's a solid speed out of Rocco Romano. I think he's got some horsepower at the other end.
And went dead straight as well, and shoots out very clean pass there for Rocco and the team.
Just a reminder for everybody who might be here at the venue, particularly for the races, if you happen to have a TV or an internet connection or a mobile phone that can access YouTube, which I think pretty much everyone does these days, jump on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. We are streaming live right now. So if you do want to see what's going on the racetrack while you're down there in the pits, that's not a bad way to do it.
It's a very good way to do it.
And I think there's about a 6-second delay, so you can't complain about that.
No, and you'll hear us twice.
You get to hear us twice. How lucky are you? Excuse me. Next up, Kelsey Walford in the Alta down there, the gas girl.
The advantage is, Rusty, if you didn't quite hear what we heard the first time, you'll get the instant replay.
That's very true. That is very true. Kelsey doing a great job in this car. Did I call her Kelsey Walford or Kelsey Walford Lay? She does have the double-barreled surname now. Was married to Josh, who's one of the drivers in the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car series. Kelsey on a pretty good run here. 115 to the 60. It's no slouch, this car. 881, 140 miles per hour. And I will have to double-check. I think modified being seated on reaction times this season once again. I know we've done it in the past, and I think it will be the case this time around. Now we're moving into Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman is a cracking class, basically for the quicker sedans. Yes. Are still running dial your own, so I think it's quicker than 899 is the overlap with Super Sedan.
A very well supported class of drag racing, introduced, I want to say 5 years ago or thereabouts. We see all sorts of different cars in this category, much like Super Sedan. They're just a little bit quicker. On track now, we've got David Whitmore in the Chevy Nova, powered by the supercharged small block Chevy for Grant's Performance. In the Rocket Lane, Paul Partridge in the Ford Mustang, running for BK Engines and Coding King, the SVO 604 cubed power plant in front of this Mustang.
Ooh. Nice little launch for Dave Whitmore in the Nova, the Hyper Nova as it's known. 812, 167, 794 for Pardo. 004 on the tree though. That's the thing that he's going to be looking at. Just having to take a little bit out of the box to make sure he gets that on the green side before he gets to eliminations. As we move on to the next pair now, Joe Sorbello in the Skyline with the LS2 in it, the supercharged LS2, I might add. And he's taking on Herakles Kazantzidis, also known as Herc.
So is Joe's car still the Pro Charger? Or
yes. Yep.
Thought I heard it spooling up there when he in the burnout.
It's not often you can actually hear it. He's been pulling it out at a lot of street meets, just doing a little bit of early track runs, and has got it back down around that high 8 second zone to mid to high 8 second zone again. So it is a Datsun Skyline. That's important to remember, not a Nissan. This is back before Nissan existed. It is Datsun. And Kazantzidis, 572 cubic inch Chev underneath the bonnet of that fantastic looking Holden Commodore, which has been running for a long, long time.
It's very pro-stockish, isn't it, of the,
it is.
Of the day?
It really is. Such a cool car, this one. Leaves the line nicely, 004 for Joe. He's just 3,000 short of a bond. And an 843 for Kazantzidis to a 911. So just going away a little bit at the other end there for Joe Sorbello.
Yeah, 148 mile an hour there for the Datsun. And Kazantzidis led that one all the way from the start line. Next up, we've got another Mark II Cortina. That's 3 that I've counted here this morning so far.
That's at least 50% of the population of Sydney, isn't it?
Oh, I think there's a few more than that.
You think there's a few more?
Yeah.
They're probably the toughest ones in Sydney, though.
Yeah, I agree with that. I won't dispute you there.
Steve Fowler in the Pontiac GXP. Haven't seen Steve out for a long, long time. Big cube, naturally aspirated top sportsman car, this one. When we say big cube, we mean it. 762 cubic inch Chev underneath the hood of this one. So it's nearly 4 red motors in this car.
Yes.
It's huge capacity. Usually runs pretty deep into the 6 second zone, but I haven't seen them run this car for a long time. So I don't know whether the plan is going to be to just lick the stamp and send it, or whether they're going to just try and feel it out a little bit, maybe do a half track run and see what it wants to do.
I reckon we'll find out in about 30 seconds, Rusty.
If you do want to let us know where you're watching from on the Sydney Dragway YouTube channel, we are keeping an eye on the comments as well. So let us know where you're watching from. We'll give you a bit of a shout out. Let us know if you're enjoying it as well. Make sure you do give us a follow and a like and a share. Let other people know that we've got this on today, because it's going to be a cracker of an event, that's for sure. Steve Fowler gets out nicely with an 025, no rust on him. And the answer is full track pass. 6 seconds, 200 mile an hour off the trailer. 693 at 200 on the dot.
Licking that stamp, Rusty.
Yep, that was a definite lick the stamp and send it runs. 833 for John O'Roylance, 160 miles per hour for the little Cortina. That's a solid pass for him as well.
Yep. Good 60 foot there for the Fowler team, just over 1 second. So I think we have seen that car sub 1 second, but I think it was 1015. So a very good launch from the team, and nice reaction time as well, as you say.
100%. Now we've got Stephen Willies now. Ford Torino, you don't see a lot of these, but he's had a pretty decent bump in cubes since the last time I saw this car. 632 cubic inch Ford underneath the bonnet. Maybe he's just got 2 351s, I don't know. But it's 632 cubic inch Ford underneath the hood, and John Heisman's the XY Ute over in the aeroflow lane, staged up a little bit crooked down there. Looking at some of the comments on the YouTube channel, we've got Connor Webb watching from Brisbane. Barn watching from Niles, Ohio in the United States. I don't even know what time it'd be there, but it's probably cold. 8:22, 165 miles per hour for Stephen Willies, and unfortunately for John Heisman's. That's 6:10 last night. Yeah. So to Barn, high from the future. You might get that joke, I don't know. John Heisman's 24-second pass just coast across the line, not what he would have wanted there for his first qualifier, but the great news is still got another 2 to go.
Yep.
So
he'll have a little bit of an opportunity to iron the bugs out, as they say.
Sorry, mate, I was going to say Connor Webb's about to go to Willowbank, so that's good. But we got all the action going on here on the Sydney Dragway YouTube channel, that's for sure. Thomas Leake taking on Tony Heisman's.
Yes, Heisman's also from Spring Hill and running for Auto 1 at Orange, Western Battery Company and Orange Auto Electrics. Very nicely presented car, as is that of the Pontiac Grand Am of Thomas Leake. Leake running for Bradbury Smash and Peg's Auto Trim.
So I know why Barnes not out mowing the lawn at the moment. Our friend from Ohio in the United States. It's 20 degrees Fahrenheit there at the moment, which is -6 degrees in Australian language. 6.66 degrees sub-zero. So that's why he's not outside doing anything. If it makes you feel any better, Barnes, I'll tell you what the temperature here is. Just roughly speaking, it's about a lovely 75 degrees here. We're all walking around in shorts and a t-shirt. It's just quite nice. Hope you don't get too jealous. Someone else watching from Port Stephens, Stephen Dangelmeyer. Great to see you, mate. We want to see you back at the racetrack. Thanks for the feedback. Frank Olivieri, now from Macquarie Fields down in in the southwest of New South Wales, I should say. The GTS Tirana, that was a hell of a burnout that he just laid down just quietly.
Olivieri certainly not scared to burn the back tyres off the back of his Tirana. Always a fan of the big burnout. Of course, 585 cubes of big block Chev on board for him, running for High Tech Oils, multi-spares, truck and bus parts. In beside, we've got Joe Gadleri in the VL Commodore. 555 cubic inches of Chevy on board for him, running for the Mob Detailing and Motor Oil Store. Should be a good pass from both competitors here. I'd imagine it'd be fairly similar in performance based on some of the specs of the cars, but let's just see what happens at the bottom end of the racetrack. Gadleri away with an 0.46 on the tree, but here comes that Tirana. They were neck and neck at half track, and the Tirana in front of 1,000 shootout just a little bit early. 8.1.2 with a 4 at 168 mile an hour for Olivieri, and an 8.53 with a 9 at 159 there for Gadleri in the Rocket Lane.
Absolutely. Next up, it is Josh Boscovich, the Bosco Mobile Mechanical XA Falcon Coupe, and he'll be taking on Jeffrey Sargent. I don't like to use the term sleeper when you're looking at a car with a parachute and a rear wing and a hood scoop, but it's a very understated car, this Camaro. So. Very, very nicely presented. I love it. I think it's a fantastic looking thing. But I love the fact it's still got full door trims in it. It's still got all the door cards. It's got
Pro Street.
It really is a Pro Street style of a car, this one. Absolutely fantastic looking thing. Now, looking at some of the other comments, we're getting some really good interaction going in here. One of our old compatriots in Junior Dragster days, Shane DeMoon, says hello on the
hello, Shane.
On the live feed. Bobby Graham watching from Louisiana, USA. Fantastic. And another comment from the Calais kids. They're rebuilding the old Barnstormer Mercedes from back in the early 90s, I think it was. I remember that car. So, Jeffrey Sargent, 093 on the tree, getting a little bit untidy out near half-track, just moving around ever so slightly. Flash of flame at the finish line, but that could just be the nitrous. 8007, 169 miles per hour. Josh Boscovich, I should say, goes 924 at 143.
A good field of top sportsmen here today.
Yeah, and Anthony Bull's actually coming out in his BA Falcon, the new car with the small, well, it's a big cube Clevo or a small cube supercharged engine, whichever way you want to look at it. For only 412 cubic inch Cleveland in it. but it's big for a Clevo.
Yes.
Matt Clark, on the other hand, he's lining up in the VL Calais. Now, Anthony Bull was actually entered in Boosted Outlaws today, but didn't get enough entries to run the bracket. So rather than withdraw and pack the car up, I mean, if you've entered, the car's ready to go.
Yes.
So you may as well race.
Exactly.
So he's running in Top Sportsman today. So good luck to him.
Test his skill out, and also the crew. He'll have to get through quite a number of rounds of racing here today. But I'm sure that crew more than capable.
Great looking car, this one.
Yes.
Very good style of a thing, isn't it? Anthony, well known for his I think it was an XF, wasn't it?
Yep.
XF Falcon that he ran for a lot of years with a very similar engine combination. And that car was running really consistent low 7-second runs, maybe even dipped into the high 6s every now and then.
Certainly into the low 7s.
Let's just
I
say
think the car is still for... Yeah, we could say that.
Let's just say he did.
We could say that. Wouldn't be the first wrong thing we've said today. Or that we might bend the truth in other areas a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yes.
But I believe the
I'm
old...
6'5" and have a six-pack.
Okay. And Rusty's Tinder profile can be found at?
No, for my wife's eyes only. Thank you very much. You know, I've earned this six-pack. Anthony Bull, 137 on the tree, 110 to half track. He might actually top qualify here. Or not quite. 748, 183 miles per hour. And an 868. Problems in the braking area for Matt Clark. Gets over into the wall. Not sure what happened. It looked like the car locked up right at the finish line there. And he almost saved it. He had the chutes out and it was trying to pull the car straight. And it looked like it just tagged the wall in the Rocket Industries lane. Fortunately, Anthony Bull was well down track from where all the action was going on. But for Matt Clark, I think he might have just tagged the wall down there at about... What do you reckon, about 200 metres past the finish line, give or take?
I'd say thereabouts, yep.
So the fire crews are rolling, obviously. We want to make sure that Matt is A-OK, and we don't like to assume anything. We do like to wait and see from the fire crew before anything happens. But that's a strange one there. I'm not sure whether something locked up as the car went across the finish line or whether the chute came out and maybe dragged the back of the car around, because occasionally that does happen from time to time.
Yeah.
But it certainly didn't go south until after he crossed the finish line, Bushy.
No, exactly right. He was well into the braking area when the car moved around. But I think there's always that element of unknown when the parachute comes out, isn't there? Just
yeah.
As the suspension and everything else unloads and you know, you're on the brakes. Yeah.
Unfortunately. So what we might do is just take a quick word from a couple of our fantastic partners here at Sydney Dragway. Just while we're getting this sorted out and while we wait for word from the top end of the racetrack. Never like to see anybody go into the concrete, but fortunately Matt did a great job of driving it and almost kept it off the concrete down there. So let's hope that the damage is not too bad. We'll be back very, very shortly with the news.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps. Copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Here at Bespoke Financial Advisory, we specialise in
Development finance,
home loans,
refinance, commercial loans,
insurance.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop,
Timic can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timic also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au. Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers and heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
Welcome back to Sydney Dragway, and as you can see on the big screen, the damage to the car of Matt Clark's does look, I want to use the word loosely, but fairly minimal. I mean, they're able to tow the car off and it's rolling under its own power, which usually when you get the concrete in drag racing, that's not usually the outcome. So that's fantastic news for Matt Clark and that team. Hopefully it is only superficial cosmetic damage, and we will see them back at Sydney Dragway in the very near future. Who knows? We may see them back later on today. I don't want to preempt anything, but the fact that it's rolling says to me that it wouldn't be outside the realms of possibility that they could potentially be back, Steve.
Yeah, well, I think will depend on if a wheel is bent or anything like that. But as you say, looking at the footage, it's the car doesn't look too bad. So in any case, if it doesn't come back today, hopefully the repair bill is minimal. But I think
fingers crossed. Fingers
I think
crossed.
with that sort of thing too, is it's a bit of a confidence thing to get back in the car as well.
Oh, you want to get back in as soon as you can. Absolutely, it's like getting back on the horse or the bike or the unicycle, whichever one it is that you want to. Whatever metaphor you want to run with. That's for sure. Now let's talk about some of the events we've got coming up here at Sydney Dragway over the next little while. Tomorrow we do have the Aeroflow Racer Reel, the Sunday sessions here at Sydney Dragway, and shaping up to be a pretty good one. Weather's looking pretty solid, and we're hoping it's going to be a cracker of an event. We've also got, obviously here today, the New South Wales Championship Series. Round 2 of the New South Wales Championship Series is open already and is ready to go. I think sale entries will be going on sale on that one. If they're not today, it'll be on Monday. So for round 2 of the New South Wales Championship Series. Looking a little bit further forward, we do have Day of the Drags coming up on the 12th of March, featuring 2 of the Aeroflow Nitro hot rods, and that is Psycho and Aggro, 2 of the baddest cars in Australian drag racing. I love both of them. Anything on nitro is just mean, nasty and cool. And when you've got a short wheelbase, you're sitting out there with the helmet blowing in the breeze and, you know, a big fire-breathing engine out in front of you. You can't complain about that, Bushy.
Very much so, Rusty. And I think what makes these cars even more exciting is there's very little aero on them in terms of downforce, other than the wing on the front and the wing on top of the roll cage.
Yep.
The drivers that get in these things and steer them, often, I won't say lock to lock, but certainly more than you'd want to be steering them, and keep the throttle wide open, just shows that their skill level is certainly up there.
Yeah, it's not unusual that you see those cars go left, right. Sometimes they even go over the centre line, that's for sure.
Yes.
But Day of the Drags, March 12th, that's going to be a big one. And, of course, you've got a lot of hot rods, front-engine dragsters, altereds, gases. We've got vintage gas open as well. The gases always put on a great show. And we always have pretty solid show and shine with that one as well. So we're planning on getting some trophies done up for that as well. So it's going to be a cracker. Looking forward to Day of the Drags. And speaking of your more nostalgia sort of stuff, we've also got Hot Rod Night coming up at Sydney Dragway on the 23rd of March. Now, this is a Wednesday night. It is Aeroflow Race Surreal Hot Rod Night. So every month we do a theme night. We just had Diesel Night.
Yep.
If you follow us on social media, you may have seen that. Absolutely massive night. One of the biggest nights we've had for a long, long time. The Diesel guys just come out they come out in full force and support, and they treat it really like a park-up meet.
Yes.
Some of them come up and watch the racing, some of them race, but a lot of them just hang around down in the pits just talking four-wheel drives. So it's a very, very cool thing. Diesel Night, always successful, but next month is Hot Rod Night. It's the first Hot Rod Night that we've done, so we want to make it big. So anybody out there that's got a pre-48 car, if you want to come along and race, $45. We are going to have some food trucks down there in the pit area and do a little bit of a park-up show as well, just trying to make a bit of an atmosphere around it. So
sounds good.
It's going to be an absolute cracker, and of course it ties into Drag Safari, the final night of Drag Safari for 2022, the event that Dragon's Hot Rod Club puts on as well.
Which that in itself was a fantastic event last year.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing.
Well
they kick off here on the Aeroflow Race Reel, the Sunday sessions. So the Sunday before, which is the 20th of March, they then go. It's either, I'm not sure what order they do it in, but they go to Tamworth and do the airstrip drags up there. They then go out to Badangra and race out at Badangra on the next day, and then they come back here for the Wednesday. So the kicker is you can't tow your race car. There's no trailer queens here. You got to drive the thing. So that's it's a very, very cool concept. Looking forward to that. So a bit similar to Drag Week, but certainly with hot rods. So we've got plenty coming up here at Sydney Dragway over the next little while. Of course, we do have the Nitro Champs coming up in the not too distant future as well. In May, we'll have some exciting announcements around that over the next couple of weeks, hopefully, and we'll be able to announce some things. We will also, hopefully, this week be announcing a new naming rights partner for the New South Wales Championship Series. So that's really exciting. We've pretty much the deal is done, but I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. But for all the racers out there wondering why we don't have New South Wales Championship Series stickers, that's because we're about to announce a new partner. So it only just came together late in the week, and we're looking forward to announcing that one, in addition to all of the other partners, the fantastic partners that we've got associated with this this fantastic series. Of course, bikereview.com.au with Modified Bike, Go Logistics with Super Sedan, Timmy Hot Rod Supplies with Modified Eliminator, and of course the Western Weekender with Junior Dragster. I do want to say as well a big hello to the guys from Bespoke Financial Advisory who came on board in a big way here at Sydney Dragway over the very recent past, and I believe that Alan and his team are here today. So a big hello to you guys. Hope you're enjoying the day, and I hope you come down and check out your new signage because it looks absolutely fantastic, guys. We shouldn't be too far away from jumping back into it, and I think it's going to be Junior Dragster out on track now for their second round of qualifying. So we've done a full lap already, Steve.
Yes, it appears that we've done the one lap around, as you say. And I tell you what, I don't know how much of the commentary you heard from Junior Dragster from the first round, Rusty, but it's already looking pretty tight at the top of the qualifying list.
They've had their red cordial.
Yep.
They've had their Nutrigrain or their Wheat Bix, depending on. So this is the thing. Everyone talks about tuning up the cars. You've got to tune up the drivers in Junior Dragster. If you need them to be a little bit heavy because you've got to slow the car down, you feed them a couple of hamburgers at lunchtime. If you need them to really get up on the tree, you give them some red cordial and some jelly babies.
Yep.
You know, it's about tuning the driver in and getting them really in tune with things.
Yeah, I don't know how many of them drink coffee just yet, but
no, you can't give coffee to an 8-year-old. That's we've got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, lots of red cordial, go
yeah,
for your life.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the red cordial has a similar effect.
Yeah, just pour the sugar straight down their throat.
Yep.
That's fine. Just don't give coffee. That's bad. Max Perry in the Rocket Industries lane, the Top Form Concrete Junior Dragster, a great looking car out of Narrabeen. And Claire Little from the central west of New South Wales out there in forms, sponsored by Mum and Dad. Well, at least she's grateful. She put it down on her entry form.
Very much so, and they're a fantastic family. I didn't see Mick out in Super Sedan today.
No, I believe not running the full New South Wales Championship Series this year. The Little family, at least not with the Tirana. So I believe they will still be doing some racing throughout the year, just not necessarily every single round. A 126 on the tree for Max Perry is not really where he's used to being on the tree. 054 red for Claire Little, 815 to an 817. Thing to remember with the juniors as well, it's very, very difficult to be consistent in these cars because they are, first of all, single cylinder, based around a Briggs & Stratton. There's not a lot of Briggs & Stratton left in them, but single cylinder. So if you get massive changes in the weather conditions, in the air, in the ambient temperature, in the adjusted air density, it can make huge impacts on the way that the cars perform. But in addition to that, there's no trans brakes, there's no line locks, there's no anything like that. As we see the car of Matt Clark coming back along the return road, I'll tell you what, he only barely glanced the wall in that one, didn't he? Just took a little sliver of paint off the right-hand side of the car. A lot of that comes back to the way that he actually drove that car. He only just got it. So anyway, but going back to the juniors, very difficult for these kids to be consistent on the start line because you've got to be able to stage the car consistently. You're leaving off the foot brake. You're actually driving with 2 feet as well. You've got your left foot on the brake, right foot on the throttle. No driver aids in this class whatsoever. It is literally all down to driver skill and driver ability. So, yeah, 801 to an 812 there. Harry Ryko goes through with a 002 red on the tree as well. Very, very close to perfect. Tegan Smith, 085 on the tree and an 801 at the other end. Next up, it is Charlie Boscovich, I should say, in the Rocket Industries lane.
I think this is a new car for Charlie.
I don't know if it's a new car or whether it's a new look, but it is, I believe, his last year of junior racing.
Ah, okay.
So entering his final season in the 2022 championship year. And Zach Ruffalo racing for Sydney Waterscapes over there in the Aeroflow lane. Really nice family, this team. I happened to be at the Speedway a couple of years ago. I was just sitting in the grandstand. And this guy comes over and says, "You're the commentator from the Drags, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah." And then it ended up being Zach Ruffalo and his dad, so taking in some other motorsport. Had a really good chat to them. Didn't know him from a bar of soap, but now we're old mates. So 016 on the tree for Charlie Boscovich. And he will go across the line for a 913, 814 for Zach Ruffalo.
Yeah, nice pass there from both those teams. Up next, we're going to have Ryan Pettiford in the Rocket Lane. He's going to be taking on Alex Rottenberry. Rottenberry running for Hunter Race Engines, and he's qualified 10th so far this morning with a 874. Ryan Pettiford, he's in 9th with a 838. It's quite a big performance difference between 9 and 10. Pettiford running for Arnox Enterprises, Fine Line Motorsports, and the Bank of Mum.
The Bank of Mum.
I need to ask the Bank of Mum if we should be going to a fixed rate or whether it should be staying variable.
I think we should be very happy with the interest rates that we get from the Bank of Mum.
Yep.
They don't generally chase up repayments too hard either, just quietly. So, yeah, I think definitely a good move, thanking the major sponsor there. Alex Rottenberry going in deep here, which is not what you want to do in a junior because it does tend to shorten up the racetrack a little bit. Can give you a great reaction time, though, if you're going for the glory. They let it sit on the line there because he didn't want a red light. 022 on the tree for Ryan Pettiford. Alex Rottenbury, 3.54 is not where he wants to be. But across the line, 8.36 to an 8.78 for Rottenbury. Pettiford goes 8.36. And he will stay somewhere around the number 8 qualifying position, I would think, with that. Next up, it is Jeffrey McNiff in the Rocket Industries lane. And he will be taking on Tom Baker. That's not a name that I've seen before in Junior Dragster.
Tom Baker?
Yeah.
I think I've called it a couple of meetings, but certainly a newcomer to Junior Dragster, and I think McNiff's car is not his normal ride. I think this is a new car for him too.
Okay, cool.
If memory serves me correctly, McNiff's car that he was running before was an early generation car, had the wide axle and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
This car definitely a lot more streamlined with the single strut wing on the back, and
yep.
Looking very good in the all black paintwork.
100%, and you know, great to see. What would he'd be a third generation racer
yes.
now, wouldn't he, Jeffrey?
Yep.
Jeffrey McNiff. It's getting hard to keep up with it because there's a couple of fourth generation racers floating around now as well. It's getting very, very, very difficult to keep up with. I think once you get to fourth, I think you just say the family's entrenched in drag racing. I don't think you can say that they're a fourth generation racer. 8.03 to an 8.73 there. Next up, it is young Liam O'Neill in his first ever event in Junior Dragster, first ever competition event in the Little Bandit Junior Dragster. Great young kid he is, Liam, very polite, turned 8 very recently, and first thing he did was pretty much go out and get a Junior Dragster. He's wanted one for a long, long time. He's taking on Archie Boscovich over in the Aeroflow lane in the Don Garlett's Tribute car. Super shops on the side. All he needs is the rad under glass with the canopy. And it just completes the whole picture. But this will be a good one for young Liam, because I'm not actually sure if he's done a side-by-side race yet with another car.
I think the first round of qualifying he had someone.
Sorry, take it back.
That's right.
First round of qualifying he would have. Great looking little car. This one skips fire service on board, EA Traffic Solutions as well.
And what's it called? The Little Bandit?
Little Bandit. It's got the same graphic as Josh Lay's funny car on the side of it.
And O'Neill run through for 12.08 with a 5.52 mile an hour through the finish line, and a 12.63 with a 2 at 49 mile an hour there for Archie Boscovich. Next up, we've got Alex Rafalo taking on Joshua Burtonshaw. Rafalo in the Aeroflow lane, running for Sydney Waterscapes. He's our 13th qualifier at the moment. And Joshua Burtonshaw in the Rocket lane, running for D&J Haulage, Scorpion Racewear, and MacArthur Signs and Graphics. He's our number 4. As Rusty ducks and covers from the camera sniper.
I know. It's really creepy when someone sends you a photo of yourself commentating from behind, and then you turn around and they're standing in the doorway. It's just a little bit creepy. Anyway, what did I miss?
We're just talking about Joshua Burtonshaw going 8.008, 79 mile an hour. I think that's going to give him the number 1 spot in Western Weekend at Junior Dragster.
Hope everyone's enjoying the live stream from wherever you may be watching. We know we've got people from all across the world watching today. We've got quite a few from in New Zealand, quite a few watching from over in the United States as well, where I think they might have just finished their first day of qualifying for the Winter Nationals. So hope everything went well over there. It'll be going close to that anyway. So should be a cracking day of racing. We've got racing going on in Queensland. Overseas, we've got racing all across the country. So it's, yeah, drag racing is alive and well.
Yeah, very much so. It's a pretty hectic time for a lot of the teams. They're coming back into normality. The track's putting on events left, right and centre.
It's actually really nice to be getting back to what feels like normal once again, that's for sure. Touch wood, because I don't want to be the one that's blamed for jinxing it, but it does feel like it's coming back to normal.
Because you have a very good knack at doing that.
I do, and that would be the ultimate commentator's curse, wouldn't it? That would be the one where you get people chasing it with pitchforks and flaming torches and all that sort of stuff.
You would actually be cowering if someone saw you at the speedway.
Yep. And my name's Matt Kavanagh, if anyone wants to know. 806 this time, 75 miles per hour for Jake McNamara. So we are going to just clear off the tyre bundle at the top end of the racetrack. We might take a couple of words from our fantastic partners here at Sydney Dragway and the New South Wales Championship Series. We'll be back very, very shortly with the second round of qualifying for, looks like street bike. So we'll be back shortly, guys.
Attention Eastern Creek. Are your finances in check? It's important, now more than ever. Bespoke Financial Advisory is one of Australia's leading financial experts. You'll not only save money, but you'll have a solid foundation to launch into future opportunities. Bespoke can help you with a home loan, refinancing, car finance, equipment loans, commercial loans and development loans. Book a free consultation today at bespokefinancialadvisory.com.au.
Smash tyres with Burnout Masters, the world's wildest burnout game. Available at the App Store and Google Play. Burnout Masters, game on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back into the second round of qualifying for street bike here at the New South Wales Championship Series at Sydney Dragway. Joining me in commentary is Les Binkhurst. Rusty's taking a well-earned break.
Yeah.
And we've got Stefan Stafala and Phil Gardner doing battle this time around.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right.
Stafala on the Powerhouse Cycles Harley Davidson Night Rod. He's our #1 qualifier. Ran through for a 10.21, 129 mile an hour. This bike, very, very quick. Stefan, a very sharp racer and has been running this machine for quite some time. Phil Gardner from Gugong on the Yamaha XSR 900. The triple 3-cylinder power plant on board. The Harley of Stafala well out in front, Les.
Yeah, well, this is the pairing and in the same lanes as the first round of qualifying for these bikes. Look at that.
Wow, Stafala's dropped the 10th of his qualifying, went 10-1-4 with a 4 and 11-1-5 with a 7 there for Gardner. So he improved also.
Yeah, it was two pretty tough races. Now, we see, I was going to say when we were reflecting on how long we've been talking about certain families and stuff. Well, here's a case in point. This is one of the triple, quadruple races that have come from families where we've got Danielle McCaskill. I'm not quite sure if it was Danielle that was in there. It was another McCaskill, but Lockie McCaskill, he was certainly in there. But Danielle McCaskill gets out with a .173 reaction time over there in the Aeroflow lane, ahead of Lachlan, and they're both from Sylvania, but it looks like Danielle get there first. A 14.36 at 97.86 mile an hour, and Lockie McCaskill a 15.61 at 87.02.
Okay, so that answers my question about McCaskill being too old for junior dragster.
Yes.
We didn't have him before because his number wasn't entered under Street Fighter.
Oh,
so he
what
was just down as T6 or something.
Oh,
I think it was.
yeah,
So
right.
there we go. That answers my question.
Yeah,
and I
good.
know that one of the McCaskill girls ran a rear engine dragster at the round one of the Top Fuel Championship Series we had here a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, so not sure which one it is, I'm sorry. But yeah, she got to the semis. I think she did pretty well.
Okay, it's Don Zammit in the rocket lane out there with an 0.22 reaction up against Alan Stevenson. Pretty good reaction time as well. But it looks like Zammit will get their first runs, a 13.10 at 108 and a 14.18 at 91 for Alan Stevenson in the Aeroflow lane. Yeah, I can't remember her name. It'll come to me in a minute, but it definitely wasn't Danielle McCaskill. Yeah, and then you're talking about the same thing as the kids from the North Shore, Perry's. They're Perry family.
Yeah, one of those guys racing here today. So
yeah.
Wayne Smith in the HSV Club Sport. Neck and neck with the Gemini, 13 to 50, 6 with the 9, 102 mile an hour, up against Nicholas Bennett in the Gemini there.
Yeah, over in the rocket lane all the way. Gee, it's a long time since we've had someone from Mudgee racing. So
Very pretty part of the world, though.
It is. Gee, I was there last year, and I was surprised. It's very pretty. Glenn Garlick from Illawonga, New South Wales in the Holden Commodore LS1 5.7 in Rocket Lane up against Danny Stadelmeyer in the unmistakable little Toyota Echo. Garlick gets their first 13.24 at 105. I nearly called him Sean. And 14.76. So he's gone down from 14.99 as the little Toyota Danny Stadelmeyer. So 13. Oh, that's that Brett O'Connor.
Yeah,
Brett O'Connor, is that the guy with the big Camaro?
Yeah, Chevy Camaro.
Yeah.
Obviously, he likes black cars, but a 001 red light there for
001
for the Colorado.
Yeah.
Running for FKF Mechanical Repairs. He's usually used to driving a low, what's he run? I think high sevens in that Camaro.
Yeah.
Top Sportsman.
Yeah. Yeah, be high sevens, yeah.
Looks like we're moving into Go Logistics Super Street again, Les, for their second round of qualifying. And we've got Barry Willis in the Ford Mustang taking on Ben Matthews. Matthews we saw in the HT Holden in his first round of qualifying have a good look at the wall and then move over back into the middle of the of his lane.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, Willis away with a 001 reaction time. I was going to say that was red for sure, but it stayed green. And looks like the Holden's going to come on around him at the bottom end. He's in front of the 1,000 and a 10.34 with a 9, 123 mile an hour for Matthews in the HD. And Barry Willis there an 11.02 with a 9, 123. So he's slowed a little bit there in the Mustang. Ran 10.88 in his first round of qualifying.
Yeah, that was a really stout performance in his original one. Andrew Heinrich from Dubbo in the Holden VN Commodore ran a best of 13.149 on his previous qualifier. And Craig Warren, he's our number 3 qualifier thus far in the little Holden LJ Tirana running a Chevy 400. He'll get there first. Runs down at a 10.221 at 130.68 and a 12.63 at 110 for Andrew Heinrich over there in the rocket lane. So that probably won't move up too far.
Next up, we've got Guy Greenland in the VX Commodore wagon taking on Nail Mitchell.
Yeah, it's one of those Irish names that you don't know whether it's Niall or Niall or Niall. Oh, that little Gemini got out of there. Chevy 384, here comes Guy Greenland. Oh, big top end charge. You'll have a pretty good MPH. He runs a 10.95 at 128. Well, there you go, a 10.69 and 118 for that little U&I over there in the rocket lane.
Good speed there out of the wagon.
Yeah.
Certainly the horsepower coming on from the LS2.
Yeah, it's come on big time.
Sorry, is that LS2 or LSX?
LSX is
LSX.
Yeah, supercharged.
Yep.
Adam Bowers over there in the rocket lane up against Chris Zammit. Bowers getting there first. A .185 reaction time of 10:43 at 128 for Bowers, and for Zammit at 12:77 at 107.25 miles an hour. So 12:70. He's down. Everyone thus far, with the exception, has got some fairly noticeable reductions in their ETs.
Yeah, well, I think that the weather is a little bit different now to what we had earlier on this morning. Still pretty good racing conditions. I dare say the humidity is probably up a little bit. But we can still run, of course.
Yep.
And on track now, we've got Tim Ritzrau, a.k.a. Roger. Was it Roger?
I forgot about that.
And he's run on through from 11.56 with a 2 to 118 mile an hour. And Joe Selby, 11.56 with a 9. So 7 thousandths in the ET difference between those two races.
Yeah. So they but that's the the whole idea of this when you're in qualifying and also eliminations is to run a bit better than you ran before, but it doesn't always come off. But Simon Bonello from Catherine Field in the Ford XW Falcon, the wheels up Ford Falcon, up against Jeff Goodwin. In the Speed for Sale Holden Monaro. Jeff Goodwin's usually in a Holden 1-tonner, but there goes Simon Bonello. He runs at 10:20 at 130.28 and a 12:01 at 112.61 for the Monaro there for the Goodwin car.
Yeah, G. Bonello's Falcon launches very well, doesn't it? It just leaps out of the off the starting line.
Well, two good races here.
Yeah, Greg Robbins.
This should be close.
In the XR Falcon, 092 on the tree for the XR, and Dave McLean in the HQ 1063, 124 mile an hour in the rocket lane, and 11.16 with a 2 at 119 there for the XR Falcon.
Yes, well, his previous best was 11.50 with a 4, so it's coming down again. Bruce Ritchie all the way from Lyons in the ACT, nice part of Canberra. 66 Chevy Bel Air, Chevy 572. Bruce spent a mozza on this motor and things like that, and getting everything set up. He just loves his drag racing. He's got a brand new Camaro, and he's also got a 69 5-speed Plymouth Hemi 426 Hemi Roadrunner.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so he's sort of splashed about that, and a Toyota Hiace or one of those utes.
Yep.
Being an electrician. Oh, they're Brett Stutchbury from Jordan Springs in the Commodore. He's way out. Don't know what happened to, his nickname's Greyhound, but Brett Stutchbury runs through for a 10.76 at 125. Hey, that is stout from Stutchbury. And 11.96 at 111 for Greyhound or Bruce Ritchie in the rocket lane. When you see him, he can't. If you sewed the legs up on a pair of jeans, they're still baggy on him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what they call. He must weigh probably 40. No, he'd weigh a bit more than that, but he's always
very
been so.
very slim.
Yeah, very.
Oh, the car of David Matasevic, that black Cortina, was a little bit loose off the start line. We could hear the tyres screeching through the track mics, but a good side-by-side race.
Oh, look at that.
11.21 with an 8 at 122 for Matasevic in the Cortina versus 11.15 with a 3 at 119 mile an hour there for Philip Armstrong in the Holden Commodore.
Yeah, very close in the. And here's Henry Spickak from George's Hall in the Holden Commodore Ute, 6.3 litre, and he's our number 22 qualifier in this really stout and well-supported Super Street bracket here at Sydney Dragway for the 2022 New South Wales Championships, and Henry Spickak was number 22, and Tex Griffiths over there in that big 505 Plymouth Satellite, our number 7 qualifier with a 10.55 and an 8. So this should be, he's into the 10s, Tex, so Oh, he gets out to 037 to a .102. Oh, that big Mopar. Gee, it sounds good through here. Oh, la-di-da.
as Les escapes to another place. 10.51 with a 4 at 127 mile an hour for Tex Griffiths, and a 12.16 with a 0 at 115 for Henry Spickhack in the Holden Commodore. That's another car that just launches so well as that thing of Tex Griffiths for a big car.
Oh, for a big car,
big car, just up and goes.
Yeah, yeah. All right, Jim Raptis from Lidcombe in New South Wales in the Holden Tirana. That's with a 6.2 litre in it. If it's got one of the LS3 in it or some similar power plant, that'd look a real tidy unit under the hood of that car. Richard Matasevic from Bringelly in the yellow Ford XY running a Cleveland 434. Our number 11 qualifier in Matasevic and our number 16 qualifier in Raptis. But Richard there, he's pretty tough to beat. He runs it through for a 10.5, 6 at 125 and a 10.7, 1 at 123 for Jim Raptis. A 008 red lights, not too bad either, is it?
Yeah, no, it's certainly,
get him out of the way.
Certainly getting it out of the way and getting the eye in. I'd just like to, just been informed from our production manager, just need to apologise for those that are listening and viewing online. We are having a couple of technical issues. We are on to them, and we'll get the stream sorted as soon as possible, and hopefully we'll be back very shortly. So once again, I just apologise for the interruption to the live stream as we watch Peter Volaris in that Falcon move around as we usually do see it. The Go Logistics backed car runs through for a 10.25 with a 7 at 131 mile an hour. He's dropped 2
tenths,
just a bit over 2 tenths off his ET there. Yeah. It's normally how we see that car leave the start line and move around on the gear shifts, but good pass there. Not quite sure what happened to the competitor in the Rocket Lane. He went through for a 23-second pass, which is certainly not representative of that gold Holden.
No, that's for sure. But he did the right thing. He moved over off the racing line when he sensed something was wrong, and that's what we'd like people to do. Then we don't have to take. We'll just take 10 or 15 minutes to clean up. It saves a lot of time, and it's really good. Anthony Gattalari now from Ora Park in New South Wales and Holden HQ Ute running a Chevy 454. Pretty stout mover.
Nice launch this time. It was a little bit loose from memory in the first pass, but 0.52 on the tree. Let's see what the big block Chev powered HQ will do down the bottom end of the racetrack. Runs through for 10.75, 123 mile an hour.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
For the straight. And now we're moving from super sedan. We're moving into modified bike, and that will be bikerreview.com.au modified bike. I see Mick Withers hasn't been racing for a while.
No, I haven't seen it. Didn't see him run. I think he's normally running in a comp bike, I think, nowadays.
Oh, is he? Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, well.
Ronnie Adams from the Rellan running the Ron Cup Building Supplies Harley Davidson Destroyer in the Arafo lane. Leaves with a 377 red light. The machine out and gone. Christopher Costello left before the third amber, but on a much more street-appearing motorcycle, Ronnie Adams, a 9.59 with a 2, 135 mile an hour through the finish line, and Costello in the Rocket Lane there, a 12.15 with a 1, 114 mile an hour. Next up, we've got Adrian Watson taking on Lorenzo Capogna.
These two guys are pretty hot racers too. They're very competitive and great supporters of the track and the class. Lorenzo Capogna in the Rocket Lane from Mount Pritchard, the Powerhouse Motorcycles. And they must be running on reaction time.
I think you're correct.
Adrian Watson over there in the Aeroflow lane from Hammondville in New South Wales. Yamaha R6. But look at Lorenzo. He's out on that Harley. Well, he's scarping right off an 8.995 at 144. And an 11.06 at 126 for Adrian Watson. Wow.
Yeah, nice pass there for Capogna.
Oh, very
From
nice.
start to finish was a good pass.
Oh.
And into the 8s there for that Harley-Davidson Destroyer. Next up, we've got Rob Wilkinson on the Suzuki GSX R1000 taking on Dale Williams on the Yamaha R1.
Yeah, it's the country town.
Just gonna say the same thing.
Oh, jeez, I've been commentating
Stole my
with you.
thunder. Stole my thunder. Goulburn for Rob Wilkinson and Cowra there for Dale Williams in the Rocket Lane. Good to see these races making the effort to travel to Sydney Dragway for the event here today. 076 green on the tree for Dale Williams. He's out in front of the 1,000, but I tell you what, Rob Wilkinson got around him, went 962 with a 154 mile an hour at the finish line, and a nice pass there for
Williams in the Rocket Lane. It wasn't, you know, he was pretty on song. It was very close as it got toward the end there, wasn't it? You know,
it was. Just came around him in the last couple hundred feet.
That was it. So Brian Gilliver from South Windsor in New South Wales. That's Brian over there in the Rocket Lane in the Suzuki GSX 1100. He gets out with an 081, and Christopher Hocking over there in the Aeroflow lane. Scarp it off. He's stuck his nose out in front. Gets there first. A 934 with a 9 at 151, and a 1020 at 125.9 in the Rocket Lane for Brant Gilliver.
Yeah, Gilliver on what you'd almost say is a more traditional modified bike, where a lot of the other motorcycles that you see running here at the moment, much like Davidson and Ricketts, that was the name that I couldn't remember before.
Oh, yeah. Ricketts,
this is more the modern generation. They're just as fast, but they don't have all the big wheels and the fairings and the wheelie bars and all that sort of stuff, because they don't really need them. They're quick out of the box, these machines. But Albie Davidson from Rutherford on his Suzuki taking on Sean Ricketts on the Kawasaki. Ricketts leading the way, will take the win, 928 with a 143 mile an hour through the finish line, and an 1137 with a 9 at 117 there for Davidson on the Suzuki.
Yeah, so that's those two have gone down nicely. So Bobby Joe Simmons now and Santina Keith. Keith in the Aeroflow lane on the Royal Enfield GT. Well, that's the first time the second time I must say. I've seen a Royal Enfield come up onto the screen. It was probably, no, it wasn't him, but Bobby Joe Simmons in the Suzuki Hayabusa. She's off, out of there, an 073 reaction time. That Royal Enfield is really trying to make its power. A 961 at 144 for Bobby Joe Simmons, and for Keith, Santini Keith, 1148 with a 9 at 110. Well, that's not a bad effort, 1148. I wouldn't have thought that bike would have gone that quick, but there you go.
Yeah, Santini's been running that machine for a little while now. Slowly just getting quicker each time she comes out, getting used to what she has to do and all that sort of stuff. So it's good to see a different power plant, different brand coming into drag racing.
Yeah, good, and especially in the bikes too, because you know it's usually the Harley. Oh, there hasn't been too many Hondas, but Suzuki's and Yamahas are always in it.
Definitely the machines of choice. And the Harley V-Rider of Peter Strudwick taking on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer of Joe Curry. Strudwick way over towards the wall in the Aeroflow lane, and Joe Curry, 009 on the tree, runs through for a 908 with a 145 mile an hour through the finish line, and a 9900, perfect super gas time there for Strudwick.
Yeah, that'd be very good. Strudwick, there was a Peter Strudwick that used to race at Mount Gin back in the old ACT days. That's in the 60s, and he had a straight 8 Buick. And it was, you know, it was him and Peter Gerbiel. They were, you know, really old school stock cars, because it was only a dirt track. But gee, they were fun to watch. David Mead now from Orange in the Rocket Lane in the Kawasaki Z11 1500cc. Wow. No, he got. Oh, look at Rob Simmons. The only thing uncharacteristic about Rob Simmons's run was the reaction time, a .122.
Yes, Usually very, very sharp on the tree. And, I mean, a 1-2-2 is not bad.
No. No. But like...
Just depends who you're racing, I guess.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Oh, we missed these guys on earlier today.
Wow.
This is the extreme bike category.
Oh.
I don't know if you've ever seen the extreme bikes. We've got Diane as a party and Leonard as a party doing battle.
Well,
this husband and wife team have been working behind the scenes to build a bracket which is extreme bike.
Yeah.
We see Leonard's machine here in the Rocket Lane, the blue one, turbocharged Hayabusa, has run 688, 213 mile an hour on this little tyre. No wheelie bars, no nothing. You watch it move at the bottom end of the racetrack. It is a weapon.
Wow.
1-2 to the 60, landed on a good number, just swaying around a little bit. Look at it go at the bottom end of the racetrack. 7-1-0 with a 7, 205 mile an hour. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, no wheelie bars, extended swing arm, just a small tyre on the back. 953 with a 2, 145 there for Diane in the aeroflow lane. This is the other couple of bikes to watch. We've got Alex Borg this time around here. I'm pretty sure he went into the sixes at the first round of the Australian Top Fuel Championship a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Benny. They went side by side into the sixes, 210 mile an hour apiece.
That would have been good to watch.
Yeah, so Alex's bike usually wants to throw him off it, but the team working on getting it to launch nicer and not wanting to throw him a good straight pass there for Borg. 7-1-1 with a 9, 208.49 mile an hour. And Darren Foley in the other lane, ever improving, 737 with a 6, 195 for him. So
wow.
A field of 4 extreme bikes here today. It's fantastic to see.
Gee whiz! You know, from my standpoint, there's no way you'd get me on one of them.
No.
So I would imagine that the class, you know, I hope it takes off. But
extreme bike's been around for a couple of years now, but
these guys are running really, really big numbers.
Yes, yeah, they are. It's quite impressive to see how quick they've come.
Okay, Nathan Watt now in the Rocket Lane, up against Pat Furiolo. Furiolo in the Aeroflow lane. That 1-tonner. Oh, this is close. 007 for Nathan Watt. It looks like he's just nudged in front. We'll get to the other end first. A 963 with a 9 at 144. And a 1017 with a 3 at 130 for Furiolo in that very well presented Holden 1-tonner. So, we've got a couple of really quick movers in Super Sedan. It always has been, but it's a really well supported class.
Martin Stevenson in the HQ panel van. 350 Chev on board, running for Power Plus Race Fuels. He's our 20th qualifier here with a 1084 with a 7. And Nigel Hartis in the VL Caliday. RB30 6-cylinder on board for him. He's our 5th qualifier in Super Sedan, I beg your pardon. No, Super Street so far.
Yeah, what's the deal there?
I'm not sure. 921 with the 3. 001 on the tree for Martin Stevenson. Hardest with a good strong pass in the VL. The 902 with a 2. 152 mile an hour. And a 1061 at 123 there for Stevenson. Next up we got Victor Satliagiannis in the LH Tirana. Big block Chevy on board for him, running for Pro Trans automatic transmissions. And number 10 qualifier with a 947. Taking Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. Wheels up launch for the Mighty Boy. 400 cubes, small block Chevy on board. Satliagiannis will take it though, 945 with a 1, 141. And the Suzuki 970 with an 8, 133 mile an hour there.
Yes, his reaction time let him down. Otherwise, the gap would have been substantially smaller. Ross Bealby now from Rossmore in New South Wales in the Rocket Lane. Fine Ford Cortina. very sharp. Up against Larry Etzel from Hackenberg in New South Wales. Red light, but still straight as a gun barrel run it'll be. Bilby gets through there first, a 9.70 at 138. And for Larry Etzel, a 10.17 at 129. So Bilby stays in 13th and Etzel stays in his position. I think it must have been about 17th or 18th. It was just below. Rex Webster now with the from Madawi. I found out where Madawi is. It's up in Newcastle way on the lake there.
It's not far from Williamstown.
Exactly. Yep. Joe Zammett from Claremont Meadows and the Holtonville Commodore Ute. Oh, Commodore.
Oh, 001 on the tree there for Zammett, leaving that fraction too early. Looks like Webster's out in front in the Austin. He'll get to the finish line first, 9.57 with the 9 at 141 mile an hour, and Zammett in the VL 10.17 with a 5, 130 mile an hour through the finish line. So another racer that's improved his qualifying time. Not quite sure if he's moved position, but certainly improved his qualifying time.
Yep, Dean Giddens from Campbelltown, New South Wales in the Rocket Lane, the Ford Cortina, Cleveland 408, up against Bill Osling in the Chevrolet Camaro. That's that big block 540 cubic inch unit in the Aeroflow lane that went really hard in first qualifier to be number 1.
Yes, that's right. Went 8.78 with a 4.
Yep. And Giddens there in that little Cortina was in 15th. He's our current 15th qualifier, as we see Osling get out there with a 0.36, 8.73 at 158.58 and a 10.13 at 130.53 for Dean Giddens in the Rocket Lane. Ooh.
Yeah, next up we've got Sean Marr in the Holden Tirana, taking on Lou Palumbo in the 1-tonner. Palumbo running for Fairfield Auto Electrics.
Their first qualifiers were not that far apart, but there's three other cars that are in between them, or well, Sean Marr makes the third. So it's so tough in Super Sedan, and it's good that they opened up Top Sportsman to get those really quick cars out of Super Sedan into their own class.
Yeah, that was just started to become a little bit of a parity issue in terms of the differing speeds, and because it's dial your own, the quicker cars having to wait and then chase down the car that wasn't quite so fast.
Yeah, and they'd be travelling at speed when they went past them in the end.
Yeah, so these cars doing 140 mile an hour, and the Top Sportsmen are up around 180 or thereabouts. It's a big difference.
Look at Sean O'Mar. An 0.53 reaction time for a result is a 9.31 with a 4 at 145, and for Lou Palumbo, a very out of character 14.351 at 80 miles an hour.
I wonder if there's some issues there with the Palumbo car, because he was a bit slow doing his burnout down here too.
Yeah, and they pushed him back in here. He came back in here.
All right, as Les said, a battle of the Canberrians on track at the moment. We've got Dave Gruber in the Strip Rat LJ Tirana, 383 cubes of Chevy on board for him, running for Specialised Towing and Queanbeyan Engine Services, taking on Leo Georges in the Ford Escort, running for Bradbury Panel and Restos, I'll get it right, and Big Cage Racing. 0.64 on the tree there for Leo Georges. Big red light for Dave Gruber.
Yeah.
9.21 with a 9.29 with a 142 mile an hour there for Gruber, and a 9.202 at 148 for Leo Georges.
Yes, Leo sort of flits between Canberra and the coast. He keeps on getting invited back to work as a bus driver because they're short, and but most of all, he's here at this round of the New South Wales Drag Racing Championship, as we see Alan Schnauder, a 10.262 at 130.49. Oh, that's a whole bunch better than the previous run. A whole bunch better. All right, So, still Super Sedan from Tumbarumba in New South Wales. That's really close to sort of like Albury, so it's a long haul for Graham Blackman. Yeah, Blackman. Yeah. And
Harry Plusses in the Falcon. 021 on the tree for Plusses. 911 with a 149 mile an hour this time around, and a 1078 with a 7 at 123 there for Blackman in the Cortina.
Oh, well, we've got the Pirate Pete Hamilton from Hume in the ACT and the Holden VY Ute, which it's not. It's the beautiful little, I think it's a VH station wagon, up against Debbie Robb. Down, lovely lady, and the crew that with her are spot on as well. From Tamworth in New South Wales, she's in the Ford XB Coupe with a Ford 528. That's in the Aeroflow lane, and the Pirate in the Rocket lane. Our number 2 qualifier thus far with an 880.2. Whoa, he gets the wheels up on that car. 011 reaction time. Good little package here for Pete Hamilton. Runs an 868 at 152 and a 9, 202 at 143 for Debbie Robb over there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Hamilton's car just touching the limiter. I think just past the finish line, we could hear it on the track mic. So that car geared perfectly for what he's doing with it. Yeah. And looks like we've got Jimmy Denaro out for a solo to complete this round of qualifying for Super Sedan. Denaro running for AAP Performance Automatics. Denaro Race Chassis, which of course is his own business. Western Auto Picks and 1320 Web Design. This car super consistent. Jimmy's super sharp on the lights. There's no questioning why he's won a number of track championships.
Yeah, he has. He's
086 on the tree, the car running straight down the centre of the Rocket lane, and at the other end of the racetrack, 946 with a 142 mile an hour. And we're going to move into Timmy Hot Rod Supplies, Modified Eliminator, Les.
Yeah, no. The first pairing we'll see, I think it's, is it Daniel Flack over there?
Correct.
Daniel Flack, and I just can't quite get this.
I think it's Craig Davies.
Perfect. So Daniel Flack in the Rocket lane from Temora in New South Wales. It's they were, I think Rusty was exposing the fine features you'll find in Temora, and he's not wrong. And Craig Davies, that's him over in the Aeroflow lane in the front engine dragger, still running a small block Chev. Well, ever since one of the Lowies went out, can't remember. I think it might be Peter Lowie. Since he moved his plane over there and his private Air Force virtually. Oh, a 001 red light for Daniel Flack. He's really attacking the tree today. But Craig Davies gets out.
I have a feeling that the modified races are qualifying on reaction time.
Yeah.
That's why they're also keen on. I think Daniel went 001 red on the first round too.
Yeah. Rocco Romano.
Yeah, big burnout there from Rocco Romano in that rear engine drag. So I think he's the only one that stabs the throttle in the burnout. And 598 cubes of big block Chev. It mustn't be running a throttle stopper on that car for the burnout, but a very quick machine. I think he went into the 720s, I think, the first round of qualifying.
Yep.
Taking on Jenny Petrie in the Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Fiat Topolino.
Yep.
Also running for Penrite Oils, St Mary's Engines, and Craig's Automatics.
Well, Rocco Romano, Bolton Dragster, big block Chev, as Steve pointed out, 598 cubic inches. Jenny Petrie in that evergreen little Fiat Topolino, small block Chev 400. There's a disparity in the speed, but and the times, but that's because it's it's good that it's a dial your own, not a heads up. Whoa, look at that!
Only 8 thousandths in the reaction times there, Les. 062 for Romano, the better of the two. 722 with a 6, 181 mile an hour through the finish line, and an 846 with a 0, 152 there for Petrie in the aeroflow lane.
Yeah, that's about 55 kilometres an hour difference at the top end. So that's what we were equating to earlier when we were describing the super sedan cars, how they come on strong in the big air, and the ones that went sort of 7 and 6 seconds each. When they go roaring past, it's a lot more than 55 kilometres an hour, let me tell you. George Burakazliev from Bass Hill, Race Max Direct, front engine dragster, LS 365. He's a really neat fellow. I first met George in Bakersfield in one of the hot rod reunions. It wasn't the March meet, but because they had some work to do, and they took the Scorcher over and they displayed it, and everyone, we only found out because we'd come from another state to go and have a look at it. But it was a very fine performance. He was there with Tommy in the Komatsu.
Tom Jackson.
Tommy Jackson, yeah, that's right. And so met them over there and had lunch with them at Zingo's Cafe on Buck Owens Boulevard in Bakersfield. Chris Manx in the other lane there, in the Aeroflow lane from Marriong in New South Wales, the Vanderbolden, big block Chev 540. I think he went up in a lot of smoke in the previous run.
Yeah, tyre shake. That's Chris Menks you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. I had a fair bit of tyre shake.
Yeah.
Off the start line. He's trying the aeroflow lane once again. Let's see if he's able to come. Oh, again, a little bit of tyre shake, but he's stayed in it. We can see the whole slick distorting on the head of the throttle. 693 with a 2, 195 mile an hour. 693 with a 2, 195 mile an hour there for Manx. And Scorcher George, 795 with a 9 at 169.
Yeah, it's still not bad for an LS type motor and what it's got done to it.
Yeah.
And a front engine dragster is a pretty dedicated sort of bloke to be running a front engine drag, or he's running a front engine dragster. Peter Brown now from Appin in New South Wales, Sims Integrated Solutions, dragster Chevy 540 cubic inch over there in the rocket lane, up against Alison Stewart from Queanbeyan in New South Wales. LA Racing Lubricants, rear engine dragster, Chevy 540. Oh, stepped up a bit there. Also sponsored by Jeff's Racing Engines, Cackling Pipes Photography and Madman Productions. Peter Brown is Sims Integrated Solutions, Timic Hot Rod Supplies and BK Race Engines. So when these two get, both running Chev 540, so this should be good. Oh, not much difference in the reaction time, but I think Ali's got it. She gets there first, a 746 at 181 and a 759 at 179 for Peter Brown. That's the first time I've seen her in that dragster.
Yeah, good pass from both races there, Les.
Very
side
good.
by side the whole way.
They were, mate.
5,000 centred off the start line. They would have been looking at each other all the way down the racetrack. We can see the car of Pete Brown's running a little bit rich though, but I think that's the unleaded fuel does that, I believe.
Oh, rightio. Yep.
Yeah, so on track now we've got Kelsey Walford-Lay in the, also taking on Joe Zulu in the Holden 6-cylinder powered front engine dragster.
That's a nice little place too. It's sort of away from Canberra. It's by the river, Uriara Crossing River, but that was one of the places that just got absolutely flattened in the 2003 bushfires.
Ah, okay.
But it used to be called Uriara, but that was in my days in the 70s and stuff like that. And when it burnt down, they changed it to Uriara Village because it's got everything's modern there, you know, like, just like all the houses around here and that. Oh, Joe Zulo out there with a 002 red. Well, they qualify on reaction time, so that's he's really attacking the tree as well. He runs through for an 849, 153, and Kelsey Walford-Lay at 880 at 140.96, close enough to 141 miles per hour. So if we kept the tabs, which really is not what we normally do, we'd be able to tell you who was sitting top of the tree. But I think whoever is sitting top of the tree, you probably won't be surprised as far as reaction times go. So it'd be someone. Although Peter Brown in his previous qualifier, he was really slow. Gary Durrington in the Rocket Lane from Richmond, New South Wales, the little front engine dragster running a Holden 202 up against Lee Hartle Law from Silverdale. Oops, we're coming back. I think this might be Drizzle. 7-letter word. Probably got a couple of little spots down at the down towards the turnaround area, but if it, I can see it trying to make its way from Austral there. But everything's been great up until this point in time, but we hope it sort of skirts by and the wind blows it in the opposite direction. But we'll just sit down and take a look at maybe some ads or some footage, and we'll leave it to Benny. Okay.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com, featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning. The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Here at Bespoke Financial Advisory, we specialise in
Development finance,
home loans,
refinance, commercial loan,
insurance.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Welcome back to round one of the New South Wales Championship Series. I almost did it. You almost caught me out. I'm rusty. Stephen Bush is going to take a well-earned break. He's done the bulk of the heavy lifting today. That's why he looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger, just more handsome.
Yeah. And younger.
And younger. And better looking. Yeah. Lee Hartelaw in the Aeroflow lane now taking on Gary Durrington. As we are in Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified. Apparently, the reason for the little delay there is that one of the cars actually had the throttle hang open as it went around the turnaround area down there and just clipped a bit of concrete on the way around. So hopefully the damage is not too extensive and fingers crossed everything is A-OK. Yeah. But Lee Hartelaw on the racetrack now from Silverdale, about 40 minutes from here. Out near Warragamba Down, taking on Gary Durrington from Richmond. Hope everyone's enjoying the live stream wherever you may be watching from, especially if you're down there in the pits, because we have heard that there are a lot of people down in the pits keeping an eye on things as well on the live stream. Lee Hartelaw goes through for an 8.03 and a 9.98 up on the boards for Gary Durrington. How are you enjoying your first event back after a long break?
Oh, fantastic to be back, Rusty, with the rest of the team. It's been certainly a long time since I've been back here, but it's, mate, thanks for the call-up, and really appreciate it.
There was a while there where we couldn't even get you here if we wanted to because, with the whole COVID situation and everything else, and coming into metropolitan Sydney. And
that's right, outside and inside.
The great thing is, except for Western Australia, we're all big one happy family again now, except for Western Australia till Sunday. Apparently on Sunday, we all go back to normal.
Do we?
Good. Yeah, the People's Republic of Western Australia ends on Sunday night, from what I understand. So Gareth Rogers now on track with the Fiat Topolino, I should say, the Smolok Chev powered car. First competitive event here at Sydney Dragway, and an 891 up on the boards, 145 miles per hour, solid pass for him, and that does round out Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified Eliminator as we now move on to Top Sportsman and Frank Olivieri, who I think's been told to tame down the burnouts after that first round. He had a monster burnout. It was Victor Bray in a Tirana on the first round of qualifying, but he's wound it back a little bit, and he's huge out there now in the multi-spares truck and bus and parts Holden GTS Tirana, taking on Paul Partridge, the Coding King Ford Mustang, BK Racing engines on board as well.
Yeah, SVO 604 in for P. Oh, I used to call him P Squared, but Paul Partridge from Acadia Valley, New South Wales, and are these guys also qualifying on reaction times?
No, these are on elapsed times, I believe.
Oh, rightio.
Still waiting on confirmation on modified. Oh, big wheel stick for Frank Olivieri. He actually got the front end way up in that Tirana and over near the concrete wall. Glad he didn't get it because I hate having to replace the signage. 838. for him, and a 790. I also don't like to see anybody damage their car, obviously.
Well, that's it.
But for me, and let's face it, for
Mate,
me,
that's just the kind of guy you are.
Exactly. You know, first thing, everyone's okay. Okay, no worries. Now we got to replace the signage. Anyway, Heracles Kazantzidis in the Aeroflow lane. Herc, as he's known.
Oh, is it? No, okay.
Yep. And West End Performance Pro Racing and Casmic Interiors. Great looking car, this one.
And Quick been around for a while too.
Been around for
Been
around for a long time. You used to have another car from memory. I'm trying to think what it was.
Oh, I can always I can always remember him in this. It was always red, but this particular car.
I feel like there was another car at some point. I think I'm finally starting to run out of hard drive space for drag racing knowledge.
Oh, what you're up into trillions of terabytes.
Yes, it's something like that, honestly. He's on a good run here, though. 030 on the tree. 175 to the 60-foot timers across the finish line for an 812. As we see Joe Gadolari taking on Tony Heisman's now, I think it is. Tony Heisman's in the very tidy little Camaro.
Right out.
So Tony Heisman's in the Camaro, the Auto One Orange sponsored car. Also Western Battery Company and Orange Auto Electrics. And Joe Gadolari racing for Exclusive Transport. That's Exclusive Transport. Yep. The Mob Detailing and the Motor Oil Store.
Yeah, both races fairly heavily sponsored. Heisman's from that nice area of Spring Hill in New South. I think it's just outside Orange, isn't it?
Hey, it's nice. It's
a
good part of the world out there.
Yeah.
Clean greens both sides, only a couple of thousands difference at the hit. Tony Heisman should go across the line first here with a pretty solid pass. How does an 810 grab you to an 856? How cool is it having supercharged cars in top sportsmen these days?
Yeah.
You just hear that really lumpy idle coming up to the line. It's, you know, it's obviously got a lot of overlap on the cam, and you can hear the thing just sort of lurching forward, and that is David Whitmore in the supercharged small block Chev. The Hyper Nova, great looking car this one, taking on the more conventional approach to top sportsman racing. Thomas Leake with the Pontiac Grand Am, ex-Pro Stock car this one, 540 cubic inches, formerly campaigned by Rick Chilton in Pro Stock.
Correct, Amundo, and that's out of, the engine is out of his Street HQ.
Oh, there you go. That's a pretty tough HQ.
Yeah,
that's a pretty tough street engine.
Yeah, it was. Well, in a HQ, it was doing sort of like low tens, and then he had to put a roll cage in it. That was back in the day.
They've always had supremely presented vehicles, haven't they? The Leake family.
Well,
like going back to the old Pro Stock days in the early 90s, even now with his dad still racing Pro Stock to this day. Like they've always been immaculate looking cars.
Yeah, they are. And it must run in the family because even the other one that runs here.
Yep, Mark Leake.
Mark, that's right. Yeah, his car's, you know, it's dark, but it's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's dark everything, and it looks terrific.
100%. So David Whitmore in the orange Nova, Thomas Leake in the purple Pontiac Grand Am. Gorgeous looking car, this one. I love this car. Really stands out in photos as well. It's why you probably notice there's a lot of photos of it on the website. 002 on the tree, unfortunately on the red side for him, but it's not going to matter. This is the second round of qualifying for Top Sportsman.
Wow.
Shoots out early for Thomas Leake. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Only 165 miles an hour. 794 is the number. 808 for David Whitmore at 170 miles per hour. So pretty good side-by-side race there. I just hope that there's nothing too serious with Thomas Leake's car, because the shoots were definitely out early. Definitely out early. Stephen Willey's now the T-Rex Racing Engines Ford Torino. I love this car.
Same here. It's my favourite Ford.
It's just the biggest Ford you could possibly think of without going to an F truck.
Yeah.
It's just such a cool looking thing. And when you look at it, you can really see where they got the lines for the XA, XB,
yeah, exactly.
Coupes. It's such a cool looking car, this. It's taking on John O'Roylance in what was probably never designed to be a race car, the Ford Cortina over there in the Rocket Industries lane.
Yeah, that was it. And he's a pretty stout performer itself.
100%.
That car. And John O, good to see him racing. Well, he's another... one of the country boys Jones from Forbes. Oh, this will be... Oh, Stephen Willie's over, out to the outside lane there, up against the wall, straightens it up, boots it full, an 8.15 at 167.51, an 8.33 at 161. It's 167 for Stephen Willies and 161.23 for John O'Roy-Lance. Yes, I think that the only thing that was missing from Top Sportsman was the supercharger. They tended to lean towards having big cube, naturally aspirated engines.
I want to send a big shout out to a bunch of our regular Sydney Dragway crew that are racing up at Willowbank this weekend with the 400 Thunder team. I just got a text message from Joe Marina, who's got the TV on the side of the trailer watching the New South Wales Championship Series up there in Willowbank. I love it. Yeah. I love it. Good luck, guys. Hope everything goes well and hope you get to bring home the gold Christmas tree, bring home the trophy. And there's plenty of racing happening all around around the universe this weekend.
Did you say the Winter Nationals were
Winter Nationals is on over in the United States, in Southern California, which is always a good one. Shaping up to be a massive event as well.
Is it?
First time since 2016 that we've had Top Fuel, Funny Car and Pro Stock all oversubscribed for qualifying fields. So I think there's 17 Top Fuel cars or 18 Top Fuel cars, 21 Top Fuel Nitro Funny cars, and I think there's like 24 Pro Stock cars or something. It's crazy. So really looking forward to seeing what happens out of that over the next couple of days or so. Jeffrey Sargent, nitrous assisted Camaro in the Rocket Industries lane, real Pro Street style looking car. This one, nice little wheel stand as well. Anthony Bull, the Shire Automotive Mechanical BA Falcon, on a pretty solid pass here across the line for a 747, 183 miles per hour, 798 for Jeffrey Sargent. Great side-by-side pass on both sides of the racetrack. And Steve Fowler, doing his best Victor Bray impersonation down there, rolls it on down to the 330-foot mark. And nothing like a big smoky burnout first thing in the morning.
I haven't seen the Fowlers back for
it's been a long time.
18 months, 2 years. I haven't seen them. So they might have snuck in a couple of meetings that I wasn't.
I honestly, I don't know that they did. I think they just took a break from everything and they came back earlier this morning and pretty much picked up exactly where they left off, running 6 seconds at over 200 mile an hour with this car, which I know it sounds silly to say. This thing is a bracket car. It is so consistent. Steve's got a couple of national championships under his belt just quietly as well. He's got a couple of New South Wales championships as well. So guy can drive. Guy can drive without a shadow of a doubt, that's for sure. And over in the other lane, you've got the guy who has probably made more runs down the racetrack here than anyone else at Sydney Dragway, because he races every single Wednesday night. He races pretty much any time we open the gates. Joe Sorbello is here.
Yeah, well, as someone I heard here, well, it's maybe 2 or 3 years ago, even at that point at our 15-year meeting that we had, they said he'd been down sort of like 3,500 times.
Yeah, it'd be somewhere around that. It was well over 3,000 last time I spoke to him, so it's probably nudging 4,000 this time around. Steve Fowler got a little bit loose out there.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Joe Sorbello's gone 001. I think he went 002 in the first round of qualifying on the tree as well. So he's got the thing dialed in, 895. 951 for Steve Fowler. Car just got a little bit loose just before half track, and he's got nothing to prove. He doesn't need to keep his foot in it. And
but
being the style of a car that it is, without a huge amount of downforce, very, very slippery. When they tend to get a little bit loose like that, you get the shimmy going on and the pucker factor goes up. And it's wiser to roll out of the throttle than it is to stay in it, that's for sure. Absolutely. Josh Boscovich now, the Bosco Mobile Mechanical XA Falcon Coupe with a Fontana engine in it.
Well, there's
don't hear about too many of them anymore, do you?
No, not at all. You see them a lot at, like sort of nostalgia races and things like that, but not in modern day racing, so that's pretty rare.
Always a good sounding car, these things. Always a really sharp sounding engine. Like for, it's not huge cubes, but for relatively big cubes, it just sounds sharp. 410 cubic inches. So just waiting on him to bring it forward into pre-stage. I think he might be having a bit of an issue with selecting a gear here moving forward. Because he's rolled it back, but no, there we go. Not half a race. You need F for move it forward.
That's myth.
So into pre-stage, and I think this might be the last car that we have for
Top Sportsman.
Top Sportsman.
Oh,
left the line with a launch and a half, but it only went 128 to the 60-foot timers. Crossed the line for a 920, 145 miles per hour, but didn't sound like it was behaving.
No, well, look, when he got out of the hole, you could see that, like he either crunched a gear or something. It just stopped and then just bounced forward.
Instead of moving forward, it kind of went up, and then dumped it. And anyway,
exactly.
That does round out Top Sportsman Qualifying for their second round of qualifying. We are going to be back into it fairly shortly, I think, with Western Weekender Junior Dragster with their third and final round of qualifying very, very shortly. We might take a quick break as they pull through the tunnel and we get the tyre barriers in place and everything that we need to do for the juniors, the future stars of the sports, and we'll be back here very shortly with Sydney Dragway, round 1 of the New South Wales Championship Series.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers and heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
Attention Eastern Creek. Are your finances in check? It's important, now more than ever. Bespoke Financial Advisory is one of Australia's leading financial experts. Save money, but you have a solid foundation to reach future opportunities. Bespoke can help you build.
Okay, getting back into Western Weekender Junior Dragster. Oh.
Western Weekender Junior Dragster, absolutely right, Les. And the JM Auto Electrics Auto Repairs car, I should say, of Tegan Smith, rolling up to the line alongside young Charlie Boscovich. I say young. He's one of the older kids in the category now. Yeah, he's about to graduate juniors, actually. This is his last season in the category.
Oh, really? Ah, gee whiz. Doesn't sound as if we've been mentioning his name, no.
Engine doesn't sound super happy down there at the moment for Charlie Boscovich. I'm not quite sure what was going on. It was like, he was giving it a hit, but it just didn't sound like the RPMs were coming up. So Tegan Smith,
right,
JM Auto Repairs car, currently the number 2 qualifier with an 8.01. Charlie Boscovich sitting back there in the number 13 position with a 9.13.
And Tegan Smith over there in the rocket lane from Albion Park in New South Wales. She's currently number 2 with an 8.018. 8.018, so it's worked out very well for Tegan. And so it pushes her to the pointy end of the qualifying order. Charlie Boscovich, not too far. Oh, he's number 13 with a 9.137, and out goes Tegan Smith again, a 0.93, and once again trouble for the Boscovich machine.
It didn't sound right, did it? When he was sort of trying to warm the car up and get it moving, it just didn't sound 100%. And you know, Charlie's pulled it up. He's made his poor dad run down there too, which is always. It's a good way to get fit when you got junior dragsters.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, you can play soccer all you want, but that doesn't get the parents involved. You get the parents involved in juniors, you got to push the cars around.
Yep.
All 3 of my kids have said to me that they do want a junior dragster. Believe it or not, my eldest is up for one this year. He can actually drive license in one later on this year. So Yep, time flies when you're having fun.
It sure does.
Definitely feel like an old man now. Claire Little in the Aeroflow lane taking on Harry Ryko in the Junior Dragster over in the Rocket Industries lane out of Albion Park.
Yep.
Both sponsored by Mum and Dad, so could you say these were team cars?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Not the same Mum and Dad, but
no,
both sponsored by Mum and Dad.
Oh, it's good you clarified that, Rusty.
Absolutely. The Little family been racers for a long, long time with the Bush Rat Racing team, and Mick Little usually running in Super Stand. I think he's a track champion in Super Street. And I think he also won one in Super Sedan as well.
Sedan. Yeah, pretty familiar. Andrew said that Claire's pushing him to go into the Bush Rat, the Camaro.
Oh, there you go. Still got it?
Yeah, he's still got it.
Well,
so
may as well.
Yeah, it's been sitting there for all that time. Harry Ryko out with a red 100 and a 108 for Claire Little. Claire runs it through for an 808 at 79.39 and an 805 at 80.48 for Harry Ryko from Albion Park. Gee, it's crowded down there now, Russ.
It really is. There's a lot of kids floating around out there on the start line, isn't it? That's what it's all about. And that's the cool thing about Junior Dragster. It's not just about the kids who are driving the cars. You do see a lot of parents out there, obviously, calling the shots on things. But when you've got brothers and sisters involved, and it could be school friends and all that, they all get in and work on the cars as well and help out. And it's just a cool thing. Battle of the Ruffalo boys now, Alex and Zach. Yep. Racing for Sydney Waterscapes. The McGee powered cars, about around 330 cc's with these engines. So just a little bit bigger than the 210 cc's that they came out with from the factory. Or the engines that they are based on, I should say, because they're not Briggs and Strattons anymore. They're full billet style engines. They're basically, it's the exact kind of technology that you see in every other class of drag racing now, just on a smaller scale.
But they're very impressive to look at. Alex goes through for a 903 at 70.41 in the Rocket Lane, and for Zach, an 801 at 80.50 miles an hour. A fair bit of difference between the B and the A Junior Dragster. So there we go, Alex Rottenbury from Picton in New South Wales. Our number 11 qualifier with an 8.740. That's Alex in the Rocket Lane up against Tom Baker from Currituck.
Sorry, Les. Hi, everybody. If you're watching on the live stream, here's my face. Here's his face. We just got a little bit of a problem with the cameras at the moment. Looks like it's a recurring glitch, but we're just trying to nail down exactly what the issues are. But at the moment, you can either look at a blank screen or you can look at us, because this is the only camera that we've got working. So sorry about that. It's not a great option, let's be honest. Most people would probably be better off looking at a blank screen. But anyway, Tom Baker is out on track now with the Aeroflow, in the Aeroflow lane, I should say. Racer out of Currajong, racing for Image Conversions. He's already the number 4 qualifier with an 803. Alex Rottenbury, on the other hand, 874 is his previous best run. He goes 867, 797 for Tom Baker, just a tick too quick. And remember, in qualifying, you can only go down to 800 in Junior Dragster, but in racing, you can dial in down to 790. So just to give that little bit of wiggle room in case, weather conditions get a lot better. Because you could have the car running bang on 800 on the minimum ET allowed. And then when you get to racing, the air drops, you get mine shaft conditions, and all of a sudden the thing wants to go out there and run, a tenth quicker. So that's the way it works. We hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you happen to be watching from today, all across the world. We know we've got people watching from Canada. We've had people watching from the United States, from New Zealand, even from that other country to the west of us, Western Australia. So Jeffrey McNiff in the Aeroflow lane, Josh Burtonshaw now. I'm joking, okay? I'm joking.
All the offended crowd. An 0.92 reaction time for Burtonshaw on the Rocket Lane. Jeff McNiff at 2.03. Josh gets there first at 7.97 at 80.34 and an 8.84 at 75 miles an hour for Jeffrey McNiff. So that's qualifying done and dusted for all the cars that have gone down in this round of qualifying. And we've still got a couple to go for Junior Dragster and Western Weekender Junior Dragster. It's fine to have, great to have them on board. Jake McNamara of Fairfield, New South Wales in the Rocket Lane Junior Dragster. sponsored by Fine Line Motorsports, Nan and Pop and Arnox Enterprises for Jake. Max Perry is in the Aeroflow lane from North Narrabeen. Top Form Concrete and Marco Steele on board helping Max in his endeavours here at Sydney Dragway.
So we got the cameras back.
Hey!
We've got the cameras back. That's the exciting thing now.
Yeah.
So you don't have to look at our heads anymore.
Yeah, good.
Max Perry, Jake McNamara, as you touched on. McNamara racing from Fairfield West. It's basically about as local as you can get to Sydney Dragway. It's the next suburb over.
Yeah, and I see when you go down the road down there that it's welcome to the city of Fairfield, as we see Max Perry. Oh, no, I wouldn't like to say he's that far in front, if at all. No, Jake McNamara got to the other end first, but a minus 028 red for him doesn't count. An 8.02 and a 79.99, close enough to 80 miles an hour for Jake. And for Max Perry, an 8.118 at 80.81. Look at that, all 8s and 1s.
Yeah.
I'm into numerology.
Talking numbers with Les. That's going to be the new spot that we have at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah. I don't want to hear all your sob stories.
Next up, it is Liam O'Neill and Archie Boscovich. Now, Liam, unfortunately, looks like he's being pushed back down there. So that's unfortunate. I'm not sure what the issue is there. Liam's still a relative newcomer to junior dragster racing, but he has been pushed back. Couldn't start when the starter signalled him to. So Archie Boscovich is going to go on a solo pass this time around in the Don Gartlett's tribute car. For anybody watching from overseas, you're probably looking at this car. Yes, rub your eyes. This is a Don Gartlett's tribute car, right down to all the period correct sponsors on the side. It's got the super shops on the side. It's got everything on it. It's a very cool. It's a very cool replica. I think it might even have the Rat Under Glass sticker on the car. It doesn't have the canopy though. So
okay.
Anyway,
0.79 for Archie and 60 foot 2.5, which isn't bad for a junior. Actually, C junior dragster it is, so they're limited to. He runs through in the end at 12.65 with a 7 at 49.88.
100%. Just having a look at some of the chats, some of the comments we're getting on the page here for the YouTube stream that we've got going at the moment. If you are wondering where to watch today's action, jump on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube page. It's the only place we're streaming. If you see anybody else saying click here for live stream and their name includes a whole bunch of symbols that you don't understand, my suggestion is don't click on it, okay? Because it's probably a scammer who just wants to take your credit card. So don't click on it. The only one to watch on is Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. And for everybody that's watching on there, looking at some of the comments, 88 Pro Street S10. Now, I'm going to assume that that's someone from the States because they've said we love racing from down under, from drag racing in Oz. So I'm going to guess that that's someone watching from over the United States. Pat is watching. I don't know where Pat's watching from, but he's got looks like an Anglia panel van drag car in his profile picture. So obviously he knows what's going on. He knows where it's all at. Barn, we know, is watching from Ohio. There's plenty of people watching. Shane DeMoon watching with Roz and George as well. So plenty of people watching from online today. And if you're here at the track, let us know. Let us know if you're watching. Let us know if you're enjoying it. If you want us to do more of this sort of stuff, make sure you do jump on the YouTube page. Give us a like, give us a follow, give us a share. Share it across all your social media as well. And if you are sharing photos from today's action, please make sure you are hashtagging Sydney Dragway. Hashtag, I think Rip the Strip is what JB's come up with as our new hashtag, which I actually really like that. I really like that. And of course, hashtag New South Wales Championship Series. So make sure you're steering everything to those hashtags, those channels. We do have a forklift coming out onto the racetrack now to remove the tyres before we jump into the third and final round of qualifying for street bike. And what we might do is just talk about some of our fantastic events that we've got coming up here at Sydney Dragway over the coming weeks and months. Of course, we have got the Aeroflow Racer Reel, the Sunday sessions tomorrow, February 20th. You can see up there on the big screen or on the live stream, depending on where you're watching from. If you're in America, you probably can't see the big screen from here. Tomorrow is the Sunday sessions. Looking forward to that one. That's going to be a big one. Basically, it's a street meet, but on Sundays. So for anybody who has to travel to get here, you can drive on down and basically partake. There's no prize money, nothing like that. It's just a good old-fashioned fun time. We've also got Day of the Drags coming up on 12th of March with real-life fuel altereds. They are nitro burning. They are altereds. They are short wheelbase. They are unpredictable. They are a bunch of fun, and we're going to have 2 of them here, match racing, on Day of the Drags on 12th of March. As well as that, of course, you know, Aussie Muscle, American Muscle, Top Eliminator. We've got, you know, front engine dragsters. We have got, what else have we got? Altereds. We've got gases. Pretty much everything that's sort of nostalgia themed, it's going to be here on Day of the Drags. That's 12th of March. Entries are open now, and of course tickets are open for spectators as well. So make sure you do jump on that one. And then looking a little bit further forward on the same sort of theme, we have got Hot Rod Night coming up on the 23rd of March, Wednesday, 23rd of March. It's our next theme night here at Sydney Dragway, and it's going to be a cracker. We're looking forward to it. So for anyone who's got a pre-1948 car, even if you don't want to race it, come and bring it out. We're going to have a bit of a show going on down there in the pits, and yeah, bring it on out. It's going to be a cracker of a night. It's going to tie in with Drag Safari with the Dragon Hot Rod Club, so yeah, we're looking forward to it. Absolutely. So we got Street Bike on track now. Stefan Stavala taking on Phil Gardner. Phil Gardner in the Rocket Industries lane. If you're watching on camera, that's the far side of the racetrack. The right-hand side of the racetrack is the Rocket lane. Left-hand side is the Aeroflow lane. Stefan Stavala from Wetherill Park Powerhouse Cycles goes through for a 10.19. That's pretty consistent. All his runs sort of grouped within half a tenth of a second there, 131 miles per hour, and a 10.92 for Phil Gardner. Stavala's been racing for a long time, though. He knows how to get it done.
Yep, no, he's a very committed racer and a great supporter of the track and the events that we hold here for motorbikes. Tristan Anderson from Toongabbie in the Rocket Lane in the Royal Enfield. It's a 600cc. He's our number 3 qualifier in street bike. Aaron Butterworth over there in the Aeroflow lane. He's from Wattle Grove in New South Wales, but it looks like Tristan Anderson in the Royal Enfield will take the win. Well, gets there first, a 14.084 at 91 miles an hour and a 14.784 at 86 miles an hour for the rider in the Aeroflow lane.
Next up, we have got 2, I believe, former track champions in Junior Dragster. They happen to be brother and sister as well. Lachlan McCaskill taking on Danielle McCaskill. I know Danielle definitely won one. I'm pretty sure Lachlan won one because I remember standing on the podium next to him at the awards ceremony thinking, how is this kid who's taller than me and growing a beard still in Junior Dragsters? But anyway, Lachlan McCaskill, 234 on the tree. Danielle McCaskill, 027. Red light on the tree in the Commodore. She's run a 14.36 already today and backs it up with a 14.39. 15.61 is the best run for Lachlan McCaskill, and he backs it up with a 15.65. I do think conditions probably starting to get a little bit worse in terms of horsepower making at the moment. Got a little bit of cloud cover coming over, and I will duck over to the Sydney Dragway website to have a look at the adjusted altitude, the density altitude online, because we'll be able to get all the information on that. And the basic rule is the less oxygen that's in the air, the less horsepower you're going to make.
That's it, and you can't burn water.
Exactly, you can't burn water. So if the water grains are up, the humidity gets up, it's always going to be a difficult one to try and keep those performances consistent. The great thing is, though, there's not a huge amount of temperature. It's just right at the moment. About 75 degrees Fahrenheit or 24, 25 degrees. So 13.45 for the big block. Sorry, I missed that. I think it was a 15-second run for the big block Toyota Yaris. That's the first time I've get to call Danny Stadelmeyer's run today, and I completely missed it.
Well, he was hanging around
it's the most customised Yaris in the world, or Echo in the world.
In the world, yeah.
That one. It's the big block. It's the 1.8.
It's got that's why it's
custom side pipes, custom paint.
Is it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mate, slippery.
Absolutely. And across the line, 13.76 for Wayne Smith. Alan Stevenson at 14.32 this time around. Next up, it is is that a Holden Colorado down there? It is indeed.
Yeah,
Brett O'Connor from Landilo.
Yeah.
And he'll be taking on Don Zammit in the VT Commodore wagon.
Yeah, I think it's a diesel, being a 2.8. But Steve and I were just lamenting earlier on about the difference between Brett O'Connor's this car and his big Camaro that he races fairly regularly here at Sydney Dragway. Don Zammit's in the opposite lane from Claremont, New South Wales in the VT Commodore. He's our number 1 qualifier. in Street Fighter with a 13.107 and a 16.64. He runs a 13.12.2 at 106 and a 16.49 at 81 for Brett O'Connor. 16.649, 16.640, 9 thousandths off the second off.
Yeah, and a 16.64.1 with the other run.
Yeah.
So to do that, a Holden Colorado.
Yeah.
So for anybody watching over in the United States, is kind of like a GMC Silverado or something like that. Essentially our equivalent. He's managed to go 3 runs within 8 thousandths of a second of each other.
All 3
with a streetie.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Yeah.
That's seriously impressive. I'll give credit where credit is due there, most definitely. So we just got a little bit of quiet time out there on the racetrack as we wait for our next category to come on through. We might take a couple of words from our sponsors and we'll be back in about 30 seconds or so here at round 1 of the New South Wales Championship Series.
Okay, so yeah, we're just getting ready for the switcheroo for the classes to go from Street Fighter into Street Fighter. No, Street Streets. Sorry, Super Streets. Oh.
All right, so a couple of little technical problems we're having with the system here today. It's frustrating to say the least, that's for sure. Nobody's problem, it's just an intermittent problem we've got with the computer system, unfortunately. This is what happens when you bring computers into everything. HD Holden out there, Ben Matthews in the scrapyard with the LS in it, doing a nice little wheel stand, Liz.
Yeah, it was a beauty. As we see Benny Matthews, he'll get to the other end first. Runs a 10.32 at 122 and a 10.93 at 124 for Barry Willis in the Aeroflow lane in that beautiful Ford Mustang. He's good that he's got his wife sponsoring him. I've tried to get my wife to sponsor me, but I'd have more chance of teaching a goldfish how to ride a bicycle if get sponsorship.
I've never tried.
No, some blokes have, let me tell you. Dave McGlynn there from Morisset gets out with an 054, something gone wrong with Chris Sammett's car, I feel. And Dave McGlynn goes down for a 10.66 at 124. And Chris Sammet there obviously got something wrong with his machine. So he's pulled over to the left, and, which is terrific.
We do apologise to everybody watching on the live stream. We're just trying to rectify these issues that we've got at the moment. Very, very frustrating to say the least. And rest assured, the beatings will continue every day until this is rectified.
Okay, Adam Bowers. Yeah, we're off the Andrew Heinrich in the Aeroflow lane from Dubbo in New South Wales with a squirt of the Giggle Juice there in the VN Commodore, Holden 308, and number 23 qualifier with a 12.633. Adam Bowers, South Wentworthville, the Holden HQ, Small Bike Chef 393. He's out with an 0.66 reaction time as Adam Bowers. Heinrich there a 111. And Bowers goes through 10.73 at 125 and a 12.67 at 110 for Andrew Heinrich. Another couple of hard charges. Tim Ritzrow from Glenmore Park in New South Wales. Holden VX SS Commodore LS 5.7 up against Guy Greenland, our number 10 qualifier in the Holden VX Berliner. Chev 383. Okay. Must be a Berliner wagon. Oh, doesn't that sound terrific, the supercharger there of Greenland, I'd say. He's come out of it there, a 383 to reaction time. Greenland gets there first, 10.756 at 129 and an 11.58 at 160 for Tim Ritzrow. Craig Warren, our number 2 qualifier. There he is over there in the Aeroflow lane with a 10.221, sitting at number 2. Michael Walsh, a seasoned campaigner here at Sydney Dragway, who is sitting at number 27 with a 20.052. Something wrong there, so he's usually quicker than that. Craig Warren gets out with identical reaction times, 0.122 to 1.22. Mick Walsh and Craig Warren, better run for Michael Walsh. Yeah, he runs 11.054 at 123, and for Craig Warren at 10.23 at 131. So that's our number 2. Well, he won't be 27th qualifier anymore. Will Michael Walsh? He'll move up.
Absolutely. Henry Spickhack now with the Commodore Ute. And Henry, he's retired the Bug.
Yeah.
He's retired the Bug. I think he's taken it back to street use. Or
is he? Yeah,
I believe
right.
so.
Yeah.
And so he's now got the Commodore Ute, which goes okay, just quietly, running 12s.
12s, yeah.
You can't sneeze at that. And then you've got, in addition to that, Brett Stutchberry over in the Rocket Industries lane with the Commodore. Super Street very, very strong here today.
Yeah, what we like to see is the strong fields and also the capacity of the fields. They've been very, very large lately, and we do thank those who have participated. We thank you for supporting the Sydney Dragway and the bracket you're in. So Stutchbury out with a 0.153 and Henry Spickhack an 0.26. Bit of racing heritage coming in there. But Brett Stutchbury there seems to have jumped forward. He runs a 10.80 at 125 and Henry Spickhack at 12.14 at 116 miles an hour.
Absolutely. How nice is this 1-tonner that's rolling up to the line next?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Like, it's got the smoothed out guards in the back. Richard Sirach is the name. Exclusive Transport is the name on the car as well, and just a gorgeous looking car. This thing. It's going to be taking on Jeff Goodwin. Good to see Jeff Goodwin back. Usually used to see him in the
1-tonner.
In the 1-tonner from Miller High School.
Yes, that's
right. But he's obviously decided to come out and have a play in his Monaro today, which is nothing wrong with that. Tough looking car, most definitely.
But that's I think a Ford colour. It's called Breeze, but it's very popular down home with a lot of the repaints for, you know, like standout cars and things like that. But it's it looks really good on that 1-tonner, let me tell you.
Yeah,
nice and shiny.
We do have the flashing red lights out there at the moment. I think we may have a little bit of a sprinkle of something at the other end of the racetrack. It ain't going to be for very long though, because looking at it, there is next to nothing on the radar. We are not going to say the 4-letter R word, which is the mortal enemy of drag races everywhere. But we are going to be down for just a little bit, guys, so we might take a quick break and say thank you to some of our fantastic partners here at Sydney Dragway. And we'll be back very, very shortly here with round 1 of the New South Wales Championship Series, of course, into the 3rd round of qualifying. Not long and racing will be on track.
Financial Advisory, we specialise in
development finance,
home loans,
refinance, commercial loan,
insurance.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning. The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Introducing the brand new AeroflowPerformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new AeroflowPerformance.com today.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. 384646.
For your patience, and we'll continue underway with our Super Street bracket that we're running here today at Sydney Dragway, New South Wales Championships 2022.
1992?
See, I overcame, I signed a document the other day, 1973.
You signed a document in 1973?
No, I signed it as 1973.
Right, okay.
So I'm
it's
not...
a good year, 73.
Well... You weren't born then.
No, it's about 11 years before I was born. But so I have fond recollections from other people.
Do you?
Third-party recollections. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, probably mum and dad.
11.54, 113 miles an hour for Richard Siraj. Jeff Goodwin, 11.87. Next up, a couple of Falcons. Got the XR of Greg Robbins over in the Aeroflow lane. Simon Bonello, who had a very close run-in with a kangaroo on Wednesday night here at Sydney Dragway.
Fair dinkum.
Yeah, but this car was actually running very low 10s on Wednesday night and was coming along the return road of all places. And Skippy decided to overtake him on the inside, on the grass, and got to the top of the cauldron here, right where all the people were.
Up here?
Up here, and almost... I reckon there may have been some fur left on the car. It was that close. But either way, it's all good. No problem. 10.21 goes across the line, 130 miles per hour, 10 to an 11.27. I'll get there eventually.
One day, yeah.
I'll spit it out eventually. Don't worry, guys.
Right.
I apologise for that.
Okay, it's the Anthony Gattalari and David Matasevic duel that we've got down here. Just our last round of qualifying for this Super Street bracket here today. In the Rocket Lane, Dave Matasevic in that neat little Ford Cortina with the Widzo 302, and Anthony Gattalari from Oran Park in the yellow Holden HQ Ute, I should point out, the Chevy 454. It's got a fair bit of mumbo, that car. He's our number 12 qualifier with a 10.759, and Dave Matasevic, our 18 at 11.218. 1-8, but it looks like Gadolari stuck his nose out in front. A 002 red, but gee whiz, you want to get them out of the way. And now's a good... Well, that was very close. A 10.747 against a 10.918, 123.59 for the big block and 122.41 for that little Cortina.
Next up, it is Bruce Ritchie in the 66 Chevy Bel Air. Solid burnout out of him. He's taking on Joe Selby, the XY Falcon over there in the Rocket Industries lane.
Yeah, Greyhound has poured a lot of money into this car. He's a very dedicated racer who went and bought himself a truck with a flatbed. Gets out of that's better, mate. 0.167 reaction time for Bruce Ritchie. Gets everything together now. Gets it half track there, 989. Runs it through for a 10.914 at 123 and 11.58 at 116 for Joe Selby over there in the Rocket Lane. Well, he'll be pretty pleased with that. He's been fiddling around and been practising at home. I think he bought himself one of those, is it not a Portaloo, a Porter Light.
Not a Portaloo. He may have bought himself a Portaloo as well, who knows?
Yeah, well, he's an electrician. He's out on site all the time. Peter Violaris from Oatlands, New South Wales, the Go Logistics Ford XT Falcon.
Absolutely, Peter, great bloke, great supporter of Sydney Dragway as well. And the XT Falcon has been doing the job for him just quietly.
Oh, this is close.
10.31 this time around, 132 miles per hour, 10.56. Up on the boards for Richard Matasevich, the street-driven XY Falcon. And Peter is one half of the Go Logistics team, the Go Logistics owners. The other half is on track now, Jim Raptis, the little yellow Tirana, who, got to be honest, has been doing a great job as well with his racing.
Yeah, well, I pointed that out earlier on, and it's good to see that it's got the sort of like, not sort of pro street, but updated, and it's got the 6.2 litre. I assume... I have been wrong, but I assume it's the late model fuel-injected motor. But look at it, scarpered off at 0.649 reaction time, but he's got there not GG, an 11.164 to a 10.733. Well, Jim Raptor's their big top-end charge, 10.733 at 123 and 11.16 at 119 for Phil Armstrong over there in the Rocket Lane. So that's their last, final and last. What a redundant statement.
Next up, we've got Tex Griffiths. Look, it's all good, Les.
Yeah.
It's all good. We're pretty laid back here.
Yeah.
Except for the production team, if they don't get that right. I'm just saying, there's going to be repercussions.
Yeah.
Especially the guy who organises it all. He's useless. But anyway, Tex Griffiths in the Rocket Industries lane. For anybody that thinks I'm going to get cranky at the production guy, I'm the guy who organises it all, so I can get cranky at myself. Benny just works with what he's given. So he's doing a great job over there rebooting the cameras when he has to. 10.50 for Tex Griffiths at 128 miles per hour, 15.29 at 65 for the Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. Well, with that, I think we're now moving into modified bike, which is presented by Bike Review. I might actually hand over to the ever-capable Stephen Bush, if that's okay. Is that okay? Okay, that's fine. Okay. I'm going to go and try and figure out what's going on with these cameras and see if we can do it with without having to reboot them for the rest of the day. That'd be a great start. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Les Binkhorst and Stephen Bush.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rusty. And Rusty's running around like Mad March Hare around this facility. I didn't see his name on the director's board, but he mustn't be far off it. Yes. Robbie Wilkinson and Chris Costello. Chris Costello out this time with a .200. Robbie Wilkinson with a .244, but Wilkinson has opened up a commanding lead. We'll get there, a 9.606 at 155.47, and Chris Costello at 12.095 at 116. I think that's one of his best runs at 12.09. It'll go pretty close. Lorenzo Capogna, welcome back to Stephen Horatio Bush.
Thank you, Leslie Binkhurst.
Yeah, good. Dale Williams is in the Aeroflow lane as his opposition for this particular run. Lorenzo Capogna, he's been going gangbusters here at this event. And Dale Williams, well, he's put in a very solid effort himself on that Yamaha R1. He's over in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, Lorenzo there. Oh, gee, I tell you what. No. I thought Dale Williams was... Oh, gee whiz. No. Crikey.com. 9.029 at 145 for Capogno in the Rocket Lane and a 9.663 at 140 for Dale Williams. I tell you what, there's not much in it. Less than half a second.
Albie Davidson and Adrian Watson doing battle now. Watson in the Rocket Lane, racing for Shed Built Racing on the Yamaha R6. He's taking on the Suzuki VS 1000 S of Davidson. Davidson away with a 192 reaction time. He's out in front at the moment, but I think Watson will come on round. Watson in front at the 1000. Good side-by-side race, though. Not too much in it.
No.
11.036 there for Watson in the Rocket Lane to take it, and 11.30 for Davidson in the Airflow Lane there.
Look, see that. The two numbers, 11.306 and 11.063, all both had numbers, had the same digits in them,
just
but
in a different order.
Different in order.
You're looking very deep into these numbers, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Oh, dear.
Les doesn't count sheep to go to sleep.
No, I try and figure out their names.
Bobby Joe Simmons and Christopher
Ooh,
Hocking
gee,
doing
this
battle.
is a good one.
Another side-by-side race here, 9.56 with a 7 for Bobby Joe in the Aeroflow Lane, and a 9.47 with a 7 there for Christopher Hocking on the Aprilia. That was a good pass there.
Wow, gee, why is that? They left it right to the end there.
Yeah, 800ths of a second across the finish line there, Les.
Grant Gilliver now from South Windsor in the Rocket Lane, Suzuki GSX 1100. Racing for Mick Hone Motorcycles and Extra Soy Candles and Triple R Motorcycles. Oh, he's got a lot of motorcycle friends there. That's him in the Rocket Lane. Sean Ricketts from Castle Hill in the Kawasaki ZX 12R 1199 cc's. And this will be their last and final qualifier as well.
Yep. Ricketts, a former track champion here at Sydney Dragway, knows exactly what he needs to do, and he'll run on through for a 9.26 with a 143 mile an hour. Brant Gilliver, in the Rocket Lane, a 10.11 with an 8 at 126.
Peter Strudwick, Kendall in New South Wales, Harley Davidson V-Rod, 1300cc, that's young Peter in the Rocket Lane. And up against Robbie Simmons from Bligh Park in New South Wales at a party racing. Suzuki Hayabusa 1441 cc's. That should be good. Oh, gee. Strudwick gets out, but that hard-charging Suzuki Hayabusa of Simmons there, pretty hard to beat. 9.28 at 155. For Simmons and a 9.56 at 137.
Yeah, Simmons very unsettled off the start line there. Almost looked like he not was going to drop it, but certainly not his usual well routine to start line launch.
Well, here we go. David Mead from Orange in New South Wales in the Aeroflow Lane in the Kawasaki Z11, a 1500cc. Yeah, that's the one with that he pulled off earlier that had to push off. And Joe Coorey from South Hurstville, New South Wales in the Harley Destroyer 1430cc's. That's Joe in the Rocket Lane. Oh, Joe Coorey an 0.29 reaction time, but I tell you what, David Mead, he's out with a minus. Oh, what a close race. A 9.15 to David Mead and a 9.02 for Joe Coorey. Dave Mead getting the win there. 139 miles an hour for Mead and 142 miles an hour for Joe Coorey.
Yeah, Mead came back on around him at the bottom end of the racetrack there. There wasn't much in it across the finish line.
No.
Next up, we've got Ronnie Adams on another one of these Harley Davidson Destroyers. Looking for Ron Cut, building some highs. Straight down the Aeroflow Lane.
Gee, look at that.
At Sydney Dragway, he runs on through for a 9.59 with a 136.
Not bad.
Yeah,
not bad. Not bad for the class, modified bike. Ron Adams. Not the Ron Adams I used to work for, he was an architect. He'd scoff and say, good morning, Earthlings. everything was below him.
All right, that's the conclusion of qualifying for bikereview.com.au. We're moving into Extreme Bike, Les.
It's Extreme Bike. These really crazy fellows and lasses.
This should be a good pass. As I said previously, these guys have run side-by-side sixes, 200 plus mile an hour. You can see Alex Borg way down over the handlebars. Power wheel stand at the top of second gear, approaching half track. It runs on through for 7.12 with a 209 miles an hour there for Alex Borg, the quicker of the two. A little bit of smoke in the braking area, but that's pretty standard for that machine. And Leonard has a party there at 7.39 with a 7 at only 190 mile an hour.
Well, that's the first time I've seen Leonard as a party get to the finish line second. So that Alex Borg must be a bit of a hot shot as well.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. Is that Leonard doesn't see the wind light appear in his lane, but we're all susceptible to that every now and then.
Yes, we're all humans.
Correct.
Deanne has a party now. She's a fiery young lady. She knows how to handle that bike. Huh? Okay, well, we've got the double reds flashing, so there's currently something on down there somewhere.
Not sure what's going on because we're at Sydney Dragway here for the New South Wales Championship Series, round number 1. Getting closer to the end of qualifying for today, so next time you see all these races out, they'll be running elimination.
Yeah.
To get on through to the final round a little bit later on this evening for the trophy run. And of course, for those valuable points towards their championship, the 2020 Championship Series.
Yep. Well, it's good. It'd be a great start to get some, maximum points. I'm sure someone may get them. Well, we hope someone does, but someone has to get them, and which will sort of set them on a good foundation for the rest of the upcoming series.
Yes, very much so. And Rusty has hinted that we will have a new naming rights sponsor, which was only basically put together at the end of this week. So hopefully for the next round we'll have a new naming rights sponsor on. I'm not able to say who it is.
He did say it, but I can't.
I can't remember it anyway
No.
at the moment. So.
So we're both sort of in the same boat. Well, we're both paddling the same canoe. That's
where we go around in circles, mate.
Yeah, that's right. Someone pointed out that they might be avoidance circles. Well, I thought that was a bit sort of nasty of them. We're trying to, avoid or skip around the issue, but it can't be revealed until probably the next round.
Until it's all official.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is a little bit of exciting news for the track and also all the races that take part in the series. So.
Well, if today's any indication, young Steve, I think that 2022 is going to be, and there's a couple of people we know that are missing for various reasons, but once we sort of move back into, some sort of steady stream where we don't have to rely on someone waving us through and putting the stop-go sign out, I think 2022 is going to shape up pretty well.
Yeah, it's certainly it's a lot better start, but I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is here at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. So we might throw to our big screen for a few words from some of our supporters here at Sydney Dragway, and we will be back underway with the remainder of qualifying in hopefully a few moments' time.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, we'll be back underway with the remainder of qualifying in a few moments' time, and I was right for once.
I'm sure a lot of crane drivers would argue with that. Steve, you're pretty good. Must be pretty spot on with your
I try.
calcs.
All I can do is try. All right, we got Diane as a party leading the start line on her Suzuki. Doesn't look like she's under full power, but we'll run on through for a 1061, 137 mile an hour. She ran at 9.5 earlier today, so I think I was right twice there.
Yeah.
I'm on fire.
Oh, except for the, instead of the names, instead of the 000s, I'll record all the times you're right.
You won't need as many pages.
See, there we go. Modesty gets hold of him again.
Some say I'm negative, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
All right, Les, we're into Super Sedan now for their final round of qualifying. We're starting this round off with Nathan Watt from Grant's Performance in the Aeroflow ladies in the VL Commodore, taking on Pat Friolo in the one-tonner. Watt out in front, left with a 010 red light, but that doesn't matter right now. 9.36 with a 4 at 144 mile an hour through the finish line. Pat Friolo at 10.18 with a 7 at 130.
Yeah, well, I don't think either of those two races will, both of them will remain in their the same qualifying positions as the previous round. But at the moment, we see Larry Etzel in the Aeroflow lane from Heckenberg in New South Wales, 87 Nissan 300 ZX with a Mopar 408, up against Martin Stevenson from Warnervale in that HQ panel van with the Chevy 350. So we've got Larry Etzel at number 19 and Martin Stevenson as our number 21 qualifiers. Oh, Martin Stevenson there at 006 red light. But still trying, attacking the tree. Larry Etzel gets there first, runs at 10.303 at 127.57 and at 10.629. At 10.629 for Martin Stevenson.
Next up, we've got Pete Hamilton, Les.
Yep.
Running the, we think it's a VH Commodore.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a VH.
Wagon, he's our number 1 qualifier, has gone 8.68 with an 8.152. Let's see what he can do against Dave Gruber this time around. Nice pulls up north from the Holden Commodore off the start line cleanly with an 0.24 reaction time. 0.46 in the other lane for Gruber, but that wagon, it's damn quick. 8.77 with an 8. So he's been around that 8.80 mark all day. 151 mile an hour that time around. 9.29 with a 2 for Dave Gruber in the strip rat.
Yeah, the reaction times from young Pete Hamilton were pretty the same. 0.24 against an 0.46. It's probably a bit slower than Dave Gruber would have liked, an 0.46. But well, that's the thing about
that if you can do that every time.
Yeah. Nathan Cowie now on that the little Suzuki Mighty Boys small block Chev 400, our number 14 qualifier, up against Sean Maher, our number 9 qualifier with a 9.29 at 142. Maher gets out with an 0.12, does Sean Maher reaction time, and Nathan Cowie an 0.29, but I think Maher will get there first, a 9.26 at 143 and a 9.73 at 136 for Cowie over here in the Rocket Lane.
Oh, look, I don't know who to go for here, Les. I'm torn between a Mark 1 Escort van or a Mark II two-door Cortina?
Yeah. Well, you've got one of the. You've got one of them.
I've got one of each.
Have you?
Just not these models.
Oh, okay.
I've got one Cortina and one Escort.
Oh, have you? Oh, well, there you go. Oh.
That's what I'm saying. I'm torn.
Torn. Oh, yeah. Well, I thought it was just your dedication to the blue oval mark.
Well, it's kind of. The Escort's got a Nissan motor in it, but anyway. Yeah. Leo Georges with the Ford Escort leads with a 035 red light. 004 on the tree for Dean Giddens. Nice reaction time for him. The Escort gets their first 930 with a 147 mile an hour and a 1017 with a 0, 131 mile an hour there for Dean Giddens in the little Cortina. Nice blast for both races.
Yeah. Well, just think, Steve, if they didn't make that Ford Escort, that probably would not have had that Nissan motor in it. So the Escort comes first. So that's where that's where it should lie.
Exactly right. Another pair of Cortinas on the start line here. Ross Bilby in the purple model in the Aeroflow lane, running on through out in front of Graham Blackman, and a 974 with a 137 mile an hour. And Blackman's running almost an identical time to his previous qualifying time in that Cortina there. So nice pass for both races. Of course, these guys and girls running dial your own category, which means they have to pick their own dial in or their own handicap, if you like, for the racing rounds, and that means that they will leave the start line at different times. In the theory, that they'll be locked together at the finish line.
At the finish line, yeah. Well, it's good to see Graham step up from Super Street to Super Sedan. I think he's just, and it's good to see. I think that he's going for consistency in his speed and ETs. Yeah, and so if he can get a good reaction time, he should be competitive. Oh, great leave there by Bill Osling in that Camaro, an 010 reaction time up against Rexy Webster there with a .187. Webster goes through a 961 at 140 and an 881 at 142 to get there first for Osling over here in the Rocket Lane. A couple of Victor Satlogianas from Birong, Pro-Trans automatic transmissions, 75 Holden Neil H run, running a Chevy 454, and Harry Plessis from Milperra in the Ford XWGT Boss 351. That's pretty impressive, that car, but so Victor's is...
Yeah, both very tough Australian muscle cars on the start line here. 040 on the tree there for Harry Plessis on the green side. 002 red for Satlogianas. Side by side, I think Plessis is out in front. 912 with an 149 mile an hour for the Falcon, and a 946 with the 4 at 141 there for the Tirana.
Pretty impressive side by side run there, Steve. That was terrific to watch. Okay, we've got Joe Zammit now in the Rocket Lane, Claremont Meadows in New South Wales, Holden VL Commodore, Holden 383 in that blue Commodore there, and Nigel Hardis in the also a Commodore, but got the VL, but got the original RB30 engine that the car came out with, so that's another bonus. You're looking at both these guys. This is their last qualifier. We've performed under over expectations for this hour of the day, so well done to all the officials and everybody else. It's fantastic. Oh, an 027 for Zammit and an 065 for Hardis. Joe Zammit's gone.
Unfortunately, it looks like Hardis is having a couple of issues at about half track, but left very well. And Zammit that time around 10.17 with a 0 at 130 mile an hour. Backs up at 10.17 with a 5 that he ran earlier.
Yes, so we're running very consistently here. Well, everyone's been running consistently well. We haven't had people that have sort of gone from top to bottom or from bottom to top. So it's been in that middle ground where we've seen most of the racing occur today, which is makes it easier for us to do. And I think that's why the program's sort of just rolled on.
All right, we've got Debbie Robb on the start line now in the XB Coupe, Les, running for Multi-Quip 528 cubes of Ford power plant on board in this car now, taking on Alan Schroeder. 008
Oh,
on the
008.
And a 351 there for the Cortina, but the big Falcon is out in front and will take the win. 919 with a 7 at 143, and Alan Schroeder a 1014 with a 2 at 128 mile an hour.
Oh, here's this FB or EK Holden. It's from Brendan Costello. Oh, that's Chris's young bloke.
Ah.
Yeah, I remember him last time he was, last time I was here, he was here, and I met him, and he was racing this car, but they must have done a bunch to it since I last saw it.
I haven't seen it before.
Yeah.
That's Chris on the bike you're talking about?
Yeah, Chris Costello. Yeah, okay. the Harley Davidson, Chris Costello. And this is Brendan from Isabella Plains, 61 Holden EK. Our number 23 qualifier, see, a 19.905. That was that awfully squirrely run. That was, that got my attention. Up against Lou Palumbo from Hinchinbrook in New South Wales, the Holden HX Chevy 400. Palumbo, our number 5 qualifier, but I'm sure Brendan Costello is going to jump up from 23 qualifier with he'll go quicker than 19.90. So that's my prediction. Let's see how we go. Just about ready to go. Red light, but that doesn't matter. Now get into it, Brendan, now that you're going straight, which he's done.
Gee, what, it was only just red, 002.
Yeah.
You run on through for a 10.02 with a 9, 132 mile an hour, and 11.10 with a 2, only 104 mile an hour there for Luke Palumbo.
Jumped up to 16, from 23 to 16. Still got a lot of cars in front of him, but it's good to see him get off the bottom of the ladder. That'll inspire him and give him a whole bunch of confidence. Jim Denaro, Engadine, New South Wales, Ford Cortina, wins a 364. And our number 12 qualifier in Super Sedan. 0.49 reaction time, well, that'll be good. 9.43 with a 7 at 141. So, he stays in position number 11. Behind Nathan Watt and in front of Victor Satlogiannis. This is the guy I used to get Satlogiannis mixed up with.
Okay. There was I think a Kazanzidis that ran a Falcon for a little while.
Yeah.
But because I heard you and Rusty talking about names, but Heracles has always run this car as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, but I used to get him. You know, I had to look a second time, and up against P squared. Oh, gee, a 002 reaction time in that little green meanie there by Paul Partridge, runs it through a 7.93 with a 2 at 172 miles an hour. Wow.
Yeah, big speed there for Paul Partridge.
Yeah, 604 cubic inches, Steve.
Kazanzidis there, a couple of issues. Left with a big red light, but only stayed in the throttle for not
very long.
Yeah, only to probably the 330 foot mark. Yep. Big burnout again from Frank Oliveri.
Oh, yeah, he's the trademark burnout.
Running for High Tech Oils, multi-spares, truck, bus parts. The 585 cubed.
Just as a side issue, just a quick one. I called into that multi-spares truck and bus parts in Yatala in Queensland last week.
Okay.
I went in. My son had to go to a go-kart shop that was right next door.
Okay.
So I stuck my head in there and I saw the thing there, and it's pretty good good setup they've got there, multi-spares. All right, back to the racing. Jeffrey Sargent in that nice Camaro. Oh, Frank Oliveri there, straight out of the gate. Wow, an 013 reaction time.
Look at the ET, 797 with a 171 mile an hour there for Jeffrey Sargent.
Jeez.
And an 812 with a 168 there for Oliveri. That was a good pass, side by side, all the way down.
Oh, it was a beauty. Well, that John Heisman's in, you know, like top sportsman. He's got the Falcon Ute. Auto 1 at Orange. Well, he could join the Roy Lancers with the Auto 1 at Forbes, I guess. So, John Heisman's, yeah, and then there was Stephanie Heisman's, of course. I think she ran an Alton. I think she was running in modified, eliminated. Anyway, and Dave Whitmore, Grant's Performance, running for Grant's Performance in the Chevy Nova, small block Chev 400. Sharp cars, both sharp. Now, Steve, I'd like to tell you that today these cars seem to me to be orange and not red. Is that right?
Correct, they're definitely not red. Some launch there from Dave Whitmore. The car moving around a little bit off the start line, but he's way out in front of that Falcon Ute. And Whitmore will run on through for an 8.14 with an 167 mile an hour through the finish line. And John Heisman's there, 9.23 with a 9.154.
Yeah, I think Heisman's lost a bit of traction in the first, I'll say, at least 60 feet, and that's what held him back. But the other car just took off.
It doesn't seem to have a very big tyre under the back of it in comparison to most of the other cars in Top Sportsman.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the way that car's set up. And we've got another Heisman's on the start line here now, Les. This one's a Tony Heisman.
Well,
from Spring Hill.
Okay, that's the one I was thinking of. So what was the one previous one? John, Tony Heisman.
So it's John, Tony, and
Stephanie. That's right. Okay. Now, that's what I imagined. That's what I thought Tony Heisman's when I said, he's got a Falcon Ute.
Yes.
But it's not. It's John.
Well,
okay.
It's safe to say they like orange and red cars.
Yes, because they're all virtually the same colour.
All right, in beside Thomas Leake from
Googong,
New South Wales, down near Canberra.
Yeah.
Running for Bradbury Smash in this, Pontiac Grand Am, runs on through first for a 7.90 with a 3. 169 mile an hour charge through the finish line.
Yeah.
And an 8.09 with a 2 at 169 there for Tony Heisman's.
Okay, John O'Roy Lance. We've got the David and Goliath battle here, probably in the cubic inch stakes and the sheet metal stakes. Stephen Willis from Kings Langley in New South Wales. T-Rex Racing Engines. Yeah, that's such a nice car. I'm astonished.
I know you're a big fan of that, like American muscle style.
Yeah, I am. You know, like they're those big B bodies, you know.
Yeah, that's a pretty rare car, that one too.
Oh, very rare.
Didn't make that many of them.
No, and the Cobra's even rarer than those. But it's a beautiful racing, beautiful car. And John O'Roy Lance, he gets stuck into that little Cortina. It can account for itself. So we've got Roy Lance in the Aeroflow lane, Willis in the Rocket lane. Wow, look at this.
Yeah, not much in the reaction time. Looked like Willie's just out in front at the moment. He'll take it 8.08 with an 8 at 168 mile an hour, and a 8.33 with a 7. Les at 160 mile an hour for John O'Roy Lance in the Cortina.
Well, Jono would be, he'd be buoyed by that effort. He'd be really impressed with himself, as Steve Fowler's sort of, the summer nats was 2 months ago.
Yeah. Yeah, big bird out there for Stevie Fowler in the Fowler Family Racing Pontiac GXP.
I'm so really glad to see them back on deck.
Well, Stephen, a multi-time Australian champion over a number of different classes.
Yep. Yeah, he sure is. There's Dad Greg adjusting the bars. I thought he was a pretty good racer too. Greg Fowler.
He's a pretty good steerer in his own right.
Yep. Yeah, let's see. We might. We've seen Leonard as a party hit the 200. miles per hour. Let's see if Steve Fowler can join the 200 mile an hour club today.
In Moscovich's car, that manually shifted Falcon. Moving around a little bit towards the centre line. Fowler straight out of their box, 001 on the tree, shoots out at the finish line. 6.92 with an 8, 200 mile an hour. It's virtually identical to one of the runs that he'd already done.
Yep. Oh, okay.
So 6.92 with an 8, 200 mile an hour. So there we go, Les.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, yeah. See, they're all clapping down there on the back of the golf cart. Yeah, fine run. Gee, got out of the hole quick.
Yeah, awesome pass. 001 on the tree. I think that'll put him in the #1 position, I dare say.
Well, I tell you what, Josh Boscovich wasn't, sort of overshadowed too much. I think it's into the 8s, 8.94 with a 7 at 156 for Sorbello, and an 8.56.6. 8.56 with a 6 at 159.83 for Joe Gattalari.
I think that completes the qualifying, Les, for Top Sportsman.
Top Sportsman,
We're moving into Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified Eliminator now. And the first pairing of this last round of qualifying for the modified cars will be Chris Manx in the Bantam-bodied altered, taking on Lee Harder-Law in the Ford Roadster. Both races running BK race engines.
Yes, yeah, that is the BK race engines for both of them. 440 Windsor for Lee Hartle-Law, and that's a little 440 Windsor. And Chris Manx, big block Chev 540. Now, there's one's a modified altered, and Lee Hartle-Law's running an A hot rod. Now, it's classed as a hot rod and it's allowed in the modified ranks because it maintains probably the front portion, even the grille, and some other small parts.
It's also not centre steer.
Yeah.
So see Lee sitting off to the side. You can sit left or right, but you can't sit in the middle of the car like you do in Manx's car, because as soon as you do that, it's classed as an altered or a funny car. If you have a full body on it.
That's good. Oh, yeah. Great.
So there are a couple of different specific body requirements for a hot rod. 695 with a 5, 195 mile an hour there for Manx. So certainly got the ET. We have seen that car, I think, if not over 200 mile an hour. Very, very close to it.
Yeah.
So good pass on both those races there.
Daniel Flack from Temora in New South Wales. Yeah, I think Temora has benefited with one of the lowies moving there. All the streets are beautifully paved. Everything's all the pub fronts and everything. It's a real sort of like a go-to little town out west now. A lot of people, I used to work with a couple of people that had aircraft, small aircraft, and they moved their maintenance, instead of getting it done at Canberra, they flew over to Temora and got it done. So it's pretty good out there. So Daniel Flack in the Rocket Lane.
Let's face it, Les, if you've got your own plane,
yes,
you're bringing a little bit of income into the region, aren't you? So
yeah.
But Daniel Flack out with an 0.24 reaction time, and he'll get there first. 8.41 with a 6, 157 mile an hour for the Bantam altered, and a 8.92 with a 5, a 145 there for Gareth Rogers in that very nicely presented red Fiat.
Yeah, that was nice. It's good to see, like another Bantam, a Topolino, in modified. I think it's great. Craig Davies from Brayton in New South Wales, the front engine dragster, small block Chev. Sponsors, I'd love some. So if you're impressed by Craig Davies' driving attributes, I'd sign up as a sponsor. Everyone you can't have too many sponsors, not even John Force. Mark Tanswell from Ashfield, New South Wales, front engine dragster, Holden 205. I like those little front engine dragsters, really like them. Whether it be 6 or a V8, I don't care, they're really neat. Oh, an 031 red light for Craig Davies, but they're free here. Oh, Tanswell moves. Oh, I thought he was going to park it there, or...
I got that impression as well, but still making his way down the racetrack. We've got a 8.300 for Davies, 159 mile an hour, and an unrepresentative 1571 for Mark Tanswell in the Holden 6-powered dragster.
Yeah. Okay. Well, George Bukarishlev over there in the Aeroflow lane in the Racemax Direct front engine dragster, running an LS 365. Also Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing and MSCN on board as sponsors for George. Kelsey Walford-Lay from Uriera Village in the ACT Skips Fire Service. That's down by the Murrumbidgee River. Uriera Village, Skips Fire Service. It's the T-Bucket Altered, running a big block Chev 502 in the very, very capable hands of Kelsey Walford-Lay and George. That car is detailed to perfection, and every attribute of that car is it's just spot on.
Well, both are, aren't they? Very nice.
Nice.
Presented car. Love the gold and the black on Kelsey's also.
It's stunning, isn't it? It's good combo.
Just waiting on Kelsey to bump into full stage. She's in there now.
Oh, 041, and I was going to say they're pretty close to leaving the line together. An 041 reaction time for Walford-Lay and an 049 for George over there in the Aeroflow lane. George runs a 793 at 169 and an 884 at 144. Kelsey over in the Rocket lane. Oh, there's another good run here too.
Didn't these two race each other last round of qualifying?
Yes,
I think they did. Alison Stewart in the Aeroflow lane out of Queanbeyan, running for LA Racing Lubricants, Jeff's Race Engines, Crackling Pipes Photography, and Mad Mad Productions. In the Rocket lane, we've got Peter Brown in the Sims Integrated Solutions Dragster, running for Timmy Hot Rod Supplies, BK Race Engines. Both cars running 540 cubic inches of big block Chev. These two ran very similarly timed runs earlier. Brown just popping the wheels up with 007 on the Christmas tree. 080 on the tree for Alison Stewart.
Okay. Oh, there's a very nice lady just came into the booth here, and she's bearing gifts of food. So we'll take a pic and then get on with the racing. Jenny Petrie in the Rocket lane from Blacksland in New South Wales. Timmy Hot Rod Supplies. Fiat Topolino, small block Chevy 400. A seasoned competitor and just one of the great team that they've got. Timmy Hot Rod Supplies, Tim and Mick. And down there in Penrith, up against Rocco Romano. Now Rocco's got the wick on this dragster turned right up. He's been doing some great times here. This will be their last qualifying round, and it looks like Gary Durrington will be the last qualifier per se in the whole event. So we're travelling very nicely at the moment. So Rocco Romano in the Aeroflow lane up against Jenny Petrie. Yeah, because he's got that big block 598 cubic inch Chev. Steams on through a 724 at 181.32 miles an hour. Jenny Petrie, an 013 red light, which is uncharacteristic for her. And, well, we're just waiting now for Gary Durrington from Richmond in New South Wales, the little front engine dragster running a Holden 202. He's come a long way with this car. He's got very precise in his attack towards getting the car running properly, and all augurs well for him in the upcoming events for 2022. 071 light. He's not going too bad. 1.4 to the 60 foot. Gee, it's sounding strong at the top end too. A 9909 at 131.69. I'm getting bedazzled by all looking at the screen, which I haven't done for about 18 months. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of qualifying. The next vehicles you will see out here will be in the elimination portion of our program. So all the cars that you saw 3 times previously now will be around in the finals, which are coming up later on this afternoon. Now, I'll just check to see what we've got here. We've got a track prep, and then I guess it's into racing.
Yeah, we'll probably be having a little bit of a break or do a little bit of track maintenance, of course. In the meantime, if you are at the venue and you want to go down and check out those cars that are running down the racetrack in front of us, your general admission here at Sydney Dragways allows you access into the pits. So if you would like to walk around through the pits, you can certainly do that. There's a set of stairs on the northwestern end of the mound, leads down the stairs. Grab yourself a bite to eat and something to drink, and we'll be back underway with the first round of eliminations in around about, I'd say, 25 minutes time or thereabouts, I think is the scheduled break time. In the meantime, we might throw to our big screen for a couple of words from our supporters.
Atlantic Performance Oils
here
are
at
an
Sydney
Australian
Dragway.
owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers in heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
Attention Eastern Creek. Are your finances in check? It's important, now more than ever. Bespoke Financial Advisory is one of Australia's leading financial experts. You'll not only save money, but you'll have a solid foundation to launch into future opportunities. Bespoke can help you with a home loan, refinancing, car finance, equipment loans, commercial loans and development loans. Book a free consultation today at bespokefinancialadvisory.com.au.
Smash tyres with Burnout Masters, the world's wildest burnout game. Available at the App Store and Google Play. Burnout Masters, game on.
Here at Bespoke Financial Advisory, we specialise in
development finance,
home loans,
refinance, commercial loans,
insurance.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning. The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers and heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
Attention Eastern Creek. Are your finances in check? It's important, now more than ever. Bespoke Financial Advisory is one of Australia's leading financial experts. You'll not only save money, but you'll have a solid foundation to launch into future opportunities. Bespoke can help you with a home loan, refinancing, car finance, equipment loans, commercial loans and development loans. Book a free consultation today at bespokefinancialadvisory.com.au.
Smash tyres with Burnout Masters, the world's wildest burnout game. Available at the App Store and Google Play. Burnout Masters, game on.
Here at Bespoke Financial Advisory, we specialise in
Development finance,
home loans,
refinance, commercial loan,
insurance.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning. The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu includes
increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers and heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
Attention Eastern Creek. Are your finances in check? It's important, now more than ever. Bespoke Financial Advisory is one of Australia's leading financial experts. You'll not only save money, but you'll have a solid foundation to launch into future opportunities. Bespoke can help you with a home loan, refinancing, car finance, equipment loans, commercial loans and development loans. Book a free consultation today at bespokefinancialadvisory.com.au.
Smash tyres with Burnout Masters, the world's wildest burnout game. Available at the App Store and Google Play. Burnout Masters. Game on.
Bespoke Financial Advisory. We specialise in
Development finance.
home loans,
Refinance. Commercial loan.
insurance.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning. The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're not too far away from getting back underway here at the first round of the New South Wales Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. And we're just going to have a little bit of a chat, aren't we, Les, about what's
certainly are.
What's coming up here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, tomorrow we have the Sunday sessions, which of course is effectively a Sunday street meet. Of course, brought to us by Aeroflow. The Aeroflow Sunday sessions. The beauty of the Sunday session is, Les, if you're a keen worker and not able to get here on a Wednesday night,
right.
you can come along to Sydney Dragway on a Sunday. We run them once a month, generally.
Yeah.
And you can come along and same sort of format. There's no reaction prizes or anything like that, but you can get a lot more passes in generally on the Sunday. And it's a pretty relaxed atmosphere, as we see there's the slide. So if you're interested in bringing your car out tomorrow and having a bit of a play, like what you see going down the track here today, of course, tomorrow will be a little bit more chill. But jump on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au. Check out some of the requirements, grab your online entry, and head out here tomorrow. Pretty much all you need in terms of safety is a suitable helmet that meets the requirements, and a long sleeve top and long sleeve trousers. That's really about it. Covered shoes. It's all pretty standard. Probably the most tricky bit there is the helmet.
Yep.
But if you're keen on coming out here regularly, that some of the helmets, you don't have to spend $1 million on a helmet to come out and to race your road car. And I'll tell you what, there's some pretty quick street cars get out here. You know, of course, we can run down to I think 10-0.
Yep.
Is ET cutoff sort of thing. And you know, if you're into cars, you know that some of the modern cars can do that fairly easily with limited modifications, which is pretty scary when you think about it. But by all means, jump on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au, and I assume go through to the events page, follow the links, grab your e-tickets. If you want to come out and watch, by all means, you can grab your tickets online there as well as a spectator. Usually run from 10 till around about 4 o'clock, depending on entry numbers. So yeah, it's a good opportunity to get out here and check out what your car can do if you haven't run it down the quarter mile before. And don't be scared if you haven't done it before. There's plenty of the officials can explain to you what you need to do. They give a little bit of a brief rundown when you sign in, or your entry form and everything up at the scrutineering shed.
Well, all of that stuff's you know, like it is. It's all included, and you get to see if you've got you know, the type of car you're running. Well, there's other guys that'll come up to you and say, oh, you got, you know, you're running a, you know, SR20. Is it a red lid or a black lid or whatever it is? And you get to know other people, and then so, you know, and that's how you get a cross pollination of ideas. You get some information, and who knows, you might even pick up a friend or two.
That's right. And before you know it, you've been talking to someone and they've got the same car as you, and they've modified this and modified that, and then the bug's bit, and then you just want to go faster.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and then you ask, oh, where did you get all that from? And then it comes, you get a stream of outlets, whether they be online, like our Aeroflow friends, our friends at Aeroflow, I should say.
See what I did there, Les?
Yes, that's it. Just that was I call it advertising smothering. So, it wasn't quite that I couldn't breathe, but it was right in my face, and rightly so too. I don't mind, because I know the Graham and the Cowans and all the rest up there at Aero that belong on Aeroflow and Rocket Industries. People like those, you know, they put their money out, and that makes it easier for people to afford to race. And then I used to like street motors, get a bit long in the tooth for it now, but when we had Canberra International Dragway, I used to love just handing the mic to Bernie Learson or one of the other commentators there, and then hop in the car, and I had a valet charge with a 440 in it, and it went pretty hard. So I was really impressed. So, but I haven't been to the extent of racing under, you know, sort of like under sanctions,
dial-ins and bits and pieces, but
things
of course,
like that. No, I haven't.
The Street Beat series is that Aeroflow back, as I say, are a fantastic way to get into the sport. See if you like it. You know, see what it's actually like. You find out what your car runs. And it's relatively inexpensive to do so, and as I say, a great way to introduce yourself to the sport of drag racing. Of course, following that on, Ben, what do we got next? We've got Day of the Drags, which of course is a fantastic event, a one-day event this year. It's the 12th of March, as you can see on the big screen, and we've got two nitro-fueled Altereds that are scheduled to lay down some demonstration passes for us. Of course, the Day of the Drags, a very relaxed day of fun. Of course, the beauty of Day of the Drags for me is that you see a lot of cars that don't normally come to run. They you know, might be hot rods or whatever, and you know, a bunch of mates get together. And, oh, you want to run your car at the Day of the Drags? Yes, let's do that. So, you know, good categories of racing that cover all bases. I think there's like Aussie muscle, American muscle. There's Gasser class, which we've hinted at before. They usually put on a very good show, good numbers, big burnouts. You know, they've got the beam axles in them. They're very different cars to what you normally would see at a race meeting here at Sydney Dragway. And you know, a lot of them make the effort to come out for pretty much the one or two events a year, and that's it. But yeah, as I say, they put on a fantastic show, and of course the two nitro fueled Altereds will be a fantastic spectacle for all those that come along to check it out. And then, you know, following on into later on in the month, the 23rd of March, we're going to have the Hot Rod Night here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, that is a Wednesday night. It's part of our Wednesday night street meet series. Yeah. And one of the themed nights that Rusty's put together, and just so happens ties into the Dragons Hot Rod Club. Their Hot Rod Street series that they're doing.
Right.
And the themed nights here at Sydney Dragway are usually very well supported. There are all sorts of different categories.
Oh, great.
We had Diesel Night last week.
Yep.
You know, and as Rusty said earlier, the Diesel guys love to get out here and race. I've sort of joked and said I'm sure that if they take all their four-wheel drive gear off the cars and run probably a second faster, because they've still got all the
light bars
and the extra spare wheel, the two spare wheels and all that sort of stuff. But they get out here and have a good time. The big burnouts usually, and you know, they give it a red hot crack, which is fantastic to see. But there's also people that come along that aren't keen to get out and run their car down the quarter. They go down and sit around and talk in the pits to like-minded people, and it's just a fantastic way to meet new friends and chat with a common interest and that sort of thing. And I think
for sure
that's something that's always been appealing to me from a drag racing point of view. And then following on from that, we'll have the Nitro.
The
Nitro Champs. Nitro Champs. Sorry, my bad. The Nitro Champs in May sometime. So I believe there's a couple of pretty good announcements coming our way from Rusty in the next couple of weeks regarding the Nitro Champs. So that will be another fantastic feather in the cap here for Sydney Dragway.
Look, it's one of the meetings that I often get asked about from people that aren't sort of like dedicated race fans. They just like the spectacle of the whole lot. But just the words, identifying nitro with racing, well, they know there's going to be big bangers there.
Yes.
So, and that's what a lot of people like. They say, well, well, this and this is on. No, I can't leave now. This and this is on. And so you find...
You get fully drawn into the event.
That's right. Yep. And it covers such a wide range. And most of all, and it is true, people like the speed and the sound of top fuelers and anything nitro. And it gets the crowds in all the time, and that's what they always want to see.
That's because there's nothing else like it.
That's right.
And whether the nitro's fueling a motorcycle, a top fuel dragster, an altered, a funny car, whatever it might be, it certainly brings a whole new level to mechanical power making and mechanical destruction in some cases. But certainly the nitro is a fantastic fuel, and I'd like to know who actually, if anybody has any specs on who developed it and what it was developed for.
Yeah. Rusty.
We'll quiz Rusty about that later. I'm just throwing him under the bus and putting him on the spot.
Yeah, that's right. It was actually World War II.
Okay.
Yeah, it was, because they also had turbochargers on them as well.
Right. So Rusty's just said that he believes the fuel was developed in to aid the planes in World War II, because it develops its own oxygen, and I dare say, would it then allow the plane to run faster at a higher altitude?
Yes.
Which therefore gets them above the enemy, so to speak, and to outrun them. So there you go. And some drag racers said, you know what, I can put that fuel in my car and just see what it does.
Well, which all, just with all the attributes of nitro, being a very volatile, but there's other aspects of it, like that, like the oxygen portion, what part it plays in the actual burning of the nitromethane and the development of it. It's just one of those things that people just love to hear. And last week up at Willowbank, they had a top fuel dragster. Now, it was only they're going to run it in supercharged, the Outlaws, I was told. But it had a KB Hemi in it, and it was nitromethane, but it was injected. It didn't have a blower.
Oh, okay, yep.
And they're developing that at the moment.
And they call that A fuel in the US. It's like a same sort of deal as a top fueler, but no supercharger.
Yeah, no supercharger, and it's the length of a top fueler, and you should have heard all the old guys, the old racers when it went past. Oh, smell that sweet smell.
Because they run it rich as to try and get the power
and all
out
their
of it.
eyes were sort of, but it was just out of a beautiful dragster. It's it goes very well.
Well, looks like we're about to get underway with the first round of the Western Weekender Junior Dragster Eliminations.
Yeah, well, it's been a great morning of qualifying, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of the program. So, here we are. Oh, this is...
All right, we can hear the first two competitors firing into life, and that is Max Perry in the Aeroflow lane, and he's taking on Tegan Smith. Perry dialed in with an 809, and Smith dialed in with a 797. So that will mean that Max Perry will have to leave the start line first by a little bit over 1/10 of a second. Thank you very much, Les Binkhurst, for your efforts in commentary this morning. I look forward to joining me on the mic a little bit later on this afternoon. Joining me now is Rusty Gregory.
I'd like to be known as Professor Rusty Gregory from now on,
okay.
if I could.
No worries.
Do
you just like the pro bit in front?
No, Professor. I gave her the information
okay.
about Nitro.
Yeah.
If it's not true, I certainly sounded convincing.
Yes, that's right.
So, it's one thing I learned a long time ago is if you don't know the answer, just sound convincing when you say it. Anyway, Junior Dragster, round 1. And this is one of the reasons why I always say, and anybody who knows me will know that I say this, the New South Wales Championship Series is one of the hardest to win in all of drag racing. And the reason for that is we don't do anything like drop your worst round. We don't have any round-robin participation trophies. We don't have any of that sort of stuff. It's literally...
Rip the safety net right out.
Exactly. So if you want to win a championship in the New South Wales Championship Series, you literally have to go out and perform at every single event that we have across the season. There's no safety net, and that's it's a good thing and a bad thing, and it really brings quality races to the front, and we have got tons of them here today. Junior Dragster on track now, presented by Western Weekender. Tegan Smith goes through for the winner, 7.97 with a 0 on a 7.97. We talk about tough races. You can't get much closer than that, Bushy.
Tegan got there by about 100ths of a second, but pushed the envelope, as they say, for if she'd been 1,000th of a second quicker, she would have lost that
Probably
race.
Didn't need to go quite that hard. But anyway, it is what it is. Next up, Zach Ruffalo taking on Liam O'Neill. Liam O'Neill, this is his first elimination race in Junior Dragster.
I reckon the butterflies will be churning right about
now.
Oh,
100%, 100%.
So, Zach Ruffalo, a regular racer here at Sydney Dragway, along with his brother and the whole family. Ruffalo dialed in with a 7.98. He will have to be patient. He's going to wait around about 4 seconds, Rusty. So, Liam O'Neill will be around about a third of the way down his race here before Ruffalo leaves the start line.
And that's a difficult thing for these kids, isn't it? They've got to wait. They've got to be patient. It's not the easiest thing to do when you are sitting on the start line watching your competitor go down the racetrack. 1.48 on the tree for Liam O'Neill. About a red light for Zach Ruffalo. It's not much of a red light, but it doesn't really matter. 0.54 red, and Liam O'Neill gets his first ever round win in Junior Dragster competition. Congratulations, young Liam. And 11.98 is the result for him. Big breakout, but it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. You'll hear Rusty and I talk about breakouts and dial-ins. Of course, dial-in is a self-nominated handicap that the racer does pick. So the idea being, if a 12-second car races a 10-second car, the 12-second car will leave the start line 2 seconds quicker, or 2 seconds before the 10-second car. So in theory, at the finish line, the cars should be neck and neck. In theory.
Theoretically,
now,
if everything goes to plan.
If everything goes to plan, that is what will happen. But of course, then you throw in the mechanical item that the driver is riding or driving, or the human element where the reaction time becomes more critical.
Yep.
If a racer has a really good reaction time but runs a little bit further off their dial-in, they can still win the race. It's just a game of numbers.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. That's the way it works. Got Archie Boscovich and Alex Rottenbury now. Archie 0.67 on the tree, big reaction time advantage. He's got 3.5 hundredths up his sleeve, and I think he's going to convert it to the win there. 12.67 on a 12.60. Alex Rottenbury 8. I'll get there eventually. Oh, I'm rusty. 8.70 on an 8.63. I think I might have just had a mild stroke. Alex Ruffalo taking on Harry Ryko now in the Rocket Industries lane. You okay, Steve?
It's sad that all I can just laugh, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I'm over here having an aneurysm and you're... Anyway, Harry Ryko taking on Alex Ruffalo. I'm really starting to get worried about myself.
Just slow it down.
I can't slow it down. You know me. I get Junior Dragsters on track and I get excited. I start talking fast. It's the way I do things. Harry Ryko dialing in 8.06. Alex Ruffalo 9 flat. I'm going to stop talking now and have a break.
Okay, so you got about a second head start going to Alex Ruffalo in the aeroflow lane. Harry Ryko will have to chase him down. He's running for his appearance. Ruffalo running for City Waterscapes. We've got an 0.67 light to an 0.33. It's only 4 thousandths of a second head start going to Reikio, and he's going to convert that to the win. He's going to move on to round number 2 with an 8.06 with a 5. On an 8.06, he was 5 thousandths off his dial in, and total package was 38 thousandths of a second there for Reikio. That would have been pretty tough to beat. Unfortunately for the Rafalo team, both brothers out round number 1.
It's unfortunate, isn't it?
That it is, but unfortunately that's a racing. Someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Next pairing up, we've got Tom Baker from Currajong in the Hawkesbury district. He's dialed in with an 8 flat, taking on Ryan Pettiford from Fairfield West. He's dialed in with an 8.28. So only 0.28 of a second head start going to the car in the rocket lane. So you'll hear Rusty and I mention the term breakout. That's where the driver,
see if I can say it,
rider goes under their nominated handicap. So, for instance, if Tom Baker runs 7.99 on his 8.0 dial-in, he will break out.
Yep.
Now, where it gets a little bit tricky is he can still win the race as long as his competitor goes under their dial-in or does something worse, like a safety infraction, hits the wall, crosses the centre line.
Fingers crossed that doesn't happen.
Yes, fingers crossed that doesn't happen. So Baker can still win the race if he runs 7.99, but Ryan Pettiford would have to run 8.27.
Yes, that's right. So the whole idea is that having the faster car doesn't necessarily mean that you're always going to win. The whole idea is levelling the playing field and basically just making sure that it's the same for everybody, really. Everybody has exactly the same chance of winning. 7.91, big breakout for Tom Baker. And funnily enough, he actually gets the win there based on what you were saying. 0.53 red light infraction for Ryan Pettiford. First or worst rule comes into it, and for Ryan Pettiford, 0.53 is a big red light, and a 7.91 is a big breakout, but it's a get out of jail free card there for Tom Baker.
Yep.
Next up, Charlie Boscovich, Claire Little.
Yeah, Boscovich running for Liverpool Glass, Superk Constructions, and Diecast Mania. I parted with a little bit of my hard-earned for Diecast Mania the other meeting we'll hear, Rusty. I sent you some pics. I thought it was pretty cool.
Absolutely.
910 the dial in for Boscovich. And Claire Little an 810. So exactly a second head start going to the Boscovich machine in the aeroplane lane. Another red light on the start line. This time Claire Little eliminating herself from competition here this afternoon. Boscovich wins the race with a 9.86.
Something weird going on out there at the moment, because some races are going way over their dial-ins, and I don't know whether they've just missed it, but there's a bunch of races that are breaking out by like 700s to 900s. I don't know, maybe there's a tailwind, maybe there's maybe it was too much red cordial at lunch. I don't know.
That's what I was going to say.
There's certainly something going on, that's for sure. I don't know whether it could just be that they've been out of the seat for close to 12 months, some of these kids.
Yes,
perhaps. So, you know, practice is everything. It's the same as any sport. Jeffrey McNiff now taking on Jake McNamara, two third-generation racers. Jeffrey McNiff, of course, racing for St Mary's Engines out of Warrington Downs. Jake McNamara from Fairfield West. Arnold's Enterprises on the side, and Fine Line Motorsports. He's got Uncle Brett guiding him in the stage down there. Brett, a well-known alcohol racer of some note. Got an alcohol funny car that he's not racing this weekend, but I'm sure will be out in the not-too-distant future. Big hello to everybody watching on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. We hope you're enjoying it. We are in first round of Western Weekend of Junior Dragster right now, and we expect that we will keep on rolling this afternoon. There's a bit of cloud cover around, but fortunately, none of the R word. We're not going to say the R word. There's just none of it around. So if there's none of it, we don't need to talk about it. Let's move on.
So McNiff will have a little bit of a head start here. McNamara will have to be patient on the start line. With a pair of green lights on the start line, which is fantastic. McNamara with a small advantage off the start line. 1.59, the better of the two reaction times. And he goes too fast, Rusty. 7.99 with a 4. He got there first, but a little bit too keen. Handing the win back to McNiff. He'll move on to round number 2 with an 8.81.
Just a little tiny squeak of a breakout there. Josh Burtonshaw now, the racer out of Albion Park, the D&J Haulage Junior Dragster. Scorpion Raceware, MacArthur Signs and Graphics as well on board. Great looking car, this one. Very visually impactful.
Very
impactful.
much so.
I'm just going to give up today. I'm usually
It looks really good.
I'm usually really good at talking, but today it's just not happening for me. We all have our off days.
That's all right.
We all have our off days.
Did you have your red cordial or a coffee?
I haven't. I've just come off the back of 2 cans of Coca-Cola though, and I'm thinking it's just
sugar or caffeine?
I don't know. I don't know what's better for me, sugar or caffeine. I still haven't figured it out after all these years. That's why I still put 2 sugars in all my coffee.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Mixing best of both worlds. And a nice pass there for Burtonshaw. Dialed in with a 797. His run, 797 with a 7. So 7,000ths of a second off the dial-in. So that's a very good feat for Burtonshaw and his team.
Was #1 qualifier as well, and absolutely nails it. 797 with a 7.
Yep, with an 097 light.
With an 097.
There's a lot of 7s there.
A lot of 7s. So it is time to move into our next category now, which of course is Go Logistics Super Street by the look of it. So we had a big field of Super Street here this weekend as well.
We did. It was very well supported.
Yeah, it's great to see actually, because Super Street sometimes it does tend to fluctuate a little bit. It does go up and down, but to have 28 cars for the first round of the championship is absolutely sensational. As you can see up there on the giant screen and also on the live feed, you can see everyone's racked and loaded, ready to go out there. Now, let's have a quick talk about some of the upcoming events we've got coming up here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, tomorrow, if you haven't already heard, we've got a Aeroflow Race to Reel the Sunday sessions. So if you like just coming out and racing in a no-pressure environment, having a bunch of fun with your mates, you can come from far and wide because you've got time to travel here and you've got time to get home.
Correct.
That's why we put them on. Kicking off 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, racing through to, depending on when we finish, somewhere around 4 o'clock, could be a little bit earlier, depending on how many cars you get, but that's the plan for the Sunday sessions tomorrow. That's this Sunday, February 20th. Now, looking a little bit further afield, we have also got Day of the Drags coming up, March 12th, 2022. Only a matter of weeks away, really. It sounds like it's a long way away, but it's not.
Ooh.
And we will have 2 of the Aeroflow Nitro hot rods here at that event. There ain't nothing like a fuel altered, I'll tell you that right now. We're gonna have Agro taking on Psycho in a best of 3 match race, and that's always good fun. We love having those guys here, and they put on a hell of a show, that is for sure. And in addition to that, you've got everything else that goes along with Day of the Drags, because you've obviously got front engine cars, you've got Top Eliminator, you've got the Vintage Gassers who put on a hell of a show with big burnouts and wheel stands. You've got hot rods, muscle cars, American muscle cars, Australian muscle cars. We've probably got a British muscle car if there's such a thing.
I'm going to punch you.
You're going to punch me? That's all right. Well,
you just won't see it coming.
Says the man with the Cortina.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Anyway.
That's the British muscle
That
car.
is Day of the Drags coming up here March 12th, 2022. And in addition to that, we have got Hot Rod Night coming up at Sydney Dragway. So if you've got something that's pre-48, I'm not even going to say it has to be American. It can be English as well.
Yes, well, I know
there's not many of them around.
Traditionalists don't like it, but that's the way it is.
Well, yeah, traditionalists don't think that Anglias are hot rods either,
Correct.
just quietly, and they were out of the UK, so respect where respect is due. But Hot Rod Night is Wednesday, 23rd of March, tying in with the Dragons Drag Safari. Looking forward to that one. If you do have a pre-48 car, get on down here to Sydney Dragway because it is going to be a cracker. We just need good weather, and we'll be right. Good roads to weather.
Exactly right. That's exactly what you want, some good roads to weather.
Exactly. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a cracker. So we have got the tyres moved down there, and I think we're going to be moving into Super Street in the very not too distant future. We might just take a couple of words from our sponsors here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back very, very shortly. I'm telling you, it's only going to be a couple of minutes.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Here at Bespoke Financial Advisory, we specialise in
Development finance,
home loans,
refinance, commercial loan,
insurance.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com, featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Welcome back to round one in the New South Wales Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway, and we have got Go Logistics Super Street rolling out for their first event. As I just mute myself on the live stream, I'm keeping an eye on the comments here. So for everybody who's watching online, give us a shout out. We'll do our best to say hello. I think we got pretty close to 100 people watching at the moment, which is good. Maybe just under. So give us a hello, where you're watching from, whatever the case is. We will do our best to say hi to you as well. Bruce Ritchie rolling out in the 66 Chevy Bel Air. 572 cubic inches underneath the hood. He's taking on Craig Warren, the Sydney Scrap Steel LJ Tirana. This is a tongue twister, this car.
I don't know what it is. Craig Warren.
Craig Warren.
Got to slow it down. If
yes.
you say it fast, you'll muff it.
There's a lot of errors. And then you've got Sydney Scrap Steel, sell seashells by the seashore.
You're a goose.
Yeah, I know I'm a goose. Bill's Mechanical Power Plus Fuels. He's dialed in with a 1020, Bruce Ritchie at 1090. Ritchie has got 800s up his sleeve here. He shouldn't throw it away from this point of the race, you wouldn't think, and he doesn't. 1094 on a 1090. 1014 breakout for Craig Warren. He was pushed to that breakout all because of the reaction time.
The reaction time there. So that's one example where he did get there first, but I don't think even if he'd slowed enough to not break out, he wouldn't have got there first. So he was snookered either way, as they say.
Snookered. Next up, Guy Greenland in the VX Bellina wagon, taking on Jeff Goodwin in the Monaro, the Speed for Sale. Gear Exchange Services, Craig's Automatics, Pedal to Metal, Sultan's Automotive, sponsored car, blows the tyres off at the hit, and that's not a way to get consistency out of your race car.
Certainly not. We can hear that LSX supercharger scream over the track mics, and Greenland runs through for a 10.90 with a 1 on a 1081 dial-in, and Jeff Goodwin, unfortunately, he's out of racing for the rest of the afternoon.
Yep, absolutely. David Matasevich now taking on Niall Mitchell, the Holden Gemini out there. And just a quick one for all the crews out there. I just saw someone trying to hold a car straight by putting their hands on the quarter panel while the car was doing a burnout. Not a bright move. And if your driver can't keep a car straight in the burnout, it might be time to rethink the driver, just quietly. David Matasevich in the Rocket Industries lane goes through for a 1091 on a 1091. Gets the win after a 0.75 reaction time. Niall Mitchell, a 1033 breakout, unfortunately, on the 1040.
Brett Stutchbury taking on Chris Samet now. Stutchbury in the red Commodore. Dialed in with a 1080. Taking on Chris Samet in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in with a 1270. So
now, I've just looked at some of the comments. Pat, who is our friend on the live stream, who's got an Anglia as his
Oh,
profile
yes.
picture,
Yes.
says Anglias make the best hot rods.
I agree with you, Pat. I'm not biased at all.
No, not at all. Queen Bee Racing watching as well, loving the live stream. Big hello to you too. Hope you're enjoying things. As we see, a 12.09, unfortunately, a big break out there from Chris Zammit, only by about 0.6 of a second, handing the win off to his competitor. Next up, Dave McGlynn, dialing in 10.68, 11.60, the number on the boards for Joe Selby.
Should be a good Ford versus Holden battle. Both races pretty tough. McGlynn running for Morissette Batteries and Tyres, and Fowler's Family Racing. A 2:01 reaction time to a 2:22. Richie would have been proud of that. And we're going to see Shelby out in front at the moment. And he's going to take the win. 11.60 with a 2 on an 11.60 dial-in. So nice pass there for the Ford Falcon. Dave McGlynn, unfortunately, out for the rest of the afternoon. Next up, we've got Adam Bowers in the Forza Performance High Performance World backed HQ Holden, dialed in with a 10.60, taking on Greg Robbins in the XR Falcon. Robbins from Rowlong in New South Wales. Left the line 8,000 second too quick, Rusty. Bit of a shame, but he's going to hand the win to Bowers, and Bowers will move on to the next round with a 10.61.
Would have been hard to beat anyway, 10.61 on a 10.60. Anyway, moving on to the next pair, it is Peter Villaris, the Go Logistics XT Falcon, who loves his wheel stands, and he, up until January this year, had never won a trophy in this car, and he got runner-up at the recent round one of the Top Fuel Series. So he was very, very excited. Didn't even know runners-up got trophies, so he'd left before presentations. So we had to get it to him after the event.
That's a bit of a shame.
So we'll see how he goes. Well, he's going to go another round here, 022 on the tree. Mick Walsh, a rare red light from multi-time track champion.
He's not having a good day. His first run out, he slowed and went down the, not hit the wall, but ran down the wall to avoid dropping anything on the racetrack. So it hasn't been his day so far for Michael Walsh, but Peter Villaris in that Falcon, he'll be back for round number 2.
Absolutely. Looking at some of the comments, we've got Mick Tozer says hello on the Facebook, on the YouTube feed, I should say. Big hello to you too, Mick. One half of the Timmy Hot Rod Supplies team down there. Pat loves 48 panel van Anglias.
I do
there
too,
you go.
But I don't have one.
Did your dad have one at one point?
He did have just a body shell. Yeah. If only he still had it, because I think he sold it for $100.
Andrew Heinrich, 002 on the tree and loses the race. 13.07 on a 12.62. Anthony Gattalari, hard to beat a 10.88 on a 10.73 with an 0.86 light. That's a solid package, and he will move on through. Next up, and this is a shame that we're going to send one of these cars home after this race. Richard Siraj on the HQ 1-tonner, taking on Tex Griffiths. Now, it's not often you roll up to the line with a 460 cube big block Chev in Super Street and you're the smaller of the two engine combinations on the start line.
It doesn't happen very often. But
Tex Griffiths, 505 cubic inch Plymouth. It's called a satellite because it has its own gravity, this car. It's that big. And yes, it is considered a compact in America. I think it's only compact because it's only got 2 doors. I think that's the only reason.
Is that must be their definition? Is it
070? It has to be. It can't be because of the size of the car.
Well, it's compact compared to a Cadillac.
True.
10.53 with a 6 at 127 for Tex. He's going to move on to the next round. The 1-tonner, he red lit and broke out just to make sure that he lost.
Absolutely. Next up, Jim Raptus taking on Henry Spikak. It's another good one. Jim Raptus, the Tirana, out of the Go Logistics stable. Henry Spikak, well known for racing his Volkswagen over the years, but has put that car aside and is now running the more conventional Commodore Ute.
Has been doing for quite some time.
Yeah, about 2 years now, I reckon, at a guess. It's a shame because I really did love his Volkswagen. You know, a Volkswagen, street registered, street driven Volkswagen that runs high 11s, low 12s is a pretty stout piece of kit.
It's pretty tough, and also the fact that it was an early one as well made it a little bit more special. 042 on the tree for Spikak. He's got a bunch up his sleeve as he heads towards the finish line, and he'll take the win. 12.32 with a 7, 108 mile an hour on his 12.19. Jim Raptus in the Tirana, unfortunately, a 10.79 is not going to be good enough.
Next up, it is Ben Matthews in the HD Holden. Been doing some pretty good wheel stands in this car today.
Yeah, just popping the front left, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's. I mean, we're not into the 3 H's of wheel standing yet, but he's certainly putting a claim in for something maybe later in the season.
Yep. When he goes mini tubs and
mini tub, slightly bigger, slick under it. And then it's party time. Philip Armstrong in the Aeroflow lane.
There we go, got both up that time, Rusty.
I think this might have a little dose of nitrous on it as well, just quietly, because it seems to have a lot of black smoke right at the hit of the throttle, and it's usually a pretty good indicator. 990 is a massive breakout by 1/10.5 nearly for Ben Matthews, unfortunately, but it's an entertaining car nonetheless. 11.19 gets the win for Phil Armstrong. We have got Richard Matasevich now taking on Tim Ritzrow.
Matasevich dialed in with a 10.55. He's in the yellow utility in the Aeroflow lane. Ritzrow in the red Commodore, dialed in with an 11.55. So exactly a second between the two. The red Commodore will be leaving first. He's away with a 1.99 reaction time. 0.67 on the tree for Matasevich. He's made up over 1/10 of a second on the hit of the throttle. And out in front now, he'll take the win with a 10.69 on a 10.55 for the yellow utility. Ritzrow a 11.65 with a 3 on a 11.55.
Next up, it is Simon Bonello, the #1 qualifier in Super Street here today. Dialed in 10.25. The XW Falcon with the 408 Clevo underneath the hood, and it's just quietly a pretty stout Clevo.
Yep.
To be pushing something that weighs pretty close to 2 tonnes, if not a little bit more, to a 10.2 second run. I think it was up around 135 mile an hour.
Yeah, pretty big speed for this car. I love the way it launches. It just lifts the front end.
Yeah.
And 10.23 on a 10.25. He's had the opportunity to test the dial in there, and he's going to be moving on to the next round. Yep.
It's the one that comes after 1. Barry Willis, perfect light on the tree for Barry. 000. I'd pack it up and put it in the trailer now. Your day can't get any better. Well, it can get better if you win, but let's face it, you got to do it again if you want to win. So 11.02 on a 10.92 dial-in. It's probably got a little bit of wiggle room to maybe cut a bit out of the dial-in or out of the ET, whichever you prefer. We're going to go racing now with modified bike, I think it is.
That's what
it is. Bikereview.com.au, modified bike. Big hello to 582 Motorsports, who's watching the drags while he's working on his, I'm assuming his drag car. Life is good. That's what he said.
Yeah, nice.
So if you are tuning in from here at the venue as well, we hope you're enjoying the coverage, because we know that sometimes if you're down in the pits, you don't necessarily get to watch a lot of racing if you're working on the car. At least this way, if you've got a TV or a big iPad or you know, something like that, you can put it on, you can see what's going on, and you know,
you can maybe hear us better if you
live and free.
Exactly. Keeps you informed of what's actually going down on the racetrack,
and you get to hear us gibber.
Yep. All three of us.
All three of us, absolutely. Dale Williams and Adrian Watson now, whose nickname's Sterlo, and I'm not sure why.
Watson's?
Yes.
Not sure. Does he have bow legs?
I thought maybe he looked like Peter Sterling, but I don't know.
Maybe.
Anyway.
We'll find out later.
Well, yeah, I'm sure we'll get a knock on the door shortly. 005 for Dale Williams on the tree, but throws it away by 1,000th of a second. He was 1,000th of a second away from having a 5,000th package and just threw it away. 2-3-1 on the tree for Adrian Watson. Man.
You'd be kicking yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes, absolutely, you'd be kicking yourself. So next up it is Santina Keith, the AGV Helmets Royal Enfield GT, taking on Christopher Hocking. Smart looking Sheds Australia, Aprilia. Don't see too many of them floating around.
Very quick machine this one. Dialed in with a 9.34. He's got off the start line with an 0.24 reaction time. Has a bunch up his sleeve, should get around Santina in the bottom end, does. Goes a 9.58 with a 2 on a 9.34.
One of the quickest Royal Enfields in the world, that bike.
Yep.
For Santina, and it's actually an awesome piece of engineering when you go up and look at it. And the great thing about the Revelry Racing team, just fantastic people.
Yes.
You talk to them, they just love being out here having a ball. So that's what it's all about. Albie Davidson now taking on Ron Adams. Albie Davidson from Rutherford, racing for Western Smash Repairs, and Ron Adams, the Ron Cut Builders Supplies. Haven't seen Ron for a couple of seasons, actually.
Yeah, it was a name that I was happy to see on the entry list this morning, very close to the centre line is Ronnie Adams. And he's going to be back for round number 2, 9.62 with a 6 on a 9.55 dial-in. And Albie Davidson, a 11.32 there.
We really started something with our Anglia talk.
Have we?
Yeah, on the live chat. There's lots of comments going around about...
it's not like you to be a little bit controversial.
Well, no, it's not controversial. Just
I can't read that for me.
Just people... so, going a bit further back, there was discussion about Rick Muscat's Pro 048's Anglia. And then... coincidentally, he's a friend of a brother-in-law of a bloke who's watching, and someone else went to their formal in Rick's 48.
I did too.
There you go.
Rick was my father's best mate.
There you go. Small world. Very, very small world. And then we got Thomas watching from the UK, so just to tie into the Anglia theme a little bit more. I don't know whether he's got an Anglia, but he's from the UK, so it's a safe bet to say he probably has an Anglia.
He's got some sort of British muscle car.
Absolutely. And then Chris Cashmore comes in. He owns a 48 Anglia, Peter Cashin's old car, the old hot bread.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I assume it's the old hot bread van.
Yep.
Which is a cool thing. So there you go. Anglia Talk, Sydney Dragway YouTube. The one thing I will say, the dedicated bunch of commenters that we've got on our chat, on the YouTube official channel, very good at entertaining themselves.
Well, the fantastic thing is it's all positive. It's general chit-chat.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fantastic way to interact.
Absolutely. Bobby Joe Simmons taking on Rob Wilkinson now. Double breakout, but Bobby Joe will get the W. 9.45 on a 9.50. Beats a 9.47 on the 9.55. Both races a little bit tardy on the start line there. So I think they actually pushed each other to a breakout.
Yes. Oh, if they're still similar, it's still a race, isn't it? They're just not an O light, that's all. Should be a good one. We've got Christopher Costello taking on Lorenzo Capogna.
Our friend from the UK doesn't have an Anglia, but he does have a junior dragster.
Okay.
His name's Thomas Cook. It's called the Tominator. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, that's cool.
I like it. Lorenzo Capogna taking on a Christopher Costello now. Chris Costello, the V-Rod on the Aeroflow side, the one without the wheelie bars. Lorenzo Capogna on the factory eraser down there, the Harley-Davidson V-Rod. Dialing with a 9 flat to an 11.99.
Costello away from the start line with a 1.14 reaction time. Capogna with a 1.55. So there's a little bit of work to do at the bottom end of the racetrack. You can see the crews going down that racetrack with their rider.
Sounded like he missed a gear then, Lorenzo, because it's run about half a second off where he expected it to be. And I think he might have just missed top gear because it sounded like it bounced on the limiter for ever so slightly. And that's the end of it. So Joe Curry now on the Destroyer will take on Brant Gilliver. Brant in the, or on the Suzuki GSX 1100, I should say.
Dialed in with a 10.05 is Gilliver to a 9.02 for Joe Curry. Curry will have to wait on that start line for just over a second. You can see Gilliver. Wide stance of the feet, leaves the start line. Oh, Curry's left the red light, Rusty.
That's unusual.
It's a bit of an upset there.
That's really unusual for Joe Curry. And a 9.06 on a 9.02 probably would have got the win, actually, over a 10.09 on a 10.05. Would have been a close race either way if it was clean clean on both sides. But Joe Curry leaves the cherry hanging, and unfortunately for him, that's all she wrote.
Yep.
Next up, it is... who have we got down there? Just waiting on the computer system to...
Mead machine in the rocket lane, and...
yeah, we're just going to hold them up here. We're just doing a quick reset on the computer. David Mead taking on Sean Ricketts, I should say.
It's weird that I can remember the suburb he's from, but not his surname. Sean Ricketts in the rocket, in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 9.20.
Stalker.
No, it's just...
I can't remember your name, but I know where you live.
It does sound a bit strange, doesn't it? 9.24, the dial in for Sean Ricketts. He's going to move on to the next round. I get another shot at remembering his surname. 0.17 reaction time. He's going to See what he can do. 9:28 with a 9 at 1:43 through the finish line. David Mead, unfortunately, his race was done on the start line with an 0.20 red light, and just to be sure, a 9:13 with a 2 at the finish line was a breakout.
Extreme Bike rolling up to the line now. And Alex Borg will be taking on down as a party. Alex Borg on the Hayabusa down there, the absolutely insane Suzuki Hayabusa. Went 7.11 at a lazy 208.5 mile an hour this morning.
Did a big power wheel stand at the top of second gear, a little bit like that. At least it's going straight now.
I'm actually surprised they haven't started strapping the riders on like they do on the back of a bull.
Oh, yes.
You know, with the little hand grip,
handle,
just to, because the way these things carry on and they buck around and it's just insane. Alex Borg goes through. It was 7.1 something at 208 miles an hour again. It was trying to kick him off. It tried to do it about 3 or 4 times. You know, as you do. Darren Foley now taking on Leonard as a party. Darren Foley's been creeping up on this combination as well, just quietly.
That he has. I don't think it'll be too long before he's running the 200 plus.
Yep. Foley closest to screen, and Leonard as a party on that beautiful blue bike in the Rocket Industries lane. Has run in the 6s at well over 210 miles per hour. A lot smoother this time around, but Darren Foley's actually out in front.
Yep.
I was going to say he's going to get the win here in a 6.90. For Darren Foley, 206 miles per hour. That is a cracking run for Darren, and I think, I may be wrong, but I think that's his first 6 at 200.
It's the first that I've seen off the top of my head, but the crew guy's not giving the indication that was a big thing for him. But
Brandon will be able to tell us. Brandon, is that his first 6? No, he's not telling us. Anyway, David Whitmore now in the Hypernova taking on Frank Oliveri as we go racing with Top Sportsman now.
Frank Oliveri in the Holden Tirana, dialed in with a 8.12. This should be a cracker of a race. 8.12 the dial in for the car in the Aeroflow lane. 8.10 the dial in for the supercharged Nova of Dave Whitmore. So only 0.02 of a second difference in the dial-ins. Let's see what can happen at the bottom end of the racetrack.
This should be a bit of a fun. The problem for David Whitmore in running the supercharged combination, it's not the easiest thing to pedal at the other end of the racetrack if you want to play the Womp game. When you're out in front or you're trying to chase and you're trying to play some games. I know it's a pretty common thing in the categories where you've got either injected or aspirated engine combinations, but with the supercharged one, it's pretty much just take the stripe every time. You don't want to try and womp this thing. 002 on the true for Frank Oliveri. He's out in front. He should take it, but he breaks out by 0.05 of a second. 8.12 on 8.11 on an 8.12, I should say. Dave Whitmore took him all the way though. 8.13 on an 8.10 with an 0.59 light. He kept him honest. Absolutely. Ran his own race and got the win.
Yeah, nice pass from both races there. Next up, we've got Anthony Bull in the what is effectively a supercharged Outlaws Falcon. He's running in Top Sportsman. He did one pass, I think, this morning.
Did two.
He did two, did he?
Yep. Did two. Both were in the... Actually, may have even done 3. Both around the 7.4 second mark, 7.48 I think it was. And Anthony Bull, it's cool to just have blown cars in Top Sportsman. I just like it. It's just cool.
And in beside, we've got John Heisman's in that, sounded like it's turbocharged, that utility. Do you know?
It did sound like it, didn't it?
It sounded like it spooled up there.
It's only down on our system as a TSA.
So that's why
it's not AA or anything like that. But then again, so is Anthony Bulls, and we know that that's a supercharged combination. So look, it's not outside the realms of possibility that it is
just
turbocharged.
I'm not hearing things though.
No, it did sound like there was a boost.
Boost building exercise in the burnout there.
It's just fun to say boost. Anthony Bull. Big hello to Matt Kavanagh if he's watching. I believe he is.
He won't be watching.
Well, I believe he is. Yeah, Anthony Bull's going to not win here. Unfortunately, 7.49. A lot of smoke out of the car for John Heisman's as he crosses the line, but a red light for Anthony Bull, 026 red, and look, probably didn't need to push it quite that hard, but John Heisman's was 231 on the tree, goes 903 on an 890, so look, he did his job, and he will move on to the next round of racing.
Next pairing up, we'll have Jono Roylance in the Ford Cortina. Running for Roylance is a Forbes and C Solar.
Yeah, it's kind of the Central West Championship here, this one.
Pretty much.
Tony Heisman's from Spring Hill out there in the Central West, out near Orange, and you got Jono Roylance from Forbes.
Two very nicely presented cars, the Cortina running the small block Ford 445 cube power plant on board, dialed in with an 833. Tony Heisman's in the Chevy Camaro. He's got the 632 cube big block in his, dialed in with an 805. He will have to wait around about 0.3 of a second on the start line. Roylance will probably still have the front wheels in the air, and off we go. 025 to an 059, and the Cortina with the advantage off the start line. Can he make it count at the bottom end? No, he doesn't. Got there first, but went too fast, Rusty. 832 with an 8 on an 833, handing the win back to Heisman's, who went 809 with a 6 on an 805.
Should have eaten a bigger hamburger for lunch.
Yep.
832 with an 8 on an 833 is a hard way to lose a race. All right, next up we've got Pardo, P squared, as he's known. Paul Partridge, the BK Engines Coating King Ford Mustang, the Fox body car. Green one, far side of screen, and Joe Gattalari, the VL Commodore, with 555 cubic inches between the frame rails. Racing for Exclusive Transport, the Mob Detailing, and Motor Oil Store. He's dialing in with an 854. Pardo's dialing in with a 793. This should be a pretty good race, this one. Red light for Joe Gattalari. I put the commentator's curse on it. I'm going to go and hide under a table somewhere. 002 red too. Pardo goes through with a 793 and a 793. It was going to be hard to beat anyway. But Joe Gattalari was an 854 and an 854.
Oh, wow.
So if Joe Gattalari was 3,000 slower on the start line, he would have won that race. Wow.
Woulda, coulda,
that's tough.
It's pretty tough, but that's drag racing, isn't it, Rusty? It's a sport decided by thousandths of a second every time, pretty much.
Absolutely. Getting some interesting comments. People digging the detail that we're going into with the cars on the commentary. So we do what we can. We're here to serve. Thomas Leake Pontiac Grand Dam taking on Jeffrey Sargent. The nitrous assist. No, see, it's back. It's back. My speaking problem is back. Jeffrey Sargent. Sargent's roofing Chevy Camaro 522 cubic inch Chev. Taking on Thomas Leake, the Pontiac Grand Am with 540 cubic inches under the hood, ex-Pro Stock car. 031 on the tree for Thomas Leake. I'm going to say this one's over right now. Thomas Leake should get the win, and he does. 794 and a 789. Pretty safe in the end, 161 miles per hour. And, well, 837 on a 787. There's something not quite consistent with that car for Jeffrey Sargent. Not sure what the story is, but I'm sure they'll get it sorted. Next up, Josh Boscovich in the XA Falcon Coupe. It's the silver one, far side of screen, running the Fontana power plant.
Yep.
Taking on Herakles Kazantzidis, the Kazmik Interiors Commodore. Been doing this for a long, long time now.
Both races. Done plenty of laps here at Sydney Dragway. 811 the dial in for the red Commodore. 838 the dial in for Boscovich in the Silver Falcon. Silver Falcon with a clutched gearbox in it. Well, sometimes he does the dry hop. We also see it shift gears as he smashes through the transmission. So the Silver Falcon will leave the start line first. Only about half a light in it though.
Whoa! Boscovich jumps over towards the Christmas tree over there. You would have thought he was Santa the way he was heading for the Christmas tree. 841. Doesn't get the win. He still managed to go pretty close to his dial in as well, just quietly. 811 on an 811 for Herakles Kazantzidis gets the win. That ended up being a pretty close race in the end, but did a good job at hunting the Christmas tree.
Certainly not a smooth ride, is it?
No.
In that car.
Not at all. Next up, what do we got, Bushy?
We've got Steve Willies in the Ford Torino. Should have built a Willys coupe. It just would have been so much easier. And Steve Fowler in the Rocket Lane. Fowler in the Pontiac GXP. 762 cubic inches on board this car. Carbureted. We saw him run 695, 200 and something this morning. So certainly a very quick runner here. The Ford Torino of Steve Willies, supported by Andrews Race Cars, Pro Street Metalcraft, and T-Rex Racing Engines. 632 cubic inches on board of Ford power plant.
Hope everyone's enjoying the racing wherever you may be watching from. Whether it's here at the racetrack, got a pretty good crowd starting to roll in for the New South Wales Championship Series. Also got a few people watching online. The big Ford Torino jumps over near the wall. You don't want to bend that thing. Trust me, it's going to get expensive. Steve Fowler, 008 on the tree, and at the big end, 691 on a 691. I think he might have just rolled out of it as well because the speed was just down by a couple of ticks. But a 691 gets the win. And Stephen Willies, I feel for him. He went 011 on the tree and like 7 thousandths over and lost the race.
Yep.
I feel for Stephen Willies.
That's a tough race. I actually thought he was in front there when the two cars went over, but there was only like, I think, 100th of a second between the two. But I think Willies would have known that he had a tough race in front of him.
Next up, Joe Sorbello on a solo pass here. So Joe Sorbello 907 on an 890. A little bit left on the table, but that's okay. Now, Joe looks like he's pulled over towards the wall at the deep end of the racetrack. He's not into the wall, he's just pulled over. So I think he either lost power or is just making sure that if there is something coming out. Doesn't look like there's anything coming out. There was a puff of smoke as he crossed the finish line, but that could also just be... No, I won't say it. I was going to say something, but I won't. I won't. Joe's a good mate. We have a running battle whenever either of us is on the microphone. All right, next up it is Timmy Gotrod Supplies Modified. Speaking of Timmick, we have got Jenny Petrie out there on the start line in the shop car. This is the one where they pretty much take out and have some fun on weekends.
And why wouldn't you? It's a fantastic little car, the Wildfire Fiat. Dialed in with a 847, Rusty.
Yep.
It's taking on Mark Tanswell in the Holden 6-cylinder.
The original Italian hot rod as well. We were talking about English hot rods before. The Fiat Topolino, how can you go past that?
Very true.
The Italian hot rod.
I'm sure the designers of it weren't thinking hot rod, but
no.
I guess the Anglia weren't.
No.
Ford.
Have you ever seen a
genuine one?
Genuine one on the street?
No,
they don't look like this.
No.
I'll give you the hot tip.
No.
Mark Tanswell over in the Aeroflow lane, 205 cubic inch. Holden power plant picks up the front wheels. He's going all over the shop. Now Tanswell's gone 398 on the tree. Jenny Petrie's gone 125, but she's still first off the line by a bunch and then still breaks out. 844 and an 847. Tim, you need to talk to your driver after that one. She was first off the line, but she wasn't quick. Usually she's pretty sharp on the tree, and an 844 and an 847 is a big breakout. Anyway, Lee Harder-Law taking on Gareth Rogers now. Another good one for the Hot Rodders.
Yeah, luck was on Jenny Petrie's side there, Rusty.
Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good.
Yep. Well,
sometimes you would rather, in fact, all the time, I'd rather be lucky than good. That was what my entire racing career was built on, let's be honest.
I think most of us subscribe to that theory, mate.
Gareth Rogers now, the Fiat Topolino down there. This is a very, very cool car. He actually used to race this in New Zealand before he came over to work for the Aeroflow funny car guys.
Nice.
And Lee Harter-Law One of our old compatriots from the old junior dragster days we used to race against, Bushy.
Yeah, Lee's taken home a few trophies in this car now.
Oh, yeah. 065 on the tree for Rogers, 015 for Lee Hartle-Law. And I reckon Lee will probably drive around him in the big end down there. 804, 159 miles per hour. 894 is still a good pass on an 891. Just left a little bit too much on the table on the Christmas tree there for Gareth Rogers.
It's tough when you're talking 40 thousandths of a second being too much. But it is what it is. Craig Davies and Gary Durrington doing battle now. Davies in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 829. Durrington in the rocket lane. He's got the little 6-cylinder on board in that front engine drag, so dialed in with a 989. So Davies will have a little bit of a wait on the start line. Waiting on both races to move into a full stage, so let's bring the second pair of white lights on. Telling the starter that they're ready to go. Durrington away with a 032, 013 on the tree for Davies, but Durrington with an issue, backs out of the throttle. Davies will take the win. Goes 832 with a 5 at 153.
Still probably pushed it a little bit harder than what he needed to.
He still could have lost that race.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Got well over 100 people watching now on the Sydney Dragway YouTube official channel. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you may be watching from. There's been plenty of guys who have been watching from when we started streaming at about 10 to 9 this morning.
Yep.
And they've watched it all the way through. So I dare suggest that there's probably a few wives out there that are thinking there's no jobs that are going to get done around the house today. And who knows, there may be a few husbands out there thinking there's going to be no jobs going to get done around the house.
We apologise to those wives.
I don't. I don't apologise at all. We have got Rocco Romano taking on Daniel Flack now. Daniel Flack, 021 on the tree. I think he's going to squeak this one in, and he does. An 838 with a 0 on an 838. Take that one. Take that frame time slip and frame it, that's for sure. Rocco Romano pushed to a breakout there, 22 on a 24.
It's a pretty sharp car, that car of Flack's. Has run very consistently all the time.
Someone's asking on the Facebook, on the YouTube channel, I should say, what are the rules of this class? Open top, dial your own. It's basically for open wheel vehicles, yes, correct. Most of them are centre steer. Occasionally you'll see a hot rod pop in there. But yeah, basically dragsters, altereds. Occasionally you'll see a funny car, but you don't see them too often in modified. But basically you go out there, dial your own, run, I think it's under 10 flat or 999, I think is the high AET cutoff
10 flat, I think
for modified. And yeah, basically go out and have a bunch of fun. You can run as quick as you want or down to 10 flat.
Yep.
And you talk about, you know, the ends of the spectrum. We've seen 6-cylinder front engine dragsters come out here running high 9-second runs today. And then you've also got Chris Manx out here with the 540 cubic inch big block in the altered that's on track right now, the orange car, that's running 690s, 680s at over 200 miles per hour.
That's correct. So the tricky thing here is for Chris is that he may have a little bit more maintenance to do between rounds, because it's all well and good in the early rounds of racing, but getting towards the end of racing in the night time, you're pretty much doing laps. So, you know, that team, that car obviously very well sorted, and the team very well drilled in what they do need to do between rounds.
Yep. 003 on the tree for Chris Manx. George, not too far behind him, but 696 on a 695 is going to be hard to beat. Now, he's got no shootout there, or very, very late shoot. He actually might be going deep. If we can pick that up on the camera, I think he might be... No, he might just pull it up, I think, as it goes around the top end. It looked like the chute didn't fully blossom.
Yeah, about half blossomed.
Yeah.
It did come out a little bit, but it was only skidding along the ground. He did well to get around that corner because he's on the inside as well.
The last thing you want to do in that situation is jump on the brakes because, let's face it, those cars only have got brakes on the back, or only effective brakes on the back. As soon as you do that, they'll start bouncing and moving around, and fortunately, everything ended up all right that time around. Kelsey Walford-Lay now in the Rocket Industries lane. In the Gas Girl T-Bucket Altered. Love this car. Gorgeous looking thing.
Yeah, just the black and the gold just work really
It's actually not black. It's actually green. When you go up and have a look
really?
at it, it's a really, really dark green with a pearl over the top of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a really well-presented car. And Kelsey is taking on Alison Stewart this time around. Alligator, as she's known, in the LA Racing Lubricants rear-engine dragster. Gator Racing is the name of the car. I like it. I like it.
Walford away with a 0.28 reaction time. Alison Stewart with an 0.70. Stewart with a little bit of work to do at the bottom end, and she didn't get there. Walford-Lay will take the win with a 8.85 with a 1 on an 8.83. And Alison Stewart just trying to get in front there. She went a little bit too fast. 9.44 with an 8 on a 9.
I'm not used.
7.44.
I'm not used to calling her Walford-Lay yet. She's still Kelsey Walford to me.
That's all right. Time will change that, mate. We'll get used to.
Yeah. I'm a creature of habit when it comes to names. It just all rolls off the tongue. Peter Brown now got a solo pass, and this will round out this first round of racing for Timmy Cut Rod Supplies Modified. And we'll be going racing with, I think it's Super Sedan up next. Yeah, it looks like it. Super Sedan. So if there is anybody out there that wants to get involved with Sydney Dragway in some kind of sponsorship or maybe partnership capacity, if even a bracket sponsor, you might be looking to come on board and support a specific bracket, by all means get in touch with us here at Sydney Dragway. Send an email to info@sydneydragway.com.au, or even drop us a line, 9421 0700. Ask for me, Rusty, and I can do a deal for you. Peter Brown, 370, but it's a red light on the tree, and an 804 at the other end. Car running a little bit off compared to what we've come to expect from Peter Brown over the years. It is Super Sedan time now. So we say thank you very much to, let's be honest, the lifeblood of the commentary team here at Sydney Dragway, Stephen Bush, and we welcome in the veteran, the godfather of the commentary team, Les Binkhorst. How are you, mate?
Oh, very well, Rusty. You both sound really good outside, out in the field, so to speak. But the action's coming thick and fast, and people are saying, handing compliments of how we're ahead of schedule.
You can't do that. No, that's not the point, please. You can't do that.
I know, I can't. But
if you're ahead, you don't mention it.
Oh, rightio.
Okay.
Okay.
It's the way it works.
Oh, okay.
I thought you'd done this before. Anyway.
Oh, once.
And now I'm looking at it. We've got one of our commentators on the YouTube channel. I'm trying to work out what the word is. One of the people who's commenting on our feed on the YouTube channel, the MAF Garage wants to be a moderator on our YouTube channel, and well, I want to know what you're bringing to the table. What's in it for us? We've got to know. I want you to put your case forward. State what you can bring. Okay. Now, Brendan Costello out on the start line. Really nicely presented. EK Holden. For anybody watching from the United States, it's like a mini 57 Chev, this thing. Lou Palumbo, the HX1 tonner. I think it's going to be Brendan Costello. No. 9.93. Just gave away a little bit too much at the other end of the racetrack. And Lou Palumbo, 9.12 after a lazy 0.154 reaction time.
Yeah, young Brendan there. He's only a young fella, 0.64, so he's sharp at that side. But, whoa, that little Cortina got all crossed up. Oh, yes, well, maybe I should have said how sweetly the program has been running.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garage. I'm just going to call you Mr. Garage on the YouTube stream from now on.
Oh, right.
I didn't read it. I'm sorry. I've had a few other things that I've been keeping an eye on at this point in time. I'm doing my best, though. I'm doing my best. Maybe that's why we need a moderator. Who knows? Dean Giddens now, 10.06, the dial-in for him. Also one of our officials here at Sydney Dragway is young Dean.
Yeah.
Taking on Debbie Robb in the XB Falcon Coupe, which has got a habit of picking up the front wheels and having a bit of fun with this car. 528 cubic inch Ford underneath the bonnet. You wouldn't expect anything other than the Ford.
No, that's right. Well, it's Ford apiece here. Oh, gee, that little Cortina gets honking. Oh, Debbie Robb there out with a .235. Wow, that's uncharacteristic for her. But oh no, it must have broken out.
Yeah, 917 on a 920.
Yeah.
Not going to do the job that time around. Dean Giddens moves through to the next round of racing. And next up is one of my favourite cars in all of drag racing. I nearly had one of these when I was a teenager.
Did
Yeah, Suzuki Mighty Boy.
Mighty Boy.
There is nothing like a Mighty Boy, especially one that's got a small block chef with 400 cubes underneath the bonnet. It's got a big wing on the back. This is interesting, this car, because it's as long as it is wide as it is tall. It's literally like a cube, this thing.
Yep.
Such a cool looking car. Nathan Cowie. He's taking on Nigel Hartis in the VL Calais.
Yeah, Nigel from the AC, Narrabundah in the ACT. He stuck with the original RB30 that this car came out with. And
red light for the Mighty Boy.
009.
Oh, how
he
the
knows
Mighty...
it too.
Hang on. Oh, how the Mighty Boy has fallen. 009 red light. I can't resist a pun. 12.47, not going to do anything this time around. 9.64 on an 8.71 for Hartis, but yeah, it's got a little bit of work left to do there. So next up, we've got Harry Plessis taking on Ross Bilby. Was having a chat to Harry before. He's just happy to be back out there racing.
Yeah.
After the last couple of years.
Yeah. That's the background music that I heard down with the noise in the background, blokes talking behind me and stuff like that. They said, oh, gee, isn't it great to be able to get out and not have to worry about, this, that and the other coming up as we see the cars just about to face the tree, and they have. Ross Bilby gets out with a 0.56, but a 0.24 for Harry Plessis. Oh, gee, I don't know. Harry's going to be really working, Dab. He does take it, though. And yeah, Rusty, the people in the background, they say, oh, gee, isn't it great to just be able to walk around the pits and I don't have to stand all this.
Yeah, you can talk to people. It's great. It's great. Victor Sadlog-Giannis now taking on Graham Blackman, the Queen Bian Engine Services Ford Cortina from Tumbarumba in New South Wales. I like saying place names because we've got plenty of people watching from overseas, and I'm sure they don't believe us that we've got somewhere called Tumbarumba.
No. That's right.
And we've got Victor Sadlog-Giannis over in the Rocket Industries lane from Birong. And he goes through for the win, 9.53 in the red Tirana on the 9.45 dial-in. 11.05 on a 10.76, not quite enough this time around. Now, the MAF Garage. Tell you what, shoot us an email, info@sydneydragway.com.au. We'll see what we can do for you, okay? Attention to Rusty. We'll see what we can make happen. And I do like the way you're so modest in saying, and I'm the one that's respected by all the minions on the YouTube channel. Billy Osling from Tamworth.
Another one.
Has always had some of the best turned out cars in drag racing.
Yeah.
Has Billy, and he's taking a Rex Webster, street machining legend in his own right.
He is.
I think he's a Summonats legend.
Yes,
isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I started off with that FJ.
Yep.
And then the little Carmen Gia. And then he got into drag racing big time. Oh, Rex must have, what happened there? No red light flashing, but the wind going, yes it is. So, Bill Osling there into the next round of eliminations here at Sydney Dragway for this 2002 New South Wales Drag Racing Championship Series. And as we sort of mumbled earlier on that there's a possible name change coming up. But anyway, for now, we'll concentrate on what's on the tarmac down there. I see Dave Gruber, all the way from one of the fastest bus drivers. No, he's been beaten by Leo Georges. Oh.
Now 2.15 on the tree for Dave Gruber. This is over. Pat Ferriolo, 0.35 in the one-tonner. I would think he's going to get it, and he does. A 10.22 on the 10.16. Dave Gruber goes 9.30 on a 9.28. But you can't give up 2 tenths on the start and expect to win races.
No, not when you're a Series Super Sedan car.
Absolutely. Next up, it is Joe Zammit taking on Sean Maher. Now, Sean is actually my smoky for the championship this year in Super Sedan. He is a guy who just goes out there and does run after run after run, and he is just super consistent, just does everything right.
Yep.
So you watch. I've probably put the commentator's curse on him now.
Oh, look at this. We've got a race here, Rusty.
Yeah, good race. Sean Maher with 4,000ths up his sleeve on the start line. Joe Zammit got a little bit of work to do, but Sean Maher squeaks it in. 9.27 on a 9.26 gets the W. Joe Zammit just gave up a bit at the stripe there, a 10.20 on a 10.15.
Yep, so he was looking for another 10.0 something instead of a 10.1, but that was not to be for Joe Zammit over in the Rocket Lane. Sean Maher into the next round of eliminations here. And that little Tirana is runs like a treat. This is the truth. If I haven't been down there that often, but never have I seen Sean Maher working on a car in the pits.
No, never. He is just super prepared, super organised, and
he's just runs it, time after time, and like he's here all the time. He turns up all the time. It's very rare that he misses a meeting. So, which is good, and that's same for a lot of races here today.
Absolutely. Jim Denaro taking on Martin Stevenson. Denaro Race Jerseys and Western Auto picks. He's always good. He's got a couple of track championships up his sleeve. Martin Stevenson, another solid racer as well for Power Plus Race Fuels, and across the finish line, I should say. 9.43 on a 9.42 takes the win on a 10.63 on a 10.60. That was another solid race.
Yep, and Jim Denaro way back down with a 0.73. That would have been the difference. It helped to make the difference at the other end. You've got another chuckle there, Rusty.
Yeah, we got that's just the comments, the banter on the YouTube stream is just fantastic. Okay, Angela, I will do my best to tell Nana that you'll be here soon. I've got to duck out the commentary box, go a couple of doors down. But when I get out of here, I will. I will.
Leo Georges now. Solo, number 7 qualifier, gets out with an 0.47 reaction time. 9.22 dial in. Let's see what he does on that 9.22. Solo run, he runs a 9.204. Lucky it was a solo. But nevertheless, he's into the next round. He's had his solo. He'll be pretty pleased with that. He'll have a look and see, 9.20 on a 9.24. There we are. Yeah, we're sort of like we're running a little message service and all sorts of things here. Talk about multi-skilled. Oh, Pirate Pete Hamilton from Hume in the ACT, Profection Automotive. He and Kit Hunter, another drag racer. Pete owns the business, but he dialed in with an 8.72. Let's see what he can do. He runs an 8.82. Oh, wow.
Yeah, good run there.
Yeah.
Good run. Couple of other comments coming through on the YouTube stream. Topolino 0147, we're watching from New Zealand. Our son Gareth's been running in modified here today. Unfortunately, Gareth didn't make it through the first round of racing, guys, but happy to have you watching. Hope you did get to see it, but I'm sure we're going to see him back because that is a gorgeous car, that
was
one.
Was that little red Topolino?
That little red Topolino with the candy red colour on it. Yeah. So, fantastic. Someone else was asking, in capitals, what is that orange thing? That is a Ford Escort panel van with a chopped top on it.
Yeah.
That's
Flying Carrot, yeah.
That is the Flying Carrot, also known as.
Yeah.
A few other people asking a couple of other different questions, but everybody else is kind of answering the questions for us on there. We've got quite a few people watching on the YouTube stream right now. We're just waiting on the juniors to come back through the tunnel while we're putting our tyres in position and doing everything down there. We might take a couple of words from our fantastic partners here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back very shortly. We're rolling through it here at round 1 of the New South Wales Championship Series at Sydney Dragway.
Attention Eastern Creek. Are your finances in check? It's important, now more than ever. Bespoke Financial Advisory is one of Australia's leading financial experts. You'll not only save money, but you'll have a solid foundation to launch into future opportunities. Bespoke can help you with a home loan, refinancing, car finance, equipment loans, commercial loans and development loans. Book a free consultation today at bespokefinancialadvisory.com.au.
Alrighty, Les. Welcome
Steve,
back.
thanks very much, Rusty.
We're about to get underway in round number 2 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragster.
Oh, I'm really enjoying this. This is good. I was down there watching the Junior Dragsters. Boy, don't they make a sound.
They do, especially when you've got several of them running at the same time.
I forgot how fast they were. I mean, when you stand down there and you watch them sort of at that three-quarter angle, boy, gee, you know, like when you're back here, you can't. The depth of field is different.
Yes.
So, and when you're down there, geez, they go.
Well, they're doing some of them 80 mile an hour at the finish line.
I was explaining that to some people at a barbecue I went to, and they said, "Oh, wow, yeah, gee, is that right?" And I said, "Oh, mate, you know, would I lie to you?" type of thing.
Yes.
And I showed them the times and stuff like that, and then, you know, like I said, you go home and have a look at the times those things are doing when they have a road test in one of the popular magazines.
Liam O'Neill, he's got his first red light. 022 on the tree. 003.
Yeah.
003 on the tree for Harry Rako. See what he can do at the bottom end. Goes 802 with a 2 on his 805. And O'Neill with about a 2/10 breakout when 1175 on a 1195.
95, yeah. Oh, Tegan Smith, she went really, really well in the first round. And hence the reason she's in the second round, up against Archie Boscovich from Lakesland in New South Wales. And Tegan in the A Junior Dragster and Archie in the C. Now, Tegan will have to wait a little while because there's a fair difference between the two in the dial-ins, nearly 5 seconds. So this is when your patience and everything is tested. But young Archie, he's got a job to do. He shouldn't be worried about Tegan because she's running in a completely different class. But this is how we get to the kids and that. Anyone under 45 is a kid to me, but the kids out there get out there and they learn how to be patient. They have to be patient. You know, like a lot of kids aren't. They just go ahead and do it. But here you have to be. Let's see how it works. Oh, Archie, an 036 red. Oh, and Tegan Smith, a 006, see? But she'd already won the race.
Yep, first or worst rule, Les. And Tegan got a shot at the tree and the dial-in with 793 with a 3 on a 796. So take the opportunity to tweak it just a little bit. And Boscovich, a fairly big breakout at the end of that as well. But Smith there, nearly 82 mile an hour, 81.88 miles per hour across the finish line.
I think the quickest I've seen a junior go is 84 miles an hour. The limit must be around there somewhere.
Well,
85?
I think mathematically there has to be a point of acceleration where you won't reach any more than that. Do you know what I mean? If you're trying to stay under a certain time.
Yeah.
Like, sure, there's juniors out there that have run a lot quicker than 8.80 over the 8th mile. And probably a lot more than 84 mile an hour, but they're running to a different class rule and all that sort of stuff. So
yes, well, in New Zealand they've got an extra A class, which is a gearbox class.
Yes, basically run a motorcycle.
Yeah.
I reckon even one of these engines with a gearbox on it would be pretty.
Yeah, I reckon so. Yeah, I agree with you there. Joshua Burtonshaw of Albion Park in the Rocket Lane dialed in with a 797 up against Tom Baker, but Tom's red lit, so automatic win to Josh Burtonshaw. But he's run a 796 on a 797, 9 thousandths of a second. Too quick.
Yeah, Burtonshaw, another good reaction time for him. He'll be moving on to round number 3, Les.
Yeah.
Next up, we're going to have Jeffrey McNiff in the St Mary's Engines backed Junior Dragster, taking on Charlie Boscovich, who's running for Liverpool Glass.
Isn't it funny? We'd never call Jeff McNiff, Jeffrey. You wouldn't call him Jeffrey.
No.
The grandfather, you wouldn't call him Jeffrey. He'd come over and give you a smack over the back of the head, I reckon.
Maybe with a thong. I think the only time he wasn't wearing a thong was when he was in the race car. Because he had to have covered shoes.
Yeah.
Classic. If Simpson developed a fireproof thong, he would have wore it for sure.
I can't stop laughing. That's funny.
Charlie Boscovich with the better of the action time, and I think the car's gone away from him. We can hear one of them. How lucky was he? Jeffrey McNiff went through and broke out, went 8.702 on a 8.788 dial-in.
Yeah.
So McNiff had that one in the bag, but Boskovich's car, we could hear on the track mic, the car was missing and carrying on.
Yep.
And McNiff was able to run around him, but didn't slow down and went on through, broke out.
Charlie Boscovich. Oh, well, that's good for the...
good for Boscovich. The
yeah.
luck is on his side here this afternoon.
Yep. Well, that's... now we wait. We have to wait for this thing. I only found out just 10, 15 minutes ago that they don't like any of the big cars going down while the juniors are still stacked up over there.
Yes, correct. There was a number of different rules implemented a little while ago, and that's one of them. So it's all in the aid of safety of the kids on the racing surface. So we shouldn't be too far away from getting underway with the next category of eliminations here this afternoon.
Which will be, that was, where are we down here somewhere? No, not that far down, Western Junior Dragster. No, we're not into,
Of course, we are under the round number 1 of the New South Wales Drag Racing Championships here at Sydney Dragway. And that was the Western Weekender
this one here,
Junior Dragster round number 2.
Yep.
So we should be moving into Go Logistics.
Go Logistics
Super Street, which we can see on the staging lane camera behind us. They're ready to go. They've already submitted all their dial-ins and all the bits and bobs. They're going to come out and do battle once again.
Yeah, well, it's a friend of mine. Well, it's good to see that Pete Hamilton. I reckon that's a really nice car of his. When he first brought it out and started getting into drag racing, I thought it was a terrific car. But now that he's done a few things, one of the cars he built went in Drag Challenge. That was the utility he had.
Yes.
He raced it here a little bit, but he loves that that station wagon, and apparently he gets on his Facebook page, on the company's Facebook page. There's a lot of guys that make comments about how nice the car is and how well it goes.
Yes, that's all.
So Pete's pretty happy.
Well, there's coming up here at Sydney Dragway in the next couple of weeks. We've got, of course, as early as tomorrow, we've got the Aeroflow Sunday sessions here, which is, of course, is tomorrow. Between 10 and around about 4 o'clock. Usually we wrap up at around about 4. And, of course, that is basically a Wednesday night jammed into a Sunday. So if you've got a street car and you want to come out and have a bit of a play on the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway, jump on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au. Check out all the links to the events. Grab your online entries or your tickets if you want to come out and just spectate. And that will be a good event for anybody looking to get into drag racing. And, of course, following tomorrow, we have the Day of the Drags, which is March 12th, which is only a couple of weeks away. And that is a fantastic event in its own right. One-day event here at Sydney Dragway. And, of course, we'll be featuring 2 nitro-fueled Altereds out of the Cowan Racing family stable. And that will be an absolute cracker of a day, as I said before, with lots of cars that attend the Day of the Drag series that don't normally get down the racetrack, but good mix of cars as well too. We got the Aussie muscle, the American muscle cars. There's the nitro fuel alters, of course, the gas classes,
the top
eliminator and whatnot. So a very good mix of cars. Also, the event usually capped off with a rockabilly show.
Yep. Yeah.
And lots of fun had by all the participants and the people that come along. It's usually a very good atmosphere event. So following that, we will have the Wednesday night, the 23rd of March here at Sydney Dragways. We're going to have our first hot rod themed night. So if you've got a pre-1948 car that you want to bring out to Sydney Dragway and run it down the quarter mile, come out on the 23rd of March and see what it can do. As I said, the first time that Sydney Dragways had the hot rod themed night here, and it should also be another fantastic event. Following on from that in March, we will have plenty of other events. Just keep your eyes on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au.
Well, it's just going back to the day at the drags. One of my favourite cars that races there is Noel Inman's little
yes.
centre door T.
Yes.
Runs, I think, either low 11s or very high 10s.
Yes.
And it's just, that guy gets stuck into it.
He sure does, whether he's here or whether he's running at a regional event.
Yeah.
Nothing lifts the wheels. It's a damn tough car. And super rare too. Like, it's not, you don't see the old centre door Fords driving around too often.
No.
And as I say, it lifts both front wheels. That Jag rear end set up very well. They're not normally known for their reliability when it comes to sticky track surfaces and high horsepower. But that one particularly tends to hook up nicely. I can hear a car rumbling below us, which tells me that we're not too far away from getting underway with the next round of racing for the Go Logistics Super Street Eliminator. And this round's going to be kicked off with Adam Bowers and Brett Stutchbury. Stutchbury in the red Commodore, dialed in with a 10.80, and Bowers in the HQ Holden, running for High Performance World, and Forza Performance, he's dialed in with a 10.59. So he will have a very small weight on his hands, around about 0.2 of a second, half a light on the Christmas tree.
Yep, that's it, and that will go to Stutchbury in the Commodore over there in the Rocket Lane. Oh, 187 against an 088. Adam Bowers draws up alongside. Well, it's safe to say if he doesn't break out, he'll be the winner. No, he did break. Did he break out? No.
How did that happen? He was in front of 1,000. Don't tell me he slowed down too much, Les.
He may have gotten right off the loud pedal.
Wow.
Way off.
Because Bowers was in front of 1,000. I physically watched the time pop up to see that he was in front.
When you mentioned it, I just looked at it and you were absolutely right. Oh, absolutely right again. Oh, it's another one for Steve Bush. Put it down there. Bruce Ritchie into the second round.
That's 3 times today.
We're in the money.
I've only got picked a lot of numbers. Joe Selby dialed in with an 11.60 in that red Falcon, taking on Bruce Ritchie in the Chevy Bel Air. Dialed in with a 10.90. And the Bel Air takes it, goes at 11.03 with a 4, 113 mile an hour through the finish line. He's going to move on to the next round. Joe Selby, an 11.62 with a 4 and 11.60.
Well, I was talking to Bruce down here during my little break down there, a little interlude, that he showed me his card and he said, "Oh, look at that. It's a 0.24 light." And I said, "Oh, geez, that'll be close to your best." And he said, "No, he's gone to 0.004. So, but you know, like an 0.21 and then whatever that one was, it wasn't much slower than that. So
I guess the key is consistency.
Yeah,
in any form of dial-in, it doesn't matter dial-in racing. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you're consistent.
Yeah.
So we've got Barry Willis now in the Ford Mustang. 410 cubic Cleveland dialed in with a 10.98. He's cut a perfect reaction time. Pretty sure that's the second perfect light we've seen. Did Barry Willis do a perfect? He did do a perfect reaction time. He's done 2 in a row. Now, some racers they race for 30 years and never get a 000. He's done 2 of them in a row. So he's taken the win, gone 11.01, I think it was, with an 8. He's going to move into the next round.
Yeah, well, Tex Griffiths there totally broke out, so that was that's sort of nullified his efforts during that run. Good to see that Mustang. I think that Mustang had, I think, in one of the qualifiers ran 001. So, oh, there goes Guy Greenland. Gee, that sounds neat, but not against a Mopar. Couldn't possibly be. Go Tex, good man. Oh, breakout 752 on a 10. 752, yeah, 10752 on a 10810. So Guy Greenland breaks out, and there you've got Tex Griffiths. There's into the next round of eliminations.
Next up, we've got Henry Spikak and Peter Volaris. Volaris getting all crossed up in that Falcon in the burnout. Gives this thing a damn hard time running for Go Logistics, of course, his own business. Dialed in with a 10.30. Spikak in the Holden Ute, he's dialed in with a 12.24.
Yep.
So there will be a little bit of a wait for Peter Volaris with about 2 seconds less.
Yes, Henry. I saw Henry also down in the pits there discussing time slips with one of the other racers. I'd never seen him before, and when you put a name to a face, I thought that he would be a sort of like a really tall, lean fellow, but he's not. That's all I'll say. He's not.
Yes.
You know, like
it's not what you expected.
No, it's just totally what I'd expected. Oh, Peter Volaris there, red light, and Henry Spikak, automatic round winner. 0.186 reaction time, runs it through for a 12.24 and a 12.24 and a 9 at 115 miles an hour. So he'll be stoked with that. Yep. Gee, 9 thousandths of a second over your dial-in's not bad.
Yeah, but given a good opportunity to test it.
Yep, and Henry's been around a long, long time. Geez, I dare say that I first heard about him at Castlereagh.
Oh wow!
In you know, like in the traditional Beetle, I'm sure. He was running like HMP or something, if there's such a thing.
Yes. So he's done quite a few passes, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
On track now, we've got Richard Matasevic in the yellow ute, dialed in with a 10.55. He's left the start line with an 0.30 reaction time. Simon Bonello in the Silver Falcon. He's also left the start line with an 0.30 reaction time. Heads up. And your winner will be Richard Matasevic. He went 10.55 with an 8 on a 10.55. So there's a 38 thousandths of a second package there for Richard Matasevic to take the win.
Yeah. Oh, it was great run. Well, it was good to see the same reaction times as well. Philip Armstrong now over in the Rocket Lane in the Holden Commodore, 3.55. He's dialed in an 11.21 in that little blue machine. Anthony Gattalari in the big block powered HQ Ute, dialed in with a 10.73. 10.73 is quicker than 11.21, so Phil Armstrong in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start. You'll see the little blue Commodore take off first. There he gets out with a 1.73 and a 1.79. We've got a race on our hands here, folks. Race fans and the like. I don't know who my money's on here, but it's going to be close. 10.76 does Anthony Gattalari run on a 10.73, and Phil Armstrong on his 11.21 runs an 11.20. 8 thousandths of a second too quick.
Yep, that's pretty hard to take, but it is what it is. Gattalari will move on to the next round.
Yeah, and that's why we're all here, and you know that's why we're fans of drag racing, the closeness of the finishes and things like that. Danny Stadelmeyer in the Toyota Echo, 1.4 litre, but I'm told it's hogged out. Well, it's 1.8. He's out with a 0.114. I don't know. He'll get it. He'll win it. Danny Stadelmeyer runs a 14.82 on a 14.76 at 87 miles an hour. And Nicholas Bennett on his 13.45 ran 13.54. He swapped the figures around. 45, he runs a 54 and a 45. Not good enough. Danny Stadelmeyer into the next round.
All right, Wayne Smith in the red Commodore taking on Lachlan McCaskill in the green ute. McCaskill dialed in with a 15.60. Has about a tenth to make up for Wayne Smith. Had the much better reaction time. At the big end, who will it be? It will be Wayne Smith taking the win. He'll run a 13.61 with an 8 on a 13.50 dial in. And McCaskill, unfortunately, out of competition for the rest of the afternoon with a 15.98.
Well, if he'd have been sharper at the tree, is young McCaskill, he could have quite easily have won that. The difference at the end is that when it goes, it was 0.70, so it's not in the 10,000ths of a second. Anyway, we've got Danielle McCaskill. I'm sure that's not the other McCaskill. I thought her name was Adriana or something like that.
It is.
That's the one I was talking. I was. So when Rusty and I were discussing, you know, all the families and stuff like that. So up against Glenn Garlick. Oh.
No, but only 3,000ths of a second in this one for the reaction times. McCaskill in the white Commodore dialed in with a 14.35, and Glenn Garlick in the blue coloured car 13.21, and it will be
a win.
Garlick to take the win. McCaskill got there first, but broke out, Les.
Yeah. By 500ths.
Next up, we have Alan Stevenson dialed in with a 14.20. He's in the HQU.
Oh, this is a street
taking
fighter
on Brett O'Connor in the Holden, Colorado. O'Connor has been deadly consistent in this Colorado.
Yes. Surprisingly. Well, not surprisingly, but dastardly. He's as regular as they go. Might have another race on our hands here.
There's a fair gap in the reaction times with O'Connor cutting a 2.50. I think Stevenson should get around him at the bottom end.
Yeah, it does.
He does, but he's lucky because he broke out, and O'Connor broke out by more.
Yeah, almost at 100th. Wow, see, it's so close. You know, how could you pick that from just looking at it? Don Zammit from Claremont, New South Wales in the Holden VT Commodore. V6, it says this car is, dialed in with a 13.32. Now, that's someone's phone number. But anyway, 13.13, Don Zammit's dialed in it. He was #1 qualifier in this Street Fighter class with a 13.107. So he knows what the rules and what his competition is, but he gets it. Doesn't sound like a V6 to me. But anyway, and it doesn't sound like a VT station wagon either. But the reaction time, an 0.22, so that's jolly good. A 13.102, 13.10 on a 13.13. Oh yeah, might have to adjust it just a little bit. Just change the second number, the third number, 4 in the dial-in, so he'll be out. What have we got next here?
We're going to move into bikereview.com.au modified bike.
That's it. Which pits Brant Gilliver. Oh, there's Gilliver from South Wales. So I nearly was going to say Gulliver. It's Gilliver. That's Gilliver in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in at 10.05. He'll have to sit and wait. Adrian Watson dialed in with 11 flat. Now, Adrian Watson, at this point of the race, as I speak, is deemed to be in front, but breaks out. So the win goes for Brant Gilliver, and a 10.14 on his 10.12. Next pair, Bobby Joe Simmons and Peter Strudwick. This is going to be damn fine racing, as they say. 9.45 dial in for Bobby Joe Simmons in the Rocket Lane. Peter Strudwick, 9.55. 1/10 difference. Strudwick against Bobby Joe. I think. Oh no, Bobby Joe, 0.235 reaction time. Peter Strudwick there runs a 9.60 on his 9.55. Bobby Joe Simmons on her 9.45 runs a 9.61 at 153. Sean Ricketts and Christopher Hocking. Hocking in the Rocket Lane, dial in with a 9.34. Sean Ricketts, over there in the Kawasaki ZX12R 1199cc has dialed in at 926. 926 is slightly quicker than a 934. Hocking will get the advantage or the handicap start. So in the Rocket Lane, you'll see his bike lead first. Wow!
Ricketts with the big advantage off the start line. Let's see if he can convert that to the win. And yes, he does. Goes 9.30 with a 3 on a 9.26. Had an 0.13 reaction time, Les.
When you jumble the letters around there, they're all O's, 1s and 3s. I'm sitting here, folks, and my illustrious co-compare is twiddling his fingers around like this. Yo, who's there? Knock, knock. But anyway,
okay.
Ronnie Adams now.
Not judging you.
And Christopher Costello. Costello dialed in at 11.99. He's in the Rocket Lane. Ronnie Adams in the Aeroflow lane has dialed in at 9.55. Chris Costello to go first. He'll get the handicap start.
Yeah, Ronnie Adams will have to be patient.
Yes, most patient.
No, he won't, because Costello has already left the red light. And I tell you what, Ronnie Adams left the bigger one.
Yeah,
but,
look at that.
Costello had already given the race to Ronnie Adams. Adams will move on to the next round with a 10.02 with a 3 on a 9.55.
All right, the next pairing up we've got, this is a new class, so we're running Extreme bike now, and it pits Alex Borg in the Rocket Lane over here, up against Leonard Azzopardi. So this should be a real humdinger, Yuri. These two, it'd be the fastest, except for, I don't know. They might be top bike.
Leonard's machine very loose off the start line. He's decided to get out of the throttle, but let's see what Alex Borg can do. 7.04 with a 206.6 mile an hour. That's 300, just over 320 kilometres an hour there. Nice pass there from Alex Borg.
Yes, so it's 324 or 323.7. Wow. Well, that only leaves Mrs. Azzopardi and Darren Foley. Oh, Dion, that's right.
Foley's machine sounding pretty lazy there in the burnout, but we just saw him run 6.90 with a 206 mile an hour. So not sure if that was his first 6-second pass, but certainly a nice run for him and the team.
Oh no!
Left the red light this time around for Foley, but
GTR's honking. 9.255 at 145.
Yeah, Foley's bike not sounding too happy over the track mics.
What's the next one? Street, Les?
Should be a street bike there, Les.
Yep, should be. Yep, I can tell. Tristan Anderson from Turn Gabby in the Royal Enfield Twin 600. Our third fastest qualifier with a 14.04, dialed in at 14.084, dialed in at 14.08, and Phil Gardner dialed in at 10.90 on his street bike. Oh, here comes Phil Gardner. Does take the win. He runs an 11.005 on a 10.90 for the win at 115, and Tristan Anderson on his 14.08 runs a 14.20. So, yeah. 14.08, 14.20. Yeah, well, he could probably increase his margin there. Aaron Butterworth from Wattle Grove in the Rocket Lane has dialed in with a 14.73 up against Stefan Stavala. in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10-10. 005 red for Butterworth. So Stavala runs a 063. Another little Royal Enfield there, still trying to get done. Runs a 14.83 on a 14.73. So that's 10-10 dial in for Stavala. Runs a 10.21 at 130. And he is our number 1 qualifier. Actually, Aaron Butterworth didn't do a bad job. But he was our number 4 qualifier. So I think there was only about 2 pairs. So there was 4 bikes in that category. But street bike, if I had one, I'd probably... Oh, I had a couple of those little 5-blades, those 250 5-blades. 6-speed, 4-cylinder. Redlined at 18,500 RPM.
Oh, wow.
Redlined at 18.5.
Did you ever see the red line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In the early gears, but not in the not up top. It was when I was doing 100 kilometres an hour, which is the speed limit on the Tuggeranong Parkway when I lived in Canberra. Doing 100 kilometres an hour, the speed, the RPM was 10,500.
Okay. So just, yeah.
So
of course we want responsible commentary transport.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
And like I always, like
obey the road rules.
Obey the road rules. Even coming down here, I put it on like 113. The cruise control,
yes,
just to allow for that margin of error in the what's its name. Well, I passed a few cars, but hundreds passed me.
More past you, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we shouldn't be too far away. I think Top Sportsman is the next category on my
Top Sportsman.
On
Oh,
my
gee
list.
whiz!
Just coming through the tunnel now, Les. Had a nice afternoon's racing so far.
Oh, look, it's been fabulous. And yes, there have been a few more people. I noticed when I went down, there was a lot of people in the pits. I don't know if they sort of come along to meet friends of theirs that are racing or what, but yeah, there's a few people in the pits, let me tell you. And a few more, but look, this is about the same crowd as they had in Brisbane last weekend, so... but we'd like to be better than them. So ask your friends if they'd like to come to the drags next time, especially a day of the drags. It's great. I think they have bikes there too, Old, do they?
Yes, I think there's usually a couple of bike categories.
Yep, that's it. You see Honda 6s and stuff. Yeah, as if. People are too busy while they're a bit mindful of the damage they can do to those sorts of machines and getting parts for them and things like that. So, but anyway, we're running on to now. Here we go.
All right, we've got Heraklis Kazantzidis taking on Tony Heisman.
Heisman's Tony, yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I love that. I like that little shape.
Like what, the Commodore or the Camaro?
Oh no, the Camaro shape. I like that. That's a Gen 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Is
or
it the
Gen...
IROC? Is it the IROC Camaro?
Yes. Yeah. They made them from about 80, the early 80s onwards, and they're just such a nice. And they're light. They're like very aerodynamic, except for that. The Yanks seem to have stayed with all those blocky straight line things where we adapted them more European jelly bean type.
Kazantzidis in the Commodore, Les. He's sold him with an 809. Heisman's with an 805, so not much in this one. We probably won't pick the difference among the Christmas tree as they leave. And we've got an 081 to a 007. Heisman's with a 007.
Oh, this is going to be close.
Heraklis out in front, he'll take the win. Goes 811 with a 167 mile an hour on an 809. And Tony Heisman's on the trailer, unfortunately, with an 816 at 148.
Wow, 5/100ths of a second difference. in the margin at the other end. Oh wow, that's a good race. Ah, geez, I like that Mustang. It, from memory, it used to be a sort of like that golf cart green.
Yes, it wasn't
Kawasaki type.
It wasn't candy green.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, and yeah, I like that colour better. But anyway, John Heisman's. Oh, this is the other Heisman's. John from Orange, Auto 1 Orange, ACM engines, Ford XY Ute, Ford 351. Dialed in 870. Paul Partridge in their tough little Mustang there, from Acadia Vale, Ford Mustang SVO 604. He'll have to wait while Heisman's gets the, well, in true Paul Partridge fashion, he cuts an 038 light to run an 812 on a 793 at 145, and John Heisman's runs on his 870 a 920 at 162.51. You probably thought it was over because he had a 0.145 reaction time and Paul Partridge had a 038. So, which helps immensely. But it is a nice shape that, oh, here's another good race too.
This will be a
humdinger.
Yeah, a river race, this one.
Yeah, this will be a reaction time race.
Big burnout there from Steve Fowler in the Pontiac GXP, putting all 762 cubic inches to work.
Yeah, like 145 litres.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
Yeah, once they get over 700s, mate, I'm lost.
Inside Thomas Leake, he's in the Pontiac Grand Am.
Grand Am, yeah, that was an ex-Mike Edwards car. He ran that in 2004.
Yep, a very nice car, this one. Thomas was driving a Hilux with a big block Chevy in it, but sold the Hilux off and stepped into this machine.
I saw that the twin to that to his, because I went up and asked the guy at Willowbank last weekend, is that Thomas Leake's ex-car? And he said, no, where are you from? And I said, ACT, and he says, oh, yeah, I get heaps of people asking me if it's Thomas Leake's gold car.
I would have thought it too. It's exactly the same.
It's exactly the same.
Same colour,
silver,
with the black stripe over the roof.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't think there's too many of them around. No. They're both extra cabs as well.
Yeah.
So, a 789 the dial in for Thomas Leake in the dark purple machine. A 691 the dial in for the car in the Rocket Lane. Oh, 10,000ths of a second in the reaction times. Steve Fowler with the better of the two. He's popped the chutes out early. He's going to take the win with a 708. What happened there to Thomas Leake?
Well, Thomas Leake at about the 1,200 foot, about the 1,000 foot, he was out of it because he was over a second and a half over his dial in when he went through. So I hope he hasn't hurt the engine. But how's that? There we go. That's a David Whitmore's car. That's a mighty fine machine. There we go. So he's dialed in at an 810 from Grant's Performance, Chevy Nova. Small block Chev, well, see, he's lower. Front end came up nicely there. 058 reaction time, very good. Runs an 821 on an 810 for this little journey. Solo, he probably bossed it right into it. Pardon me. Dave Whitmore. Okay, now we're into Super Sedan. Oh, this is going to be terrific. Pat Furiolo up against Nigel Hardis. Now, Nigel Hardis in that Holden VL, he's in a number 3 qualifier, and Pat Furiolo's our number 20. But in this round of eliminations, they're both in it. So, you know, they didn't get it... they didn't come to the drag racing to get a haircut, let me tell you. They're out here to race. Pat Firiolo dialed in 10.16 in that neat little Holden 1 tonner, and Nigel Hardest from Narrabundah in the Holden VL Calais in the Aeroflow lane with an RB30 dialed in 871. So Firiolo will get the handicap start. So you'll see the Holden HQ 1 tonner with the 350 on board get to go first. Nigel Hardest will have to do the chasing on his 871. 871, wow, that's fast.
Yeah, Hardest has cut some good lights here today too, which has been a little bit more of a challenge with the turbo car.
I thought he was slow. He might, no, well, Firiolo, I think will get it regardless.
No, he was on the brakes well there, that 1 tonner. He's going to take the win, move on to the next round.
Oh, young Deborah Robb, or Debbie Robb, and Victor Satlogianis. Victor in the rocket lane in that 75 Holden LH Tirana, running a Chevy 454 block. Debbie Robb in that very, very nice 2-door Falcon Ford XB Coupe, Ford 528 from Tamworth in New South Wales. Yeah, what a great family they are. Oh, she gets a win into the round. Oh, wow.
Rob went
Isn't that terrific?
003 red did Rob, but
yeah.
Victor went first with an 031 red.
Yep.
So Rob will take the win 9-2-0 with a 3 on a 9-1 East Islands.
Beauty.
Next up we'll have Nathan Watt taking on Harry Plassis. Watt in the VL Commodore Les, running for Grant's Performance, Burson's Auto Parts, Budget Tyre Shed, and Angels Roofing. 939 the dial-in for the black Commodore. Harry Plassis running for Aerolec Proprietary Limited. Dialed in with a 910.
Yes. 2 really tough opponents. Oh, Nathan Watt in the Commodore out with a 013 reaction time. Harry's got a bit of work to do. Even though he had that 035, he does take the win. Nathan Watt breaks out, runs a 935 on a 939. Harry Plessis on his 910 runs a 911 at 148 for a clean win, and he also had a 035 reaction time. So that's a pretty good package at this stage of the at the races. He's got a great package there. All right.
Next up, Les, we'll have Leo Georges in the Ford Escort van, dialed in with a 920. He's taking on Pete Hamilton in the green VH wagon, the nitrous-assisted wagon, dialed in with an 882. It's around about 4/10 on the tree.
Oh,
Hamilton
Pete.
with the wheels up, but he's left the red light hanging on the tree. Leo Georges will move on to the next round. He went 052 on the tree, and a 922 with a 0 on a 920.
Or a 920. And the Pirate ran an 882 and an 885 despite the red light. So, it's another tough. Oh, gee, it's one thing I like about eliminations. You get to see some really, really good pairings.
Yes.
Because all the races in front of us are winners of previous rounds. So you expect the best to come to the top. And I don't mean that the fastest and the quickest guys are necessarily always at the top. No. So you get the most consistent, like Sean Maher. He's our number 8 qualifier. Well, I've seen him. I've presented trophies to him on numerous occasions. Shit, talk about curse.
Not tonight, you won't.
Man.
007 red for Sean Maher, uncharacteristic.
Yeah.
Bill Osling will take the win in that Chevy Camaro 878 with a 6 on an 874.
And a 062 light. Pretty good little package for him. Oh, good. Martin Stevenson. Warnervale used to be. No, it wasn't Martin. Oh, another one has a panel van like that. Used to be from Molong. That went really hard too. Might have been. No, I think it was still Martin Stevenson. Mel and Kim Baker have got a shop out there at Molong. I think I'll take my Mitsubishi motor to them. Martin Stevenson, 10.60 dial in, 10.60 out of that mighty paddle van. That's really good out of a Chevy 350, might be an LS. Runs it through, 10.65 on a 10.60 at 123 miles an hour. And a 050 light, not bad. He's trying to set himself up for the next round of racing. In the meantime, we're going to Timmick Hot Rod Supplies. Timmick Hot Rod Supplies modified eliminator bracket, which pits in the Rocket Lane Peter Brown from Appin in New South Wales in his rear engine dragster. Sponsored by Sims Integrated Solutions, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies, which is the bracket sponsor as well, and BK Race Engines, up against Daniel Flack, all the way down from sunny Temora in the Bantam Altered, running a Chevy 427. Now, Daniel's dial in is an 837, so that is slower than a 757, so you'll see the little Altered there. Get the handicap start, still running a Chevy 427. Peter Brown's got a 540 in the rear of that beautiful dragster, that tiger mica colour, and so you'll see Daniel Flack, and this is one of these instances where it'll be a reaction time, and pick your dial in time correctly. Moments. Daniel's out. Oh, gee, you know, just when you think someone's got a good deal, here comes Peter Brown. Don't know. Yeah, gee. Runs a 760 on a 757 at 173. Daniel Flack there on his 837 runs an 842 at 142 miles an hour.
Neither racer there doing anything wrong. It's just one was a slightly tighter package than the other.
Yeah, and that's why I like drag racing.
This pairing up, we'll have Chris Manx in the Bantam-bodied Altered, dialed in with a 693. He's taking on Craig Davies in the front engine dragster. He's dialed in with an 829.
Yeah, Craig's been he's coming up through the ranks here. He's up through the eliminations. He's found himself once again facing an opponent, but this is a really tough opponent in Chris Manx from Marionga, New South Wales. BK Race Engines and MSCN and Advanced Product Design, assisting Chris in his endeavours. And Craig Davies there, Sommerance Race Cars Ice Ignitions, Victory Transmission, good ignitions to them ice, Revolution Race Gear in Brisbane, so that's good. And Craig's dialed in at an 829, Chris Manx a 693, so Craig in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start. So Chris will have to sit there for a while, but that car's got tremendous top end. Big block Chev 540.
That car nudging 200 mile an hour there. So Craig Davies will be running his own race. Or he mightn't have to, because an 021 on the tree for Davies is miles better than what Manx has done. And an 831 with a 158 mile an hour. So Davies ran his own race, wasn't worried about what Manx was doing. Didn't know that Manx had cut a 0.488 reaction time, so I don't know what happened there, because Chris Manx doesn't do that.
No.
It's not normally that late, so maybe an issue with the delay box that he uses, or just didn't see the light as well as he should have, perhaps. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I don't know. All I can say is that perhaps, you know, for Chris Manx, his family dog probably wouldn't even go that slow reaction time. Very uncharacteristic. That's how uncharacteristic it is for Chris Manx. He's a top competitor. Anyway.
You just never know, do you, Les?
No, I just, I'm just amazed at some of the results, you know, when someone sort of like just comes out of nowhere, just like that. And Chris Manx, one of the hottest favourites. I mean, gee, you'd nearly bet your house on him. But anyway, That's the other surprises that you get in drag racing as well. Lee Hartle-Law now in the Rocket Lane in that neat little hot rod up against Jenny Petrie. Oh, look at Lee Hartle-Law, a 003 reaction time. He pulls up alongside. Jenny's trying to get away from him. Not so. Lee Hartle-Law on his 8.03 runs an 8.05 with a 003 reaction time. Jenny Petrie on her 8.44 runs an 8.46 and 153. Another good old-fashioned drag race. Kelsey Walford-Lay. Where's Darryl? Oh, he's down there on the start line there. He's the proud dad. He's still associated with drag racing in, I guess, a smaller capacity now, but Skips Fire Service still on board for the T-Bucket Altered here. Big Block Chev 502. She's dialed in an 882. And we'll see how she goes on this run. 882. We don't have any other previous details because they were setting their qualifying runs either on ET or miles per hour. I don't know how that works. But anyway, that's what I was told. There we go, she goes at 005 reaction time.
Nice reaction time there for Kelsey. Testing the dial in, let's see what it'll do at the other end of the racetrack. 887 with a 4 on an 882 dial in. So nice pass there for the team.
Very nice, and a 005 reaction time, G. And a 005 reaction time, G. Oh. Seems to
Looks like we're getting into Super Street now, Les. That completes round number 2 of Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified Eliminator.
Yeah, Go Logistics Super Street. So Go Logistics, great to have a sponsor on board. We haven't had a sponsor on board for a while for Super Street.
Well, Go Logistics have been supporting the bracket for a little while, so it's fantastic to have their ongoing support. And obviously, if you need anything couriered around Sydney, jump on the Go Logistics website and check them out. Give them an opportunity to quote and deliver your parcel for you.
Oh yeah, well that's very handy. Even though I live down south a little bit, it might be handy for them to pick up a parcel in Sydney that I bought something, and then by their other courier contacts they can on-ship it to me.
It's all about networking, isn't it?
That's the word I was looking for. Good on you, mate. I can see you've been to a couple of conventions, drafty conventions. Oh, no, don't say no.
10.99, the dial in for Barry Willis, a 168 reaction time. Didn't cut it 3 000s in a row. I'm very disappointed. And he didn't take the win here either, so I'm not going to get the opportunity to test my theory. And Henry Spickak in the Black Hole Newt will take the win, 12.34 with a 1 there.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick ute, and Henry is. It's good that to see him sort of going through rounds. I know that sometimes that little VW used to cough and splutter just after it started and things like that, but not so with these modern cars. And a mate of mine's just gone right off American muscle cars, and he likes the Australian ones now. So.
Brett Stutchbury taking on David Matasevic in the Cortina. Matasevic looking the goods, goes 11.40 with a 121 on his 10.90. So it's half a second there for Matasevic to take the win.
Oh.
Now we've got a pair of yellow utilities. Richard Matasevic now in the airflow lane, running for Modern Style Kitchens. From Bringelly, dialed in with a 10.55. Anthony Gadolari dialed in with a 10.73. In the HQ, Big Block Chev on board for the HQ.
Oh, it sounds good through the start line microphone.
Okay, Richard Matasevic with an advantage. He's just seen his brother or relation take the win. Let's see if he can double it up. Then he does. Goes 10.62 with a 7, 121 mile an hour on a 10.55. And Anthony Gadolari out of competition with a 10.76.
Well, looks like Greyhound's getting a bye run.
Yeah, he's moving on through.
Oh. Now's a good time to be an Actarian, but I'm not. I was told. I said no.
You can't
go back.
You can't keep jumping ship, Les.
No.
You either are or you're not, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm not there. I used to be, but. Oh, it's good. It's good to see Greyhound go a couple of rounds. He's really put his heart and soul into drag racing, both last year and this year, and he spent a lot of money on that motor, let me tell you. But anyway, it's bringing results for him, so he's quite happy.
All right, I think that concludes round number 3 of the Go Logistics Super Street here at the New South Wales Track Championship Series at Sydney Dragway. I hope you're enjoying the racing here so far this afternoon, if you're at the venue or if you're watching us on the YouTube channel. Of course, the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel.
Yes, make sure it's the official one that we have on the YouTube channel. It's our official YouTube channel designed for us. So, if you're watching, welcome. For those that have got different time slots around the world, if you've had to duck off for a snooze, if it's Betty Boy's time, well, that's probably more the case in New Zealand and over towards when you get over to the international time zone, into the international dateline. If you're in a country around there, well, you're probably nearly asleep by now, but for our New Zealand folks and our other listeners and watchers around the world, I hope you're enjoying the action here today as much as both Steve and Rusty and myself are. It should be a really good event. So it's moved along nicely thus far. Just the runs have been continuous, and we're very, very lucky not to have any of those moments that are drag racing moments, if you like. But one of my, I really enjoy doing the commentary on the junior drags. People say all sorts of things about them, but I don't care. I reckon it's really tough action. These little kids are, gee, they put the bit between their teeth and they're right into it. And I'm really encouraged by the attitude and the performance of some of these races. Well, that covers nearly all of them, both the males and the females, if you like. Yeah, it's just been in drag racing that the women have really, in motorsport, have really excelled with the amount of number ones, haven't we?
Yep.
And I'm not talking about just here, talking about here in Australia. I'm talking about all around the world. So, but anyway, I'm glad they chose drag racing to make their career or to join in and in the sport that a lot of us really, really like. Okay, we've got Harry Rako, dialed in with an 802 on the Rocket Lane in his A Junior Dragster, up against Charlie Boscovich in the Aeroflow Junior Dragster, also an A2. Dialed in with a 980 and an 802 for Harry Raikkonen. Now, Charlie Boscovich is really scarping off, but here comes Harry Rako. Oh, Harry Rako there. He had an 040 reaction time on his 802, runs an 815 at 71, and a 995 on a 980 for Charlie Boscovich at 62 miles per hour.
You can hear on the track mics there, one of those cars sounded like it was missing a little bit, so I think it might have been the Boscovich car.
Boscovich. Oh, well, that car's been running a bit. Oh, yeah. Is there two Boscoviches here today?
Yes, Charlie and...
Archie. Archie. I was going to say Alex, but I knew it started with an A.
Close.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, we'll see Harry back for the next round. This should be the semi, so we'll only have 4 cars this round.
Wow.
The other half of the final will either be Tegan Smith or Joshua Burtonshaw. I'll tell you what, Burtonshaw's been on a tear today. He's been stringing together some very good runs. He was our #1 qualifier with an 008. He's also cutting some good lights and running close to the dial-in. He's got a tough competitor in Tegan Smith beside him this time around, though. And he's got about 500ths of a second to make up.
Oh, this is close.
Over 200 metres, and it will be Tegan Smith to take on Harry Reiko.
Oh, wow. And that'll be in the final, Steve?
Yeah, should be.
Yeah, okay. Wow. Tegan Smith runs a 796 on a 793 at 81, and Josh Burtonshaw on his 795 runs an 8027, so he's just a little bit off there. Still at 80.12 miles an hour, so the car has got the mumbo. But the reaction time of 0.188 for Josh Burtonshaw and a 0.131 for Tegan Smith. So, you know, even if you put an O in front of each of them,
he was catching up from the start line effectively. But today, just not your day, Josh. I'm sure you'll be back for round number 2 of the Championship Series, and we'll face off against all the competitors for the Western Weekender Junior Dragster Trophy.
There was a racer I saw up at Queensland last weekend. It's a father and son deal. He races a junior dragster and he races a bike, you know, sort of like a modified bike. But it's the same, similar sounding name to
Joshua's father does race a modified bike.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Daniel, I think is his name.
Oh, rightio. Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, well, they were up in Brisbane last weekend, if that was them.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I recognised him straight away when he hopped on the bike.
Alrighty, we're just waiting for the track staff to refit or remove, I should say, the tyres from the wall down at the bottom end of the racetrack, and we'll be back underway. The next category out should be Street Fighter. Of course,
yes.
Dial your own category for effectively street cars to get the racers used to dial-ins and breakouts and learn the racecraft, not just come out and try and run the quickest time you can every time you hit the start line.
Yeah, that's right.
Street Fighter introduced to racing, well, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago now.
Yeah,
as a slightly slower category than Super Street, and you know, a small step from coming to race at, say, something like tomorrow, a Aeroflow Sunday Sessions street meet or a Wednesday night race for real.
Yep.
The Street Fighter class introduced to events like this event to give racers the opportunity to run to a dial-in, test the reaction time, all that sort of stuff, where that doesn't play into anything at the street meet level.
Yes, well, it's handy, and it's great to see that the track hosts more non-national events. Well, that's non-national. If in the US, it's, you know, like if you get Pomona's at once a year. Some of the tracks are only once a year. Like up at Seattle, it's only once a year you get the opportunity to race at a national level. But here, you know, like if I lived in Sydney, I certainly would have. I'd bring a street car out, whether I, you know, like if it was registered for full rego or it
what
was
are you
on
doing
club
tomorrow?
rego.
I'll bring my helmet. You can bring your car and run it.
Yeah, well, we'll have a commentator's drag race.
Yeah, we're just not against each other.
No.
Although we could tape the roaming mics to the underside of the helmet and see how they go.
Yeah,
it mightn't work down the other end of the racetrack though.
Oh well, I've got an open-faced helmet, so I can have that. And
but you didn't bring it with you, did you?
No. I'm talking, not racing today. So
I can borrow Ben's. There we go. This is getting real, Les. You're going to have to.
What's that?
Oh no, sorry, I'm only silly.
Benny, we can see.
Benny's got his helmet behind us.
Oh, he has it. Oh, is that what the tapping noise was? Oh, rightio. That's mine's. I've still got, I think, 5 years to go on my helmet before it goes beyond reproach.
As I said, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a Aeroflow Sunday Sessions here tomorrow at Sydney Dragway. We're scheduled to run between 10 a.m. and around about 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, just depending on numbers. So if you're interested in coming out and spectating, by all means, jump on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au. Follow the link to events, and then purchase your tickets. You can either purchase them online or I assume at the gate. If you're interested in racing, jump on there, do an online entry, bring your car out. All you need is an approved helmet. There'd be some specs on there on numbers and manufacturing dates and that sort of thing. It's pretty straightforward. And covered in shoes, long sleeve top and long sleeve pants. That's all you need.
Long sleeve trousers. Yeah, well, it's different to when I raced in the States. There was I could have a short sleeve shirt.
Yeah, they're very lax over there.
Shorts.
Very lax.
But I had to have covered shoes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So most important. That was the biggest thing that everyone. Can I borrow your shoes? Can I borrow your shoes? Like Jeff McNiff with his thongs. But it's yeah. And look, I said no, that can't be right. You know, you must be sort of having a bit of a joke at my expense, and they said no, that's it. So as far as safety in regard to that, I think we're streets in front.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got a full suit and helmet and that I wear from the junior days, and I figure that if something was to go wrong, me personally, I need every second I can get. So yeah.
Yeah, well, that's bad. Have you raced here, Steve, on this track?
Yeah, I've raced the Escort twice now.
Have you?
Yep.
What was your best time at 10.28?
No, 13.3, 105.
Oh, well, that's not bad.
Yeah,
it's over 100 mile an hour.
Yeah, should run a high 12, I reckon, in its current spec. I just need to get a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, right.
Be a little more mechanical, unsympathetic, as they say.
Okay, we're into Street Fighter now, and at the moment we've got down on the start line in the Rocket Lane. We have Don Zammit dialed in a 13.10 up against Wayne Smith. Wayne Smith's in the Aeroflow lane from Yarramundi in New South Wales in that HSV Club Sport. 6 litre, and Don Zammit says in that wagon he's got a V6. Why is his nose? Oh, last time I saw him, his nose was really pointy. But he's dialed in at a 13.10, so he'll have to sit and wait while Wayne Smith gets an ever so slight, probably one orange light start. But here he comes. Here he comes. Oh no! On his 13.10, he runs a 13.21 at 105 and 0.96 reaction time over Wayne Smith. He had an 0.10 reaction time and still lost the race. So it'll be the Zammit car against one of these two. No, here's another one here.
We've got, there's still one
Street
more round
Fighter
before the semis. So
oh, right, okay.
Should have 5 cars left in
Yep.
Street Fighter.
We have 1, 2 that are already gone, 3, 4, 5.
Alan Stevenson in the Ute, left with a 3.31 reaction time. Stadelmeier with an 0.91. I think that Echo's going to take it here, Les.
Yeah, he is. I'm drumming. Oh, what happened?
Double breakout, Les. Both cars going under their dial-in. And Stadelmeier got there first by over nearly 2.7 tenths, but went under the dial-in by a fair way, handing the win back to Stevenson in the utility. Stadelmeier will be quietly having a word to himself in that helmet, I think, once he gets the time card. But so Glenn Garlick is lucky enough to receive the solo to go on to the semis.
Yeah, well, he's lucky at that because of 0.243 reaction time.
So there you go. To give you an idea, this car's done 83 mile an hour to the 8th mile.
Yep.
So similar to what we see Junior Dragsters run, and he's just run 13.31.
Yeah. So you'd probably expect over a quarter mile that a JD would be in the 12s if that was the case. And the gearing
similarly, I think the gear is probably a little bit slight. If you ran at one of those juniors over the quarter, I reckon you probably get 13.5. I reckon thereabouts.
If in its current form?
Yeah, if they run eight flats. So he's the Glenn Garlick's car went 8.64 to the 8th mile, but he had a little bit more speed, see? So I reckon the junior, I reckon you're probably right. I reckon maybe a low 13 probably with the junior if you were able to gear it to accelerate. That would be the biggest thing.
But still there, see, an 8.6 for a junior would do that in 790s.
Yes.
So, you know.
Yeah. I reckon we should put a bigger set of gears on it and test it.
let's build a prototype.
Well, of course, we used to run quarter across the road.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, because they didn't have 8th mile timers across the road.
oh, didn't they?
Nope.
Oh, right. Yeah, but look how technologically
Yeah, that was
advanced now.
That was
80
22 years ago.
Yeah, right. Oh, are you still that young?
Yeah, I'm on the wrong side of 40, Les.
Yeah, you can't be.
And now. Anyway, so we're not too far, changing topics.
No.
We're not too far away from getting underway with the next category out. And that should be, Les.
After Street Fighter comes
bikereview.com.au modified bike.
Modified bike. Oh, we've got some goers in there as well. So plenty to look forward to, folks. Stick around. We've got some real good matchups in all of the categories here we're running today at the 2022 New South Wales Drag Racing Championships. Proudly brought to us by Sydney Dragway. They've done a great job, always do a great job. The staff, all the officials, the track's in super nice condition. But I can't get over how green the place is. But still, our first pair in street bike is Aaron Butterworth and Phil Gardner. So Phil Gardner in the Rocket Lane, he'll be from Googong in New South Wales. Probably lives around the corner from young Thomas Leake, another Googonian. That's what they call them out there.
Googonian.
That's when you go there, you say, welcome to the Googonian Society.
Okay.
Aaron Butterworth from Wattle Grove in New South Wales in the RE Interceptor RE 650cc. Well, last time I saw that was a rotary powered motorbike.
I want to know if they're different to the Golgonians of Golgong.
No, these are Googonians. Oh, look, what have Phil Gardner rolled out. That's what set him off. He won't be too happy. Okay, Phil Gardner there, left before the third amber. I think it was obviously a mistake. But who did the win go to? Oh, 14.662 because first is worst. So the tree and the computer indicated that he left before the third amber, before the race was finished, and therefore his opponent won, even though he broke out. I was just sort of got a little bit sidetracked there. Stefan Stavala, our number one qualifier in this street bike, up against Tristan Anderson. Now, Anderson in that Royal Enfield, a 0.42 light, that's pretty good for him. He's dialed in at 14.15.
It was a good light, but he didn't look very comfortable on it on the launch. I think he had to reposition himself on the seat. Will he take the win? He does. He recovered to run a 14.31 with a 5 on a 14.15 dial-in. Stafala, a slightly slow 1.13 reaction time. He also went 10.22 with a 4 on his 10.10 dial-in, I think it was there.
Okay, so it looks like it will be the winner of this. Oh, no, we're into modified bike now.
This is modified bike. So that was the semi of street bike?
Street bike, SP, yep. Oh, Strudwick in the Rocket Lane. This is a heads-up race, folks. 9.55 opposite against 9.55. Who'll get there first? 9.55 to 9.52 with a 9 and a 9.45 with a 4. Double breakout. Strudwick still gets the win.
I tell you what, they were locked together till about 1,000, and then we could hear on the track mics. One of them was backing off a little bit. I think they were trying to outdo each other at the finish line.
Yeah. No, never bet against yourself. Brant Gilliver now in the Rocket Lane on the Suzuki GSX 1100. Dialed in with a 10.05 up against Sean Ricketts. Ricketts in the Aeroflow lane naturally, that's the only lane left. Dialed in with it a 9.26. 9.26 is faster than a 10.005. Gilliver in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start. He's got the pose and everything right. Can he get out all right? 0.75 against an 0.17 reaction time. Sean Ricketts, 0.17 reaction. My money's on him without breaking out. There we go, a 9.33 on a 9.26, nice and safe at 131. And Brant Gilliver, he had that 0.75 reaction time on his 10.05, runs a 10.17 at 126.12 miles per hour. So that rounds out our modified bike.
We might throw to our big screen for a word from our sponsors, Les.
Oh, like our great sponsors.
That's exactly right. We'll be back shortly.
Okay.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers and heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
Smash tyres with Burnout Masters, the world's wildest burnout game. Available at the App Store and Google Play. Burnout Masters. Game on.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Well, Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see from our big screen, we've just got a small rain delay happening here at Sydney Dragway. We were doing so well, and we'll be back with racing as soon as possible, but we'll just be having a small rain delay, and hopefully we can get back underway with racing in a very short amount of time. Of course, we just need this rain cloud to pass so that we can re-prep the track and get underway with the remaining eliminations here this afternoon at the round number 1 of the New South Wales Track Championship Series at Sydney Dragway.